the magician in the world of Doraemon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Preparing for Rescue. The next morning, everyone got up early. At this time, Yu and Daz's magic power had almost recovered, and he jumped onto the roof to practice swordsmanship again. However, this time he only practiced basic swordsmanship, unlike the magic power he used last night. After all, he didn't know if he would encounter enemies if he went there, and it was always bad to waste magic power. Xiaoshan also got up soon after, and when he saw that Yu and Dazi was not in bed, he opened his mental power. When he found that the guy was practicing swordsmanship on the roof, he didn't call him and went downstairs to prepare breakfast for today. It was not until the breakfast he made downstairs was almost done that he called Yu and Dazi downstairs to eat. Hearing his voice, Yu and Dazi waved the knife in the air twice and then sheathed it. This time it was much better, at least his hand was not cut. It seems that the recent practice is still effective. He nodded with satisfaction and then returned to the room through the window. Walking back downstairs, he ate the sandwich made by Xiaoshan while watching TV. Just after washing the dishes, he received a call from Nobita. He called everyone to gather early and go to the Mayan Kingdom together. Yu and Dazi took this opportunity to prepare some snacks and put them in the storage space of the golden cloak. He estimated that this time would be the finale, and he would probably stay there for one night. To be on the safe side, it would be better to take some food. Xiaoshan wanted to take a camera with him, but Yu and Dazi stopped him. After all, it is better to let the ancient things stay quietly in that time and space. Bringing back photos will only cause some trouble. And there is a shameful video in it, so it is better not to let it see the light. When they arrived at Nobita's house, the others gathered quickly. Nobita saw that everyone was here, so he said, "Since everyone is here, let's go. Doraemon, take out the dress-up camera." The blue fat man on the side took out the camera and changed yesterday's decorations for everyone. Yu and Dazi saw that his clothes were still the same as yesterday, and he put his hands on his hips in dissatisfaction. "Can't you change me into a nicer golden suit?" "Okay, why do you need to care so much when going to ancient civilizations?" Doraemon put away the camera for changing clothes and made way for the space-time mirror behind him. Everyone climbed out of the space-time mirror one by one. Fat Tiger was still accidentally stuck in the tree hole, and Yu and Dazi kicked him under, but again to clear the way. Everyone walked out of the tree hole, and Doraemon took out the door to let everyone go directly to the prince's bedroom. However, there was no one here at this time. Everyone stood there, feeling a little strange. What's going on? Why is the prince not here? Shouldn't he be here to welcome the messenger of God? Sunia leaned against the stone wall and asked while looking at the prince's bed. Nobita took off his wig and said, "Don't be so strict. Maybe he is not here because of something urgent." As he said this, he walked out of the bedroom and came to a corner outside the door. At this time, Eastman and Kakao Mocha, who were kneeling on the ground, was seen. Kakao and Mocha immediately asked in surprise, "Your Highness, you are safe and sound?" Hearing their words, Nobita was shocked. If he had known, he would not have taken off his wig. The two people on the ground continued to mistake Nobita for a prince and asked Nobita, "Your Highness, have you rescued Miss Gugu?" Nobita still hadn't reacted and was immersed in his mistake of taking off his wig. Eastman had a bad premonition after hearing their words. He quickly pointed his stick at Kakao below. "Tell me, what happened to Gugu?" Kakao stood up carefully. "Miss Gugu was taken away by Letina last night." Eastman was so scared that he dropped the stick in his hand. A few seconds later, as a father, Eastman's love for his daughter overwhelmed traditional concepts. He quickly turned around, picked up Nobita and roared, "Your Highness, tell me quickly, what happened last night?" Nobita put the wig in his hand on his head. "Actually, I don't know." Seeing that the boy in front of him suddenly turned into yesterday's Nobiyuko, Eastman was scared. After hesitating for a long time, Eastman trembled and said, "So, you are not Your Highness?" And as he took over the conversation, Nobita was chosen by the sun god to be a cornerstone for training your highness. One of the reasons he was chosen is because he looks very similar to the prince, and Babalu can't tell them apart. If the person now is not your highness, then your highness will not really go to the dark temple in the bone forest, right? That is a forbidden place. Eastman bit his finger and said to himself, no, I have to confirm it. Eastman immediately ran to the place where the prince usually put his items. When everyone saw Eastman running out, they all followed him out. If you want to rescue the prince, you must count them. At this time, Kakeo stopped Zyashin, who was walking at the end, but Letina said that only His Royal Highness is allowed to go alone. And as he heard it, and turned back to reassure them, don't worry, that idiot will not do anything to Gugu before noon tomorrow. Although his memory was fuzzy, he still remembered this very clearly. It seemed that the witch could only kill His Royal Highness at the moment of the solar eclipse at noon tomorrow. Seeing that he, the messenger of God, said so, the two people below were relieved and waited for their good news. Anyway, she couldn't do anything to the hostages now, so it didn't matter how many people went. And as he pulled Zyadishan to follow everyone, Zyadishan asked him on the way, why can you be sure that she won't do it before noon tomorrow? And as he was shocked, as if he had been exposed again. But he could make up for it. Because the stars told me that there will be a feast of solar eclipse tomorrow. I believe she will never miss the darkest moment in the world. Zyadishan still didn't believe it, but didn't ask any more questions. Coming to the prince's utility room, Eastman sighed as he looked at the missing spear on the shelf. It seems that the prince really went to the bone forest alone to save Gugu. One of his spears is missing, and his helmet is also missing. Eastman said as he drew out his spear, I can't watch them take risks alone. I also want to save the prince and my daughter. As soon as he entered the room, the golden cloak on and as his left hand was like crazy, pointing at a necklace on the table. He could feel that its consciousness wanted to devour the red gem on the necklace. But he couldn't just privately sell this gem in public. So he could only comfort the golden cloak in his mind. It's okay, when they are not paying attention, I will find a way to get this thing. Seeing Eastman so excited, Fat Tiger immediately said, Master, please let me help too. We are also willing to help our friends. Sunia next to him was a little unhappy and tried to persuade Fat Tiger, even if we go, the other party is a terrible magician. Fat Tiger didn't care about Sunia's dissuasion. So what? We have the crystallization of technology in the 22nd century. Doraemon is here. Then he put his hand on Doraemon's helmet. Doraemon enjoyed Fat Tiger's praise and stood up his chest. Even if Doraemon really fails, we still have the messenger of the sun god here. Although you are praising me, I'm very unhappy that you put me behind Doraemon. And as he stared with a dead fisheye and said, you are right. My mission is to help Dio become a great king. How can I let him die like this? So I will definitely go all out in this operation and let Letina know why the dark goddess has been suppressed by the sun goddess for endless years. The blue fat man nodded. Well, since everyone is so motivated, let's set out to chase His Royal Highness the Prince. Then he turned and asked Eastman, then please, which direction is the Forest of Bones? The direction of the Forest of Bones is the north of here. Eastman answered Doraemon's question gratefully. Very good, because we don't know the exact location of His Royal Highness, so we can only use the bamboo dragonfly to chase him. Everyone should pay attention to the search along the way, and never miss His Royal Highness, understand? Everyone raised their hands to salute him. Understood. Very good. Then when Doraemon was about to take out the bamboo dragonfly, Nobita suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute, Doraemon. Before we go out, you should change me into more practical clothes first. You said this. Okay. Change the camera. Doraemon took out the camera and changed Nobita into clothes similar to the prince. Eastman next to him was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that there would be such a magical thing in the world. If he hadn't watched the process of his transformation, and his personality was indeed not that of His Royal Highness, Eastman would have thought that this was His Royal Highness. Nobita suddenly saw a necklace next to him, picked it up, and put it on his neck. And as he twitched in his heart, this gem is the sun gem. The golden cloak is going crazy now. You put it on your neck like this. Have you considered his feelings in the cloak? Babalu from the back also rushed over, jumping all the way into Nobita's arms. Okay, it's okay. We'll take you to find your prince now. Nobita stroked Babalu's fur and comforted it. Seeing that everyone in front of him was so motivated, Eastman had thousands of words in his heart that he wanted to say, but when he got to his mouth, he only condensed it into one sentence. Thank you everyone. Okay, now is not the time to dawdle. Let's go chase the prince. Bamboo dragonflies. Doraemon took out a lot of bamboo dragonflies for them. Everyone put the bamboo dragonflies on their heads, pressed the switch, and everyone flew into the air together. Because Eastman was in contact with this future prop for the first time and didn't know how to use it, he couldn't control his direction and flew to the other side. Sunia and Fat Tiger next to him hurriedly supported Eastman. Master, are you okay? Eastman was still frightened. Is there no other convenient means of transportation? Doraemon shook his head. The bamboo dragonfly is the most commonly used and best means of transportation. Eastman once again looked to Yu and Dazi for help. Yesterday, the envoy of God took him to fly in the sky, but it was not difficult at all. But he still shook his head, put on the bamboo dragonfly and said, because I have to prepare for the next battle with Letana, I can save as much power as possible now. Now you just have to adapt yourself. I believe you can do it. Finally, with the help of Fat Tiger and Sunia, Eastman flew into the sky tremblingly. This magic is really rough. Chapter 152, A Little Trick. Everyone put on the bamboo dragonfly and flew north. The sun's light in the sky became weaker and weaker. Yu and Dazi could clearly feel that there was a strong magic power nearby, forming the black cloud that covered the sky. The sun law pattern on the seal in his sea of consciousness also began to dim gradually, which was the reason why the law nearby was blocked. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that in this ancient era, there was such a powerful spell that could block the power of the Sunday. Others heard Yu and Daz's muttering to himself, and they were all shocked in their hearts. If the power of the sun is blocked, then the ability of the god's messenger can't be used. Yu and Dazi didn't know what they were thinking, so he didn't explain. The clouds around were getting thicker and thicker, and lightning began to gather. Just when everyone was not paying attention, a lightning bolt struck behind everyone, scaring them. Fortunately, no one was struck by the lightning, but there was a problem with the bamboo dragonfly above everyone's head, and the speed of the propeller began to slow down. Doraemon saw this and immediately said, no. Thunder will cause the bamboo dragonfly to leak electricity. Everyone, make an emergency landing on the ground immediately. Fortunately, although the battery leaked electricity, there was still a little power, enough to bring everyone to the ground safely. Nobita began to complain about Doraemon's props again. Doraemon, why don't you buy some high-end products? Every time, something goes wrong when it comes to an emergency. Doraemon waved his hand and refuted. Do you think I'm willing? Every time I'll lend you props, you say they are damaged. How can I have the money to buy good props? Just as everyone was arguing, Popaloo suddenly pricked up his ears, called twice, and jumped away in one direction. Nobita and Doraemon didn't care about the argument and hurriedly followed Popaloo to prevent this little cutie from getting lost. After running for about a minute, they stopped in a swamp, because Nobita saw a familiar cloak and leopard print spear on the swamp. On the ground in the swamp, an arm stretched out and waved helplessly in the air. Without saying anything, Yu and Dazi went over and pulled up the only remaining hand of the prince and pulled him out of the swamp. After he was rescued, his breathing was very weak. Everyone was about to gather around to observe his condition, but was stopped by Yu and Dazi. All of you, get out of the way, let Mushin and Doraemon come. Now among the people present, only the two of them were capable of treating the wounded in this situation. Although his magic can heal, it is limited to injuries, and the sludge that may have been inhaled into the lungs cannot be eliminated. Doraemon took out a machine to check the prince's physical condition and said, he is lucky that his lungs did not inhale sludge. Hearing this, Mushin immediately stepped forward and said, then I can rest assured to give him artificial respiration. Just when Mushin was about to squat, Yu and Dazi pushed him away. You are not strong enough, let me do this kind of thing. Then he squatted in front of Dio, first pressed his chest with his hands, and then observed whether there was any foreign body in his mouth. After confirming that the conditions were met, Yu and Dazi took a deep breath and pressed the air in his body into his lungs. A few seconds later, a shout came from outside. Enough. Stop blowing. If you blow again, it will explode. He stopped his action. As soon as he raised his mouth, Dio started coughing frantically, as if he wanted to expel all the gas in his lungs. Yu and as he looked at Nobita who had just spoken. What happened just now? Nobita said with lingering fear, you used too much force when you blew just now. We saw your lungs and abdomen bulging outside, and then it seemed to explode. That's why I warned you. Dio was forcibly awakened by his rough operation, and vomited out the mud in his stomach. After finally catching his breath, he looked up, and saw that everyone had come. He remembered what I said to Letina and asked us, why did you follow us? Didn't they tell you that Letina wanted me to come alone? Yu and Dazi pushed Nobita, and it was time for Nobita, the diplomat, to take the stage. He walked to the front, and looked into Dio's eyes seriously. Why? Isn't it because we want to save Gugu, you and your mother? Dio immediately retorted, this is our kingdom's internal affairs. It has nothing to do with you. And the road ahead is very dangerous. Go back quickly. How can this be? Nobita stepped forward, and looked into Dio's eyes again. We are friends. It is precisely because we are friends that we can't stand idly by and watch you. Danger. Let's face it together. Shizuka also agreed with Nobita's point of view. Nobita is right. As a friend, how can we watch you die without saving you? Sunia was also selfless for once. That's right. If there is danger, we have to face it together. This is what friends do. And Yu and Dazi also analyzed the situation. It's basically impossible to go back now. Because this space has been covered by black clouds, we can't get away unless we kill Letina. How is it possible? I'll go now to show you. The Riemann still didn't believe in magic and took out the anywhere door. Go back to Dio's kingdom now. Then he opened the anywhere door. But the anywhere door that usually works every time failed. When the door opened, the scene of the bone forest was still there, which cast a shadow on everyone's heart. This black cloud has its own small space inside, and your props basically can't cross this gap. Everyone's heart was covered with a layer of clouds, and Zyashin took the opportunity to cheer them up. That's why we must completely eliminate Letina before we can return to our time and space. Don't be discouraged. As long as we win, everything will be restored to its original state. Under Zyashin's persuasion, everyone abandoned any thoughts of escape and went to the deepest part of the dark forest again. There was a terrifying darkness there, waiting for them in the temple. Continue to move forward, avoiding quicksand, swamps, poisonous insects and beasts along the way, and everyone came to a huge rift. The bottom of the rift was bottomless, and it was basically impossible to walk, so they had to walk in the cracks on the wall. Water kept gushing out from the surrounding stone walls, and Zyofu wanted to catch some water with his hands to drink. But Dekisugi stopped him. You can't drink the water here. If there are any poisonous snakes above, you may be in danger of death after drinking it. Hearing Zyashin's serious words, Zyofu had to retract his hand. Yin and as he nodded secretly in front. With Zyashin, there was basically no need to worry about the safety of the people behind. At noon, when the sunlight was very dazzling, a ray of sunlight fell from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a slight gap in the clouds. This should be the time that Letina used for her blood sacrifice in her ceremony. The group walked to the end of the canyon, and the cliffs were full of cracks and gaps. Fat Tiger was eager to try this kind of wall. Just climb up. As he said, he grabbed the gap in the stone and prepared to climb. Hey, I remember there seemed to be a disaster here. And as he almost forgot the plot, and everything could only follow the main line of this world. Sure enough, Fat Tiger reached out and grabbed a small white snake in the crack of the stone. As the first snake appeared, the snakes beside it also began to crawl out, followed by the entire layer. The entire stone wall of white snakes all crawled out, forming a wave of white snakes on the ground, sweeping towards everyone. Doraemon, quickly take out your bamboo dragonfly and take them up. Izuki and I will be responsible for the rear. If the bamboo dragonfly suddenly runs out of power, we will catch the person who falls and come up with him. And as he handed the task of rescuing people to Doraemon, then took out Mirasame and began to chop the white snake. Doraemon took out the props and asked, where did you get your knife? I remember you didn't bring a knife. He continued to pull this thing to the power of God. I found that I can use a temporary small space where I can store some things. A friend of mine gave me this knife, and I thought it might be useful today, so I brought it. Doraemon didn't continue to struggle. Anyway, he and the gods were some magical existences that could not be explained by nature. Tossed him 2 bamboo dragonflies. He and them went up first. After killing many white snakes, the coldness on the knife became stronger. Water kept dripping from the knife, washing away the blood. Now Yu and as he felt that the knife was more and more convenient to use, so he asked the soul-devouring monument, can this knife really not be used all the time? The voice of the soul-devouring monument sounded in his sea of consciousness, unless you can find some high-level magic metal, I can melt it and engrave new magic patterns and magic stones on it. After hearing the words of the soul-devouring monument, Yu and as he was a little speechless. What's the difference between this and making a new knife? There is still a difference. The spirit of this knife will be preserved, and you can fit it faster. It also has the potential to be promoted to a level 5 magic weapon. Forget it, I won't ask for it for the time being. After hearing this, he immediately gave up the idea. Now his only magic metal is the cloak on his body, which is pitifully small. Seeing that almost everyone else had gone up, Yu and Dazi and Xiaoshan communicated with each other through their mental power, and put on the bamboo dragonfly, and flew up together. The power of the bamboo dragonfly was indeed low, and it was shaky all the way. In front of Yu and Dazi, the bamboo dragonflies of the Eastman trio, supported by Fat Tiger, Sunia, and them, suddenly ran out of power. Dazi and Xiaoshan used their mental power to protect them, and several people climbed up the cliff together. Fortunately, Lord God's messenger, can you still use your power? Yu and Dazi nodded. Of course he could. His power was not really derived from the sun, although this could not be said. Just as everyone was gasping for breath on the ground, Xiaoshan suddenly showed a painful expression on his face, and then squatted down. Yu and Dazi noticed his abnormality, and looked at his feet. At this time, there was actually a poisonous snake on Xiaoshan's calf. Not only that, there were more poisonous snakes slowly coming up from the cliff. Yu and Dazi immediately swung his knife to kill the snake on Xiaoshan's leg. He took a deep look at them, and the Murasame in his hand gradually emitted flames. I didn't want to waste so much magic power to deal with you. He threw Dekisugi aside with one hand, then jumped high and swung a knife in the air. A huge wave of flame spread down the cliff, and all the poisonous snakes were burned to ashes. Falling to the ground, Yu and Dazi took off Dekisugi's socks and prepared to cut the wound with a knife to let the blood out. Dekisugi put his hands in front of himself and asked him, is there any other, less painful method? Yu and Dazi nodded. Of course there is a way. Really? What is it? Why are you still cutting with a knife? Because I don't know any other methods. Chapter 153 Night. I cut a small incision on his leg, and then squeezed out the black blood until it turned red. Seeing this, Doraemon also came over with a bandage to bandage him, but Yu and Dazi refused him, covered Xiaoshan's wound with his hand, and used the second level magic healing technique. After his hand moved away, only a faint white mark was left on his leg, which was much better than bandaging. He asked the Soul Eater to check it carefully, and the Soul Eater also said that the residual toxins would not affect his body, so he was relieved. Doraemon stared at me. Magic can actually heal instantly? This is not scientific. Yu and as he glanced at him calmly and said disdainfully, you are talking about science with magic? Are you kidding? Everyone smiled when they heard his words. While Izuki was putting on his socks, Dio said, it's getting late now, let's hurry to the depths of the forest. Although the food ritual is at noon tomorrow, for safety reasons, we must approach the temple deep in the forest today. Yu and as he suddenly said, I have good news for everyone. My power has been used up for the time being, which means don't expect me to help you on the way forward. Eastman and Dio were very nervous, so you can't use your divine power now? Yu and as he nodded. Xiaoshan put on his shoes behind him and asked him with his mental power, what's the matter? Didn't you use magic power? He also responded to Xiaoshan with his mental power, yes, magic power will also run out. The knife just now almost consumed all my magic power, and the magic power I used to treat you is the last bit. Now I'm just an ordinary person. Originally, casting magic of the same strength would not require such a large amount of magic power, but because there were no spells and magic stones to reduce the magic power consumption, and there was no power increase. Therefore, the magic power consumption of this ultimate move has far exceeded his expectations. This is bad. We have lost another one of our fighting power. Everyone began to think about what to do next. Fat Tiger suddenly became excited. So you can't beat me now, right? Hehe. Seeing him like this, Yu and as he kicked him aside, it's still okay to beat you. Although his magic power is temporarily gone, his physical fitness is still about 3 times that of an adult. Can you, a fat tiger, bully him? Zyadishan also stood up and said, don't worry about what to do. After meeting Letina for the time being, let's hurry to the Dark Temple. After listening to Zyadishan's words, everyone stood up again and headed towards the temple in one go. There was basically no danger on the way forward. Some powerful beasts were active in the center of the forest, and the remaining poisonous insects were all avoided under the warnings of Dio and Zyadishan. I don't know how long they walked. Everyone was hungry, and the already dark sky became even gloomier again. Doraemon took out the alarm clock and looked at it, then said, it's almost 6 o'clock. Let's camp here tonight. Nobita was worried about Gugu's safety, but if we can't go earlier, Gugu will. Regardless of the quarrel below, Yu and Dazzy jumped onto a large rock and began to check the surrounding scenery. At the farthest point in his sight, there was a stone building that exuded dark energy. Yu and Dazzy released his perception and found that the closer he got to it, the more terrifying the dark power became. So he turned around. He shouted to them, everyone, come up and take a look. Is that the Dark Temple? The others also climbed onto this rock. This was the end of the first section of the forest, and there was a river below. And at the farthest point in sight was the end point of everyone's journey, the Dark Temple. Dio and Eastman also confirmed this. Yes, that's where Letina is hiding. Nobita looked at the river below. How should we cross the river tomorrow? What should we do with such a long journey? The blue fat man patted his chest. It's okay, leave these things to me. Then for tomorrow's battle, we'll camp here today. We also need to prepare food for the next 2 days. Wait a minute. Nobita raised his hand to indicate that he had objections. I have to go to the toilet first. Everyone looked disgusted. Get out of here. Nobita jumped into the jungle to solve his personal problems. Doraemon took out the plant modification agent and began to modify the plants to make food for everyone tonight. At this time, he did not forget to mock Yu and Dazzy. How is it? This is one of the crystallizations of technology. Your magic can't do it, right? Now he has recovered more than half of his magic power, and it is not a problem to make a few fruits. But there is no need to be brave, and the vultures in the sky are still watching here, so he can't expose himself now. Zyadishan had also noticed the vulture. He had not turned off his mental detection, since he was accidentally bitten by a snake at noon. So Izuku asked Dazzy how to deal with it. He thought for a while and said, don't worry about it for now. If the vulture is still there, when Nobita comes back, we can find a way to deal with it. Everyone waited here for a while, and just when Nobita was about to come back, the vulture left on time. There was a part of the soul that did not belong to this beast. It should be used for surveillance after being tamed by Letina. Because Nobita and the prince were alone just now, she should have received wrong information and did not know that Nobita and Dio looked the same. Doraemon distributed the food to everyone, and Yu and Dazzy took a box of sushi and started eating. The blue fat man was not in a hurry to eat and took out another prop that looked like a lollipop and stuck it into the ground. This lollipop swelled in the wind and eventually became a hotel. It was his latest prop. Doraemon took 7 lollipops in total. I originally thought there would be at most 7 people, but now there are more people. 4 people must live together. You can divide them up. Nobita said first. Doraemon and I will sleep together. Dazzy and Zyadishan also raised their hands. Let's sleep together. Doraemon nodded, then picked up his meal. I knew it would be like this. After dinner, Doraemon put away the remaining fruits for tomorrow's breakfast. Then everyone else chose a hotel and went back to rest. Lying on the bed, Yu and Dazzy stretched his limbs comfortably and felt extremely comfortable. He basically walked all day today. Even if he had a strong physical fitness, he would feel a little tired. After resting for a while, he began his own magic training, and Deku-shan also began to practice his mental power. The others also went to bed early because there were no entertainment facilities here. But Shizuka was very dissatisfied with the environment here because there was no bathroom in this hotel for her to take a shower, but in this situation, she could only endure it. Fat Tiger and Sunia have already started thinking about how to explain to their parents. It is definitely not okay to say that they are going out for adventure. They will definitely be scolded when they return. There was no conversation all night, only the vultures were crying. The next morning, everyone got up early, even Nobita. Although it is still dim now, it is hard to tell how long you have slept. Doraemon put away the props one by one and distributed the remaining fruits from last night to everyone as breakfast. Yu and Daisy took the food randomly distributed by Doraemon and looked at it. Breakfast was ramen. It seems that he is lucky today. After a delicious meal, Doraemon once again took out the magical props from his pocket. Casual roller skates. As long as you wear this, you can play roller skating on any terrain. I have a lot of props this time. Everyone should share them quickly. Anyway, they are all cheap goods and will not be used for long. Doraemon generously distributed these props to everyone and let everyone wear them on their feet. Yu and Daisy had never played this kind of roller skates with 2 wheels on one side. He had only played the kind with 4 wheels in a row. However, the principles of the 2 roller skates are similar, except that one is easy to flip forward and backward, and the other is easy to fall left and right. After skating a few steps, Yu and Daisy became familiar with roller skating, although he was not skating very fast. Dio and Eastman had a bit of difficulty skating, and Nobita and Fat Tiger pushed them forward from behind. They walked forward and soon came to the cliff. Sunia was the first to rush over the cliff because he had no burden. When he came to his senses, he was already in the air. Doraemon, save me. Doraemon said nonchalantly from behind. Don't worry, this roller skate can be used not only on rocky areas, but also on water. The people behind also began to fall into the water one by one. But they did not sink, and the roller skates still floated on the water, which was no different from when they were skating on the rocky areas just now. Dio and Eastman's learning ability is not bad, and they can already use roller skates skillfully. Nobita and Fat Tiger let go of their hands behind them. The adaptability of ancient people was indeed stronger. Just when everyone came to the center of the stream, a bird cry came from the sky. Everyone looked up and found that there were many giant crows flying in the sky, and the length of any one of them was comparable to Fat Tiger. Doraemon saw that the situation was not good and immediately shouted, "Everyone, quickly disperse and run away." Then he and Nobita ran away while starting to search for props in his 4-dimensional treasure bag. Dio and Eastman stood in place and picked up their spears to meet the enemy. And as he also pulled out his Murasame and asked Zyadishan to leave to protect Shizuka and the others. The two of them relied on the length of the spear, and the crows could not get close for a while. But and Daisy was different. He directly split a crow in half with one knife. In order to avoid the bloody scene, he also injected magic power to make the blade extremely cold so that the scene would not exceed everyone's acceptance. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart that the hardness of these crows' bodies was not like that of birds at all and was already comparable to some wood. In his current state, if it weren't for his relatively good knife, he wouldn't be able to cut them at all. After Yu and Daisy dealt with 3 crows, Doraemon finally took out his own prop, powerful wind god fan. He turned around and fanned the 2 crows behind him. A gust of wind blew away all the feathers on the crows. Yu and Daisy looked at the 2 hairless crows and suddenly began to think in his heart, these crows have strong bodies, which means that the power contained is also very strong. I wonder what it tastes like. Doraemon used the same method to deal with the remaining crows, and Yu and Daisy also killed the monster on Dio's side with one knife. This place was finally quiet. Chapter 154 Dark Mage Letana. Just as everyone was reunited and preparing to set off again, waves suddenly surged from the bottom of the lake, and a crocodile wearing golden armor slowly emerged from the bottom of the lake. Yu and Daz's mental power swept over this thing, and he felt a little disgusted. It's about 25 meters long and about 6 meters high. This size is comparable to a small monster. I really didn't expect you to be able to kill my Raven army, but if you only have the strength, then stop here. Just as he began to think about countermeasures, a middle-aged man's voice came from above, which scared him. Because in his previous detection, there seemed to be no one on the surface of this thing, so where did this voice come from? Just as everyone was wondering where the voice came from, the crocodile opened its mouth and a tall man walked out. I'm Yafu, the Beastmaster under the Dark Master Letina. Are you ready to die? Doraemon didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he took out an air cannon from his pocket and fired at him. But the crocodile was very clever to close its mouth. This cannonball was just for picking its teeth. Then it dived into the water. The water on the lake was not clean and the light was very dim. Everyone couldn't find the crocodile for a while. Except for Yu and Dazi and Chumushin, they were all panicked in this situation. Dazi and Zyushin opened their mental power. The crocodile was too big and there was no way to escape their search. Chumushin immediately warned, quick, get out of the water, the crocodile is coming up. Everyone ran away in all directions, and Yu and Dazi found the place where the crocodile was about to float up and used himself as bait. Less than a second after he stood still, the lake's surface rose again, and the huge mouth swallowed tail easily. When he was eaten by the crocodile, a suction force wanted to take him to the stomach to digest him. Yu and Dazi quickly grabbed the crocodile's skin and flesh and embedded his fingers into its flesh to prevent it from falling. Seeing this scene, the Beastmaster Yafu appeared next to him from the mouth, ready to stab him again. I didn't expect you to be so lucky, kid. But let me take you there, he said as he thrust the spear in his hand at Yu and Dazi. He calmly turned sideways and grabbed the spear, smiling brightly at the Beastmaster Yafu. This time the crocodile jumped about 10 meters before landing heavily on the water. But everyone was wearing casual roller skates, and they were still at ease in front of such strong waves. However, they all saw the scene of Yu and Dazi being swallowed by the crocodile, and their hearts sank. Fat Tiger grabbed his spear tightly, looked at the calm lake and swore, damn it, when this crocodile comes out again, I must avenge classmate Yuan. Zyoshan quickly communicated with Yu and Dazi with his mental power, and he looked relieved after getting the result. Don't say that. Maybe Yuan has already solved the enemy now? I think he will come up almost soon. The lake's surface was rippling again, and then a golden figure emerged. The crocodile had lost consciousness, its eyes rolled back, and it just floated on the water. As for the Beastmaster inside, Yafu, he had been cut into 3 pieces by Yu and Dazi's Murasame. This prehistoric giant crocodile also lost its soul, because it lost the master with whom it had a soul contract, and died in an unclear way. Feeling that it had surfaced, Yu and Dazi used Murasame to cut its teeth open, and crawled out of its mouth. He clapped his hands and said lightly, okay, the inside has been dealt with, let's move forward. Everyone pointed at the beast, and couldn't believe it. Yu and classmate, you really dealt with it? Dazi nodded and said, that's right, this crocodile is difficult to deal with, but the Beastmaster inside is very easy. It's just a matter of 2 cuts. After the Beastmaster is gone, the crocodile as a servant will naturally die. Seeing that they were still standing there in a daze, Yu and Dazi had to remind them, hurry up, if you can't catch up by noon, Gugu will be gone. Everyone woke up from their dreams and set off together. Fat Tiger controlled his roller skates to skate to Dazi and quietly asked him, hey, Yu and classmate, do you know that you can't use your divine power anymore? Dazi looked back at him and said, who said that? My power is back. Hearing his affirmative answer, Fat Tiger's self-confidence was completely hit. It seems that I need a long time to surpass you. Seeing him so disappointed, Dazi decided to give him a little encouragement. It's okay, remove the long time. Oh, doesn't it take that long to surpass you? Or is there a secret? A long time is an ideal, and it is a cruel fact that it is impossible forever. Regardless of Fat Tiger who was hit by Yuan and Dazi, everyone looked at the waterfall in front and began to worry. Doraemon took the lead and skated up, because it is a universal roller skate. You can even skate on the waterfall. It's just a little tiring. At this time in the Dark Temple, Letina received the news that the Beastmaster under her seat was defeated and completely dead. Damn, what's going on? How could they have such strength? Letina slammed her desk loudly. The illusionist Babidi came up and said, "Your Highness, let me go and get some information." Latina tapped her hands on the table, thinking about Babidi's suggestion. Finally, she said, "Forget it, for safety reasons, let the vultures go. As for you, you should wait for them to arrive, and then go with the berserker Coatl to meet the enemy." Everyone walked forward, and this time there was no obstacle on the road. And Yu and Dazi also took special care, and found a time to change Nobita's appearance, so that Latina would not recognize him. Those vultures that were spying on intelligence were really annoying. The vultures circling in the sky did not get any useful information, but only found that there was one more person in the team than yesterday. Did this kid kill my Beastmaster? Or was it the waste of the head coach? Latina stared at the extra Nobita in the crystal ball, thinking in her heart who was most likely to kill his capable General Yafu. A few hours later, everyone finally arrived outside the stone temple, and arrived before the solar eclipse began. There is no life here, only trees and vines that have long since withered. The stones of the temple are already covered with moss, and there are many bones as decorations. Everyone, look up. That's Gugu, and there are 3 guys I don't know. Nobita pointed at the people above and reminded everyone. Yu and Dazi also found that the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed a little, and it should be the time of the solar eclipse. "You are finally here, Prince. Which one of you is the prince?" Latina was a little dizzy now, because there were 2 princes below. It was just a simple trick. As long as they appeared in front of Latina, she would naturally recognize them. Nobita and Dio stood up together and said, "I am." Although this trick was not very technical, it was effective. Latina really couldn't tell which one she needed. Yu and Dazi below frowned, because Latina at this time was not a weak chicken at all. Now she has a very strong fluctuation of dark magic power, and even the magic power strength at this time exceeds Yu and Dazi. This guy's not easy to deal with. I wonder if it's the simple mode like last time. Now he can only hope that Latina has not learned magic, but Yu and Dazi knows that the possibility is relatively low. After all, this guy has used curses before, and it is very likely that he has ancient heritage. If he created it himself, then you have to be more careful. People who can create magic by themselves are not easy to deal with. Of course, in this case, weak chickens like Dr. Chaos can be ignored. Forget it, never mind so much. Babidi, Coatl, you 2 go and get rid of the others. There are only a few minutes left before the food ceremony, so make a quick decision. Coatl jumped directly from the top, but there was no impact when he landed on the ground. After dispersing their mental power, the 2 found that the floor here has become extremely hard because of the long-term infiltration of magic. Then Coatl raised a huge shield and a spear, and launched an attack on the crowd here. Fat Tiger and Eastman immediately took a defensive posture. The 2 stood in front and used spears as shields to try to resist. However, the Coatl here is not just to show off like in the anime. His power is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The shield formed by the 2 was broken in an instant, and the others had to disperse because of his collision. At this time, Yu and Dazi smelled a faint smell in his nose, and fog rose around him. Oh no, it's the one who can use illusion. Dazi combined the memory of his previous life, and guessed that the condition for this guy to use illusion is spices. Now the threat of the berserker is less than that of the illusionist who can control the field. According to the priority, kill the illusionist first. Yu and Dazi knew that everyone was actually under the illusion now, and there was actually no fog around. So he decided to take advantage of this and get rid of the illusionist while they were careless. At this time, Babidi was holding his spice pot and looking at the people below who were like headless flies. Then he turned around and reported to everyone, "These guys have been under my illusion. You can start." Latina at the top waved her hand, and several chains condensed by dark energy flew down, targeting Dio and Nobita. Yu and Dazi's induction technique has found Babidi's position, and a thick lightning bolt also flew towards Babidi. The 2 people above did not expect that there were people who could use magic here. Babidi was chopped into charcoal without any resistance. But correspondingly, Yu and Dazi had no spare energy to rescue Nobita and Dio. Although she was a little surprised to see that this child had killed Babidi, she did not care. Because now she has caught 2 princes in her hands, there must be one who is real. Dazi was about to go up, but Sunia's cry for help came from behind. Help. He turned his head and saw that Fat Tiger and Eastman had been knocked down. Now Koyotl was walking towards Sunia, ready to kill him. Seeing this, Yu and Dazi had to give up the plan to rescue Nobita. Anyway, they were still a few minutes away from death. Then he instantly cast the wind spell and the strange strength spell on himself, and rushed towards Koyotl like an arrow from a string. Seeing that the berserker had held Yu and Dazi, she was happy, and was about to accept the prince. At this moment, she suddenly felt her sea of consciousness surge, and then lost consciousness for a few seconds. In these few seconds, her magic power dissipated, and Nobita and Dio fell on the upper step of the platform. Damn it, I was about to succeed. She looked at the culprit, Izuku, and said, since you ruined my plan, I want you to die here. Izuku was in a bad state at this time. He had just forcibly launched a soul attack on a magician, whose mental power was stronger than his own, and the backlash was not light. Now he was kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his left hand, and covering his head with his right hand, to relieve the dizziness and pain. Letina raised the crystal skull, and the dark magic power gathered to form a magic dragon, flying towards Izuku who had lost his ability to move below. Chapter 155, Possession. Yu and Dazi had just punched Koyotl in the face when he sensed the powerful dark magic power behind him, and his movement slowed down. After hitting Koyotl, he turned his head and saw a black dragon quickly taking shape in the air. Not good. If I'm hit by this level of magic, I won't survive with my physique. Without much hesitation, Yu and Dazi took out the golden cloak and injected half of his magic power into the cloak. The magic pattern of the golden cloak glowed, and then Yu and Dazi threw it out, ready to let it resist the magic. The golden cloak deformed in the air and became a small shield. When the black dragon was about to fall, it blocked Zayashi. The power of darkness and light fought fiercely in the air, and it was unclear who would win. But this was the base camp of Letina after all, and the dark power was too strong. The light of the golden cloak gradually dimmed, and was about to be destroyed. Chumashin was still kneeling on the ground, and he still hadn't recovered his ability to move. Just as Yu and Dazi was nervously observing the battle situation, Koyotl stood up and used his tall body advantage to pick him up from the ground. The berserker began to exert force with both hands, trying to directly crush Yu and Dazi to death here. No. There is no way. I can't use force like this. Yu and Dazi could already hear his bones starting to crack. If he continued like this, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. At this time, the roar of the soul-devouring monument resounded in his sea of consciousness. You are also a fool. Don't you know how to use soul attacks at this time? Although you can fight others head-on, you are still a human being. Magic is your combat power. Yu and Dazi then remembered that he was actually a mage. He regretted a few words. Why did he have to fight this guy head-on, and not even with spells? It's still because I have too little experience in actual combat. The last fight with KOs was not a battle at all. A soul shock rushed straight from his sea of consciousness to the berserker's face. Although this guy was physically strong, his soul was indeed very weak. The difference between the two souls was huge, and a soul shock directly wiped out his soul. After sensing his death, Yu and Dazi jumped down from his hand and moved his body. You are really hurting me, but I'm not a girl. Why are you trying to kill me by holding me in your arms? After complaining, he began to chant the spells of giant strength and speed, and took out the demon sword Murasame from his hand, ready to kill the last person. The darkness had swallowed up Yu and Dazi's cloak, and the golden cloak was hit hard again this time, falling to the ground helplessly. And the dragon still had the remaining power under the blessing of Letina, and rushed towards Zayashi. But Yu and Dazi was not worried, because he saw Doraemon passing by with the reflective cloak. The dragon hit the reflective cloak, and Doraemon lifted the cloak with force, causing the dragon's shockwave to deviate from its original trajectory and fly into the sky. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Doraemon's props are really cheating. Carrying Murasame, he wanted to go over and deal with Letina right now, but seeing that Zayashi couldn't move because of the confusion of his soul, Daisy had to go to solve his problem. He walked forward, put his forehead on his forehead, and used his mental power to help sort out his chaotic soul. Doraemon took the reflective cloak and rushed to the altar. Nobita and Dio had also walked out of their injuries and rushed to Latina at the top together. Nobita began to search in the spare pocket and found his specialty, the shooting prop impact gun. Dio picked up his spear and threw it at Latina. Latina pointed at the wooden spear with her hand, and a dark force wrapped it and crushed it into pieces. Then she smiled and pointed at Dio. This throwing technique, it seems that you are the real prince, be my sacrifice. The power of darkness swept over. Dio felt surrounded by darkness and then lost consciousness. Latina threw Gugu on the stone platform out and put Dio on it. At this time, a blue beam hit Latina's body, temporarily stopping her movement. It was Nobita's impact gun. Taking this opportunity, Nobita used his head to hit Latina's body, making her stay away from Dio on the stone platform. Latina's body is now in an extremely weak state, so she must change her body, which is why Nobita can push Latina. If Latina was in her prime, even if she didn't pay attention to physical strengthening, she couldn't be pushed away by Nobita. Gugu, who was pushed off the altar by Latina just now, was also caught by Doraemon, who had just arrived. Now he is putting Gugu on the ground and gives Nobita and Dio above a reassuring look. Nobita and Latina stood up at the same time. She pointed her finger at Nobita, and Nobita's body was also surrounded by dark energy and soon lost consciousness. Since you don't know how to live or die, I will sacrifice you and the prince together and perform a blood sacrifice. Nobita was also placed on the stone platform by Latina. Latina waited for the solar eclipse and then started the blood sacrifice and performed the eating ceremony. Below, Yu and Azzy finally helped Zyadishan sort out the chaotic sea of consciousness, and the two stood up. He put on the golden cloak that had turned black. I'm so sorry, cloak. I will find a way to compensate you. But there was no time to think about these now. Yu and Azzy rushed to the top of the temple with Zyadishan. Doraemon also placed Gugu and continued to rush to Latina above. He was very worried about Nobita now. Looking at the people approaching rapidly below, Latina was also helpless. The solar eclipse in the sky had not started yet, and she had to wait. Blue pupils looked at everyone and began to chant a spell. A ball of black flame formed on the light blue hand. Night fire. Latina threw the flame on the ground, and the stairs below kept rushing out black pillars of fire, destroying their way up. No. There is no bamboo dragonfly. I will fall down. The blue fat man was shocked and ran to both sides. At the critical moment, he grabbed the edge of the stone steps on both sides to save himself from crashing. Yu and Azzy and the other two jumped up, unfolded their flying skills, and began to approach Latina from the air. He also took out his magic wand and put it in his left hand, holding mirror same in his right hand. Let's try it with a big fireball first. A big fireball quickly formed on the magic wand and threw this magic at her. Latina stood on the top of the temple. At this time, she could no longer give in, otherwise she might miss the eating ceremony. You guys who are in the way, don't think about stopping me from getting eternal life. Dark barrier. A black curtain blocked Yu and Azzy's magic, and he couldn't help but frowned. This is a third level magic, and the energy in it is very sufficient, and it is not so easy to destroy. Zyadishan, I will strike with all my strength later to break her defensive magic. You take the opportunity to rescue Nobita and Dio. Her body has long been decayed. If she misses the eating ritual for a few dozen seconds, she will die. Yu and Azzy told him his plan with his mental power, and then wiped his hand on the knife, and the flame rose on the blade again. Zyadishan was a little worried about him, but if you lose your magic power, and now you don't have the defensive item of the embrace of the goddess of dawn, as long as she launches a counterattack, you will probably die here. Yu and Azzy glanced at him. Don't worry, if you really count, I'm the most difficult one to kill among these people. As soon as the voice fell, all of Yu and Azzy's magic power flowed into the blade. To restrain darkness, there is only light and warmth, so fire is the best choice to break through the dark barrier. Controlling the direction of his landing, Yu and Azzy slashed his blade with all his strength on the dark barrier. A hole was broken in the black barrier, and the blade had slowly penetrated into the barrier. Damn it. Since you want to break through it so much, I'll give it to you. Latina stretched out her hand and the dark barrier immediately turned into a shockwave. Yu and Daisy was blown away by the impact of the barrier breaking and fell to the ground. He couldn't die, but it would be a little painful. But he looked tired and didn't seem to be so easy to get along with. One hand was clenched again, and he suddenly felt his neck being pinched by her. Then Yu and Daisy was forcibly pulled in front of her. "You guys have ruined my good things many times. I will never let you go easily." She picked up the dagger that had been prepared long ago and prepared to use this child to open her beloved props before the eating ceremony. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and a beam of sunlight shone down. If it was just now, Latina would definitely be overjoyed and ready to kill him during the solar eclipse. But at this time, she miscalculated a little. The cloak behind her was the prop of the goddess of dawn, and the person lying on top was Nobita, and Nobita was wearing the prop of the golden cloak and the sun gem that he coveted so much on his neck. Both items are related to sunlight. They are nothing in extreme darkness, but when they encounter sunlight, they will instinctively unite together. At this moment, the two items, the sun gem and the embrace of the dawn goddess, simultaneously emitted a light that was no less than that of the sun. Then the two rays of light shone together, causing the dark witch, Latina, to fall into extreme weakness. At this time, the contaminated parts of the golden cloak were expelled due to energy resonance. The sun gem took the initiative to merge into the embrace of the dawn goddess, and the golden light was overwhelming. Seeing that Latina was unable to move for a while, Yu and Daisy took the opportunity to send the Murasame in his hand into Latina's abdomen. Black blood slowly flowed, and Latina was on the verge of death. At this time, the solar eclipse began, and the light emitted by the golden cloak stopped, and Latina regained her mobility again. But everything was too late. Now, let alone performing the food ritual, she had to spend all her strength to even take a step. She looked at Yu and Dashi with her pupils gradually losing focus, and said, "You destroyed my everything. I will also destroy you." Then she completely lost her breath, and Yu and Dashi also fell to the ground. But his eyes did not leave Latina, because he had just cast a curse. Zio-shan was not sure what had just happened, because the light just now blocked her vision and mental power, so she quickly flew down to check Yu and Dashi's condition. Nobita and Dio woke up because the owner of the spell died. The people below also stood up and prepared to come up to check the situation. Just when everyone thought everything was over, Yu and Dashi suddenly saw a black shadow emerging from Latina's body and running towards him. At this time, he felt a fatal threat and quickly kicked Mushan away, and then the black shadow rushed into Yu and Dashi's body with a sharp roar. This thing was the resentment left by Latina, a powerful third-level magician, and began to erode his soul. Yu and Dashi had already spent a lot of mental power, and his magic power was exhausted. Now his soul had no defense. Latina easily occupied the body she had longed for, and stood up again. When the people outside saw that Yu and Dashi was possessed by a black shadow just now, they subconsciously stayed away from him. "I didn't expect that your body would have such power, even stronger than Coatl. This time I really got a great bargain." Latina walked to her original body, pulled out Murasame, and looked at Nobita and the others. "You will all die here today." Then the figure flashed and appeared in front of Nobita. Doraemon finally took out the famous sword Danguan from his pocket and threw it to Nobita. Nobita caught Danguan and started to fight with me. Although Latina had never practiced swordsmanship, she relied on her strength far exceeding that of Nobita, a useless man, and easily knocked the sword in Nobita's hand away with a few moves. Seeing this opportunity, Latina stabbed Nobita in the abdomen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Start to Lick the Bag. Just when Nobita was about to be stabbed, Zio-shan rushed over and pushed Nobita away, intending to block the knife with her body. Latina did not hold back at all and stabbed Demishan's abdomen with all her strength, but unexpectedly, the knife did not penetrate very deep. Around Demishan, an invisible barrier had cracked, which was the sky gem that Yu and Dashi had given to Zio-shan before. Thanks to him always carrying it, the air barrier it created blocked the knife and kept him away from the brink of death. Just when she was stunned, because her knife did not pierce Xiaoshin's body, Xiaoshin leaned close to her and hugged Latina tightly with his hands. This was the first time Latina had been hugged by a man in her long life. Her brain crashed again, and she didn't know what to do. The 1,000-year-old Otaku in Yu and Daz's soul finally woke up. The soul-devouring monument appeared in his sea of consciousness, and he was very angry. I can't sleep peacefully every time, right? Today I will. At this time, he saw the soul of Latina, and immediately changed his words and said, I picked up a big bargain today. Hahaha, this soul is really a great tonic. When he saw the soul-devouring monument, she felt bad, and wanted to escape from this sea of consciousness. She would have a chance to be reborn in the future. She didn't want to die here. But the soul that the soul-devouring monument had set its eyes on had not escaped, otherwise how could it be called the soul-devouring monument? The whole monument turned into a black hole, and Latina was swallowed by it without any resistance. The soul belonging to Yu and Dazi finally reoccupied the body. When he opened his eyes, he saw Izuki-chan hugging him tightly. This is not over yet. Nobita, Doraemon, Dio, Sunya, Fat Tiger and Eastman all ran over from behind and pressed Yu and Dazi down. Hey, what happened just now? He was suppressed by everyone, and just after waking up, he experienced what it means to be covered with big men. This feeling is not ordinary excitement, and ordinary people can't play it. But Yu and Dazi didn't have time to experience this excitement. Now he was almost out of breath under the pressure, and hurriedly said, wait, get up quickly, I'm back to normal. At this time, everyone's IQ of anti-villains came online together, and they said tacitly, we don't believe it. Yu and Dazi wanted to say something, but he felt a burst of warmth in his abdomen, and his face changed immediately. There was actually a bastard lying on him, and finishing it on the spot. It's simply unforgivable. Which bastard went to the toilet on me? Stand up yourself, I will leave him a whole body later. Yu and Dazi lay on the ground and roared. The person above was silent for a while before answering him, we don't have it. Then he'd better not be found by me. Then Yu and Dazi dispersed his remaining mental power and began to search. As a result, Yu and Dazi found that the facts were different from what he thought. It was a cut in Demushin's abdomen that was bleeding continuously. Now he couldn't care less and hurriedly shouted, hurry up, Xiaoshin has a wound on his stomach. If you press him like this, he will bleed faster. Hearing that Dekishin's life was involved, the people above ran down. When everyone came down, they noticed Dekishin's condition. Now his clothes on his stomach were stained with blood, and the wound was still bleeding, and even Yu and Dazi's clothes were stained a lot. Doraemon quickly took out the medicine box from his pocket and started to stop his bleeding. Yu and Dazi now had no magic power and began to frantically draw the natural power around him, trying to quickly gather the magic power for a healing spell. And Doraemon was also working hard beside him. No, he just lost too much blood and he needs a blood transfusion. Who of you has the same blood type as him? Please contribute a little. Everyone shook their heads. Dekishin's blood type is O, which is very rare. And Yu and Dazi didn't even know his own blood type, let alone. Then I can only hope for his own will. Hey, why are you pushing me? Doraemon was halfway through his words, and Dazi pushed him aside. Since he was helpless, let me do it. There was not much magic left. To be able to work on Xiaoshin's injury, at least level 2 magic was needed. In order to wake him up quickly, Dazi sacrificed part of his vitality and mental power and used level 3 rejuvenation. A green light spread over Izuka's body, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before the green light ended, Xiaoshin had already woken up. Seeing Yu and Dazi treating him, he asked, what happened just now? And, has Yu and Kun recovered? He nodded weakly. He lost part of his vitality and felt really uncomfortable now, just like the last time he activated the Star Law. He felt like his body was hollowed out. Moreover, this time, casting magic not only used up vitality, but also overdrawn magic. In the next period of time, the recovery of magic and mental power will be very slow. Although the price is heavy, it is not unacceptable if everyone is alive. Okay, Latina is dead now. Now I'm going to take a good inventory of the spoils. Where should I start? Let's start with Letana. Yu and Daisy said as he walked towards her body, ready to lick her back first. The dark clouds in the sky no longer gathered because of Letana's death. Below, Kakao and Mocha told everyone about the prince's rescue of Gugu. Now they have finally arrived here with the army, but the war is over, leaving only this devastated and broken temple. Dio and Iceman saw that they were fine, so they went down to greet them, and Nobita and the others also went down. Daisy stayed at the top of the temple. He was going to plunder here, and seeing that he didn't leave, Izuki stayed too. TSK, so poor. He put away the necklace and asked the soul-devouring monument, "Old man, what's the use of this thing?" The soul-devouring monument would interact with him very actively at this time. "Little bastard, if you don't correct your attitude, I won't give you any of the spiritual power." After swallowing Letana, and as he said disdainfully, "TSK, am I the kind of person who would kowtow for a little spiritual power? Lord Soul-devouring monument, may I ask what this item does?" It was satisfied to explain to Daisuke, "This thing is called the Source of Darkness. It is a proper find by a special method. Its function is to store magic power such as darkness. It turns out it has no use for me." Then he turned his eyes to the knife and continued to ask the soul-devouring monument, "Although the knife is made of magic metal, if you want to use it to refine Mirasame again, you'd better save your energy. That little bit of material is not enough. It's okay as an auxiliary material." He put away the knife helplessly. Now, the only thing he could see was the crystal skull in Letina's hand. It was made from the skull of a living person. "If you want to use it, just take it." Yu and Daisuke looked at the skull of a living person in his hand and threw it to the ground and smashed it to pieces. "So there is nothing good here? What a loss." The soul-devouring monument spoke again. "Of course there are good things here. Then why didn't you say it earlier?" The soul-devouring monument said as a matter of course. "Did you ask me? You won. You won thoroughly. Then may I ask, where are the so-called good things here?" "It's just under this temple. You can go down from the entrance above." At this time, Yu and Daisuke had gradually gotten used to his weak body. Zyadishan supported him and walked towards the room of the temple. Now the place is all stone. Reminded by the soul-devouring monument, Yu and Daisuke asked Zyoshan to lift the table. "Is this the place? It doesn't feel any different." Zyoshan lifted the carpet on the ground. There was a movable stone slab underneath, which seemed to be a puzzle. Only one stone slab can be moved. "Let me see if it can be pieced together into a complete pattern." Chumushan stared at the stone pattern below and began to be dazed. After a while, his hands moved quickly. It only took 3 minutes to restore the 25 stone slabs to the pattern of the people of the clothes to worship the gods. "Okay, it's done." Chumushan shook the dust off his hands and looked at the pattern on the ground with satisfaction. After the splicing was completed, the stone slabs on the ground shook and fell down piece by piece, and the passage appeared in front of them. Yu and Daisuke suddenly realized, no wonder it is built so high below. It is indeed to hide something. They walked down the mossy stairs together. There was no light at all below, and even the mental power was gradually isolated. At the bottom, the two of them could no longer see anything. Zyoshan took 2 steps and touched something. Because it didn't feel like a stone, he suspected it was a mechanism, so he touched it carefully. The soul-devouring monument reminded Yu and Daisuke again. "Take out the source of darkness, absorb the dark power here, and you can see things clearly." He picked up the necklace he had just put in his hand, and the surrounding darkness quickly gathered inside the magic stone on the necklace. Then a soft blue light emanated from the center of the room, and they also saw the surrounding scene clearly. "Is that a magic wand?" Yu and Daisuke saw the source of the light, which was a dark brown magic stone close to black. Under it stood a black metal rod, which should be the magic wand, and they were all high-level items. Just when Yu and Daisuke wanted to go up and take the magic wand, a scream suddenly came from behind, almost scaring him to cardiac arrest. Looking back, Zyadishan was lying on the ground, and in front of him was a rotten corpse. And Izuki-shan was just touching the chest of the corpse. When he could see clearly, he was scared, so he screamed. He went over to help Zyadishan up, and was relieved to see that he was fine. "Really, I was almost scared to death here," Yu and Daisuke complained. "How could I know there would be such a thing here? And, I just sprained my foot." Seeing that there was indeed something wrong with his left foot, he could only sigh and say, then the two of us, the old, weak and sick, should go together for the time being. Yu and Dazzy put his hand on his shoulder and helped him go together. He grabbed the magic wand with his hand and prepared to inject magic power. How could he have magic power now? He had to ask the soul-devouring monument for help again. Can you see how to deal with this thing? It's impossible for me to carry it out now. The soul-devouring monument thought for a while before giving him the answer. This thing, you should melt it into your knife. Why? It looks very powerful. Looking at this black gold magic wand, he felt a little reluctant. Because this is a dark attributed staff, it is different from the law you comprehend. It may not be as convenient to use as your wooden spirit staff. Although your wooden spirit staff will be eliminated soon because of the magic stone. Then why can it be used after being cast into a knife? If the soul-devouring monument had a face now, it would definitely roll its eyes at him. Because the staff is used for casting, and the magic stone used is mainly determined by the nature of your magic power. The knife is used for close combat, so it is best to have good materials. And I will recarve the magic pattern, which should provide you with a good bonus. Don't pick it. I will still be the one to cast the knife. It's good to have it. Hearing that he was going to do it, Yu and Dazzy immediately agreed. Okay, the rest is up to you. But now you have to let me take it. A spiritual force was released from the inside of the soul-devouring monument and rolled the magic wand in. Seeing that the goal this time had been achieved, Dazzy and Zyashin activated their flying props and returned to the top of the temple. Chapter 157 The Moment of Separation. At this time, red lines began to appear on the golden cloak, and the incomplete magic pattern began to slowly extend. The badge on the collar was inlaid with a red gem, which was also one of the gains of Yu and Daz's trip. Anyway, it has been embedded, and he still doesn't believe that those people can take it off. Not to mention them, even the soul-devouring monument may not be able to take it off. Once the magic stone is embedded, unless the magic pattern is damaged by a strong external force, I have never heard of anyone taking it off. As for the magic wand, the soul-devouring monument has taken Yu and Dazzy Murasame away. It said that it would take a few days to process these magic metals, while retaining the spirit, and return them to him, after it was cast into a new blade. But after the two of them went out, they discovered an important thing. Those bastards in front actually forgot about them and left first. Damn, these guys. When I get back, I will definitely give them a good beating. The shadow of the devil appeared behind Yu and Dazzy again, and Zyashin beside him smiled bitterly and advised him, forget it, they may just be too happy, so it is understandable that they forgot about us for a while. Forget it, I just have something to separate from them. Zyashin, let's go deal with the other spoils. Dazzy looked at the lake in the distance and prepared to go there with Zyashin. It was noon, and the sun was shining. The two of them floated in the air, looking at the crocodile below that died after Yu and Dazzy killed its owner. This is the last spoils of war. I believe that with its meat, we can save a lot of lunch money for a while. Just as he was about to take out the Murasame to cut the meat, he remembered that his knife had been taken away by the soul-devouring monument. He had no choice but to take out the knife he had just seized from the witch. The knife was unexpectedly sharp, and he easily cut off a few pieces of tenderloin, and then tore them off with brute force, and stuffed them into his storage space. As Dekisugi could not adapt to such a bloody scene, he flew to the sky to see the scenery by himself. After filling the space in the cloak to 70%, Yu and Dazzy estimated that the meat weighed about 1 ton. Not bad, it should be enough for me to eat 3 meals. It's a pity that the storage space is still too small, otherwise I would definitely bring more. But this time the cloak is inlaid with the sun magic stone, and the space should be much larger. After talking to himself for a while, Dazzy controlled the golden cloak and asked it to find Zyashin to go with him to join the main force. In the air, Dekisugi suddenly said, Yu and Jun, I have a few questions that have been bothering me for a long time, but they may be a little offensive. Yu and Dazzy glanced at him, wondering why this guy has become so reserved, and said, ask. I will selectively answer you according to the situation. Since you can do magic, why are you trapped under the snowy mountain? Also, I always feel that sometimes you behave more like an adult. Daisuke listened to his words and fell silent, and at the same time, began to think frantically about countermeasures in his head. In the end, Yu and Daisuke, who possessed rich knowledge of fantasy, made up a story to answer him. In fact, we are a family of magic, and the magic has been passed down from generation to generation. Every magician must begin strict training of his mental strength and thinking ability at a very young age, and the process. At this point, Yu and Daisuke was silent for a while, and made an expression, as if he didn't want to recall it. Then he continued, "It is because of these unusual trainings that my mind is more mature than my peers, which is why I sometimes think about problems in an adult way. Every descendant will be exposed to magic at the age of 12, but because I met an enemy in the snowy mountains last time, he is an ice and snow wizard. We couldn't beat him in his home court, so we were buried under the snow. After returning home, the spell set by my parents was lifted because of their death. Inside was a senior of the family, who volunteered to be sealed to protect our family from generation to generation, and keep the incense burning." Zyadishan believed most of it and continued, "I have another question. Why is your family not as rich as in fairy tales?" Yu and Daisuke. He said he didn't want to talk to you, and rolled his eyes at you. Everyone returned to the Mayan kingdom with the news of victory. At this time, the magic on the queen had been lifted, and she woke up. She had heard about what the prince had done during this period of time, and it was much better than his previous arrogance, and unreasonableness. Now she felt that her child could take on the responsibility of a kingdom. So they called all the people in the country together, and waited for the prince and his friends to return triumphantly in front of the Temple of the Sun. After returning, some maids took everyone to bathe and change clothes, and told them that the queen was waiting for their return in front of the Temple of the Sun. Fortunately, there was still an independent bathroom here, otherwise they would not be used to it. Everyone changed into the clothes they brought, but Yu and Daisuke refused the clothes they provided, and let the golden cloak directly change into the set of clothes of the envoy of God that he wore in front of everyone when watching the ceremony at the stadium. When Yu and Daisuke appeared in front of them with a golden crown on his head and a golden cloak behind him, Fat Tiger was immediately unhappy. "Why do they give you clothes that are so much better than ours? No, I must go to them to judge." He rushed to the person in charge at the back. In the end, Fat Tiger got the news that, even if you want, we don't have such luxurious clothes for you, so he had to admit dejectedly that the envoy of God is different. As the key figure in this victory, everyone was invited to the temple together. Dio knelt on one knee and said to his mother, "I feel relieved to see you so energetic, my lady." The queen saw that her son had grown up a lot and smiled. "Dio, you are no longer a prince." Dio raised his head and looked at his mother in surprise. "I think you have the qualifications to become the Sun King, Lord Envoy of the Sun God. What do you think?" And as he also smiled and nodded, "Yes, I agree with your mother's point of view. Although you are not mature enough, I believe you will be a qualified Sun King." After getting the affirmation of the envoy, a servant in the back slowly came up with a golden phoenix crown. The queen picked up the crown, but did not put it directly on the prince's head, but handed it to Daisuke. "You are the messenger sent by the Sun God. This crown should be worn by you for him, representing the recognition of the Sun God." And as he walked in front of the queen and took the golden phoenix crown, the queen also stepped back and gave him the position of crowning. In his heart, he communicated with the golden cloak silently. Since he had accepted this position, he had to play the whole show. He stood in front of Dio and raised the crown high. The golden cloak behind him also shone at this time, and a golden phoenix soared into the sky and circled in the air. At this time, the clothes on Yu and Daisuke's body also turned into ordinary people's clothes. That's right, he just asked the golden cloak to add a special effect to him. The people and the queen below saw the phoenix and held their breath, watching this miraculous scene. Even Chumushin, who knew that it was Yu and Daisuke who was doing it, was stunned. The special effect was as real as it was. As a messenger of God, I have witnessed the growth of Prince Dio. I think he is good enough to be a good king. Now I grant you the throne of the Sun King. The light of the Sun God will always shine on this country." The golden phoenix landed on the crown at this moment, and Yu and Daisuke took the opportunity to put the crown on Dio's head, which was considered to have completed the conferment of the title of the Sun King. Dio stood up and looked down at the country. This was the place where he would devote his whole life to struggle. Eastman shouted in the back, "Long live the Sun King." The crowd below was also boiling at the same time. Dio's position as the Sun King was completely secure. The celebration lasted until the afternoon. The setting sun climbed up again. Dio sent them all the way to the tree hole and said goodbye to everyone. "Then come and play again when you have time in the future." Nobita immediately agreed. "Don't worry, I will definitely come to see you again if I have the chance." And as he also said beside him, "If you don't be a good monarch, maybe the sun god will come down to teach you how to do math problems." Doraemon, who knew the inside story of that incident, laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and Dio also smiled bitterly. "Don't mention that matter again. Don't worry, I will definitely become a qualified Sun King." Doraemon was laughing and suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind and looked at the time-space mirror. This time, the mirror of the space-time mirror began to flicker, and Doraemon immediately reminded everyone, "Oh no, the space-time mirror is unstable again. Everyone, leave here quickly, otherwise you will be trapped forever." Zyadishan asked hurriedly, "In that case, we may never come back here?" Doraemon nodded. "This place is too old. I don't know what year it is, and I don't know where it is. If I try one by one, it may take half a lifetime to find this place." There was no way. Everyone had to wave goodbye to Dio. "Dio, although I may not have the chance to see you again in the future, I will always remember you." Zyadishan also said, "Remember the oath you made. You must make your people happy." Dio said goodbye to everyone through the space-time mirror. "I will not forget you either. Everyone should live happily too." The space-time mirror became more unstable and exploded a few seconds after Dio finished speaking. Dio looked at the people who disappeared, and the experience of the past few days seemed like a dream. Perhaps this is the test given to him by the sun god, and after completing it, they must separate. He picked up the Bobaloo next to him and said to it, "Don't worry, I will never let Lord Sun God down." Bobaloo also nodded vigorously. Looking at the broken machine, everyone fell into silence. Finally, Yu and Dazi stood up first. "There will definitely be separations in life. Don't immerse yourself in sadness. Believe that Dio will live well, and believe that there will be a better tomorrow waiting for you. So, don't be sad. Take up more courage to face tomorrow." Under Yu and Daz's persuasion, everyone still did not respond. Seeing that his persuasion was ineffective, Yu and Daz's eyes condensed, and it seemed that he was going to use his trump card. "You didn't tell your parents about the adventure, right? Now you have time to be sad. You might as well think about how to face your parents who have gone berserk because you have been missing for a day and a night." After listening to Yu and Daz's words, they had no time to be sad, and the whole room became chaotic. He nodded with satisfaction, and this time he successfully changed the subject. Chapter 158 Performance Matters. After everyone panicked for a while, they all turned their eyes to the time machine in the drawer. Doraemon immediately stopped them. "No, the previous time involved the space-time mirror. If the two time props are used together, the time will be messed up." Hearing this, Shizuka began to collapse. "What should we do? Are we going to face our angry parents and tell them that we went back to the past to save the kingdom?" Fat Tiger also knelt on the ground. "No, my mother will beat me to death." Sunia was also on the verge of collapse. "My mother is so scary when she is angry." Nobita also knelt on the ground helplessly. "My mother will scold me all day and night." Dazi and Zyadishan had nothing to do, just watching them collapse. Seeing these two guys so leisurely, they all pointed at them and said, "Why are you not nervous at all? Just because you are good students, you can do whatever you want." Zyadishan explained for them, "No, it's because our parents are often not at home." Ian and Dazi also chimed in, "Yes, good students can really do whatever they want." In the end, everyone's pressure was concentrated on Doraemon. He had already started looking for the right props and finally took out a purple flower. "Let's use this, the forgetfulness grass. Just smell it." Doraemon put it to his nose and sniffed it to demonstrate the effect to everyone. After a few seconds of being stunned, he forgot what he was going to do and stood there with a silly face and muttered to himself, "Strange, what am I doing here?" The prop genius Nobita immediately understood the use of this thing, picked it up and said, I know, just smell it, and people can forget some things. So now we just need to let our parents smell this flower, and they will forget that we ran away from home for 2 days. When everyone heard that they could walk out of the brink of death, they raised their hands excitedly. That's great. Let's do it quickly. Nobita and the others made their parents forget what happened today, which was a successful conclusion to the plot of this great adventure. Seeing that they were safe, Daichi and Zyashin also said goodbye to them and returned to their house. Zyashin, why don't we go out to eat tonight? It's getting late today, and my magic power has only recovered less than half, so I can't cook. Zyashin saw that Yu and Dazi was so tired, and there was really no food at home, so she agreed with his opinion. Well, the newly opened Ichiraku ramen on the street is good. Let's go there to eat. Yu and Dazi just heard what Zyashin said, and his saliva almost choked him to death. Otsutsuki Ichiraku? In the end, the two of them came to this so-called Ichiraku ramen. It turned out that he thought too much. The owner of this ramen shop was not Otsutsuki Ichiraku as he thought, but a young man. It was just that the name of the store was repeated with a very famous store in the previous life. After returning home, Deki-chan wrote a diary as before, and then read a book. He often wrote down his adventures with his companions, and when he had nothing to do, he would also write a little about Yu and Daz's daily life. If Dazi quarreled with him, he would occasionally write a few bad words about Yu and Dazi. For example, the last time he argued with Dazi about the topic, they argued for half an hour, and in the end he wrote in his little notebook that Yu and Dazi was a stubborn person. Later, the teacher said there was something wrong with that question. Of course, it was impossible for Yu and Dazi to tell him about peeking at the diary. It wasn't like Yu and Dazi was hiding it from him on purpose. After all, he didn't ask about it. Wait, why does that sentence sound so familiar? The next morning, Izuki saw that today was already the 8th, and today was the last day of the holiday, and tomorrow was the opening ceremony and the performance of the art festival. In order to complete the performance quickly, Zyashin decided to find another actor to play the prince. He heard about the previous incident. Because of Fat Tiger's recklessness, the performance failed. In order to avoid this problem, it would be enough to find a girl to play opposite her. Zyashin was ready to go out early in the morning. I'm going to find Yazi to play the role of the prince. If she agrees, we'll go to Nobita's house to rehearse this afternoon. Yu and Dazi nodded. Then be careful on the road. After watching Zyashin go out, he continued to practice magic. Last night, his magic power only recovered 40%, and it is estimated that it will take a whole day today to recover to its peak. And vitality also needs time to replenish. Thinking of vitality, Yu and Dazi took out the crocodile meat strips, cut off a small piece, and put it in the pot to cook. Because the magic power is recovering, he can't use the swallowing technique for the time being, so he can only do it slowly. More than an hour later, Demushin returned home. Seeing that Yu and Dazi was practicing physical skills, he didn't disturb him and started to prepare by himself. Not long after he took out the book, a white smoke appeared in front of Zyashin, holding a homework and giving it to Zyashin. Hurry up and do this for me. Demushin saw that it was homework and immediately refused him. No, this homework is meaningful only if you do it yourself, and others can't do it for you. The smoke giant had no intention of being reasonable. Seeing that Zyashin didn't agree, he was about to overturn his table. Yu and Dazi heard the movement on the roof and immediately came down from it. What is this again? Yu and Dazi punched him and turned it back to its original form. After that, it turned into countless smoke and fled away, and he didn't have the energy to chase it in his current state. It's really strange. Why would such a monster-like thing come to our house and bring homework? After whispering for a while, the two of them used their mental power to put the scattered things back to their original places. It's probably another Doraemon prop, and Nobita abused it again. I'll go and deal with him right away. Yu and as he immediately put on his shoes, took his homework book, and prepared to go over and have a good chat with Nobita. Zyashin stopped Dazi. Wait a minute, I want to tell you something before you go out. Yu and Dazi had to stand at the door and watch him. because Yazzie agreed to play the prince. Then Fat Tiger, who was originally going to play the prince, will be eliminated. So I want you to talk to him. He thought about it and said, why don't you let him play the hunter? Looking at Nobita, I guess he hasn't done his homework, so I'm going to supervise Nobita to do his homework today. As for the performance, forget it. After Zayashi said that he had no objection, Yu and Azzy went out to do business. Holding the homework book of Nobita dropped by the smoke giant, he went to Fat Tiger's house first and told him Zayashi's decision. Although he was unhappy, Fat Tiger had to agree under the coercion of Yu and Azzy. Then came the business of this morning. Nobita dared to use props to help him do his homework. Did he think that his tutor didn't exist? Dazzy was still waiting for their salary. Using mental power to detect the situation in Nobita's room, Nobita was lying on the floor at this time, quietly waiting for the good news brought to him by the Arabin lamp. Doraemon was sleeping. Last night, he worked hard for most of the night to make all parents forget the previous things. It was right for him to have a good rest today. And as he knocked on the door and went in, Nobita's mother asked him to go up and make up lessons for Nobita. At this time, Nobita was still resting with his eyes closed. He heard a voice from outside. Nobita, your homework is here. Nobita immediately got up and picked up the homework. Great, let me see if you have finished all of it. That won't work. You must write your homework yourself. And as he looked at Nobita with a smile on his face, he took 2 steps back in fear. Why is it you? Where is Arabin's lamp? Dazzy stepped forward and grabbed his collar and dragged him to his seat. That guy came here and asked us to do your homework for you. I gave him a lesson and he ran away. This is my trophy. So, hurry up and do your homework now. I came here to watch you. Oh, help me. So much homework, it will take me forever to finish it. Dakshin collapsed on the table with a pen in his hand. It's okay, I will do everything I can to make you finish it today. Don't worry, in order to let you do your homework well, I not only resigned from my position, but also declined your rehearsal in the afternoon. At this time, a poor student had lost his dream and started to do his homework with a dull look. Arabin's lamp returned to the house because he could not complete the task. Seeing Dakshin writing his homework, he immediately snatched it and said, leave this little thing to me, my master. Dazzy, who was meditating next to him, immediately opened his eyes and showed murderous intent. Nobita felt the chill from behind and quickly snatched it back. No need, I can do it myself. The master and servant began to compete in the air. Yu and Dazzy saw that this guy didn't let Nobita do his homework properly, so he went to the study to wake up Doraemon. He came over and turned off the switch of Arabin's lamp, and Nobita was relieved. In the afternoon, Dekisugi brought Yazzie and others to Nobita's house and asked Doraemon to borrow the universal stage device. Doraemon once again took out Mini Dora to participate in the performance, while Yu and Dazzy was still watching Nobita doing his homework next door. An hour later, Dekisugi and the others came over and said, the results of this exercise were very good. We can just do it according to this. Fat Tiger is also very suitable for the role of hunter. By the way, Zayashi, have you discussed the matter of borrowing costumes? Don't worry, the costumes and performance props have been ordered. We can get them directly at school when the time comes. And as he looked at Nobita, who still had 2 exercise books, and said, Nobita's homework will take some time. You go back first. I'll be back after he finishes his homework. Everyone waved goodbye to him. Then we'll go first. Nobita, take your time to finish the rest of your homework. Ha ha ha. Doraemon, on the other hand, looked at Nobita working so hard and wiped his tears. After so long, I finally see how hard Nobita works. I'm so touched. Woo. And as he stared at him with dead fish eyes, is this guy a fool? In order to save his intelligence, he took out an exercise book and handed it to Doraemon. Here you go. Double the touch. Seeing Dazzy like this, Doraemon was even more moved, and he wrote the exercises while crying. Chapter 159 New classmate arrives. The next morning, when he woke up, Yu and Dazzy had a big dark circle under his eyes. It was not because he did not sleep well the night before, but because it was the damned start of the school year. Dekisugi was in high spirits, and it was obvious that he liked the feeling of starting school. After getting up and washing, the two of them made breakfast, and the not so pleasant day began with going to school. Carrying his school bag, Yu and as he walked out of the house with heavy steps. Along the way, he met many acquaintances, and Fat Tiger, Sunia, Shizuka and others also happened to meet Daisuke. When Yu and Daisuke thought about going back to school and facing that damn deskmate Tsuneyoshi Yuma, his mood became even heavier, and he became a salted fish who had lost his dream. Not long after he returned to school, Tsuneyoshi and his sister and brother came to school in harmony. Yuma walked to Yu and Daisuke and sat down, looked at me and said, "Yu and classmate, why are you so listless today? Are you sick?" Daisuke shook his head and thought to himself, the reason why I'm so listless is not because I have you as my deskmate. Moreover, after he went back once, his physical strength increased again. It can be seen that he has grown a lot during this holiday. After a while, Shizuka also came over. Now this kid seems to be much more handsome than last semester. Yu and Daisuke scanned him with his mental power and was a little surprised. Where has this guy been? His dark power has increased so much. Dekisugi collected his holiday homework one by one, and Nobita handed in his homework with his head held high. After the homework was collected, the teacher also came. But this time it was a little different. He was once again accompanied by a boy that no one knew. What's wrong again? I remember there were not many transfer students at the beginning. There was only Domu. Yu and Daisuke yawned below, looking at the new classmate above in silence, and at the same time thinking in his mind which plot this guy was related to. Just when he released his mental power and was ready to take a good look at what was different about this guy, his eyes suddenly looked towards Daisuke. This change scared Yu and Daisuke so much that he quickly withdrew his mental power perception. Was he discovered? The new student didn't look away immediately, but searched carefully here, as if he really found something. The teacher also began to introduce him. This student's name is Lee Zinayu, and he is an international student from China. Everyone applaud and welcome him. Yu and Daisuke drank a sip of cold boiled water to calm down. What's going on? Why is there a Chinese person coming here? Did Master Fujiko draw this character? Lee Zinayu introduced himself as usual, and then the teacher arranged him in the freshman's seat, which was the last row, where he was always. Then the teacher said, "There will be a performance at the art festival this afternoon. Our class has already signed up for the program. Students who are going to perform at that time must do their best." After a pause, the teacher said, "But it's not all good news. A few days ago, Matsushita's mother called and said that Matsushita had to transfer to another school because of family work transfers. Don't be too sad. Separation is always inevitable. As for Matsushita's vacant seat, I decided to let Yun, who transferred here last semester, sit there. I believe everyone has no objection, right?" Yu and Daisuke heard this and thought, how could this be possible? Matsushita's seat was right in the center, and it was not easy to be in a daze. So he immediately raised his hand and said, "No need, teacher. I'm used to this seat. You should let Tsuneyoshi sit over there. He doesn't seem to be used to sitting in the back." This move not only saved his position, but also got rid of this annoying deskmate. The teacher respected Yu and Daisuke's opinion, and looked at Tsuneyoshi Yuma. Tsuneyoshi Yuma also refused and said, "No, teacher, let's give the seat to the new student. I believe he will like it very much." Seeing that the students with good grades were unwilling to leave the seats at the back, the teacher sighed and arranged Lee Zinayu in the golden position in the middle. The morning time passed quickly, and everyone went to carry lunch together at noon. But for some reason, Yu and Daisuke always had an extremely ominous premonition in his heart, always feeling that something extraordinary would happen at that time. After lunch, Yu and Daisuke's premonition still did not come true, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. And since there was no class this afternoon, he began to look forward to everyone's art performance. I haven't seen the performance effect after the change of the leading role. At this time, the teacher came in and said, "Everyone get ready. After the third grade enters, it will be our turn to enter. Now everyone come out and line up." After leaving the classroom, the students stood in 2 rows according to gender. During the waiting time of these few minutes, no one made a noise. Soon after, the class in front took action, and everyone followed closely, walking out of the teaching building together and heading towards the school auditorium. It was a simple journey of more than 100 steps, but they actually changed their shoes twice. So Yu and Daisy was not used to Japan, a country with complicated etiquette. Everything had to be a little ceremonial, especially for elementary school students. They sat in the auditorium, waiting for the principal and others to go up to give a speech at the school art meeting, and then the school art meeting performance that lasted for an afternoon began. The program started from the 3rd grade, and each class reported a program. After that, the school adjusted the order of the programs to avoid visual fatigue due to similar program types. Yu and Daz's class program was ranked 4th, so not long after, the performers went out to change their clothes. At this time, a person approached Yu and Daz. I looked and found that it was Tsuneo Shiyuma. Suddenly, a bad premonition appeared in his heart, and he hurriedly left the auditorium on the pretext of going to the toilet. Tsuneo Shiyuma also used this as an excuse to pursue him. The new classmate from China was very curious when he saw that the two of us who were the most suspicious actually left the auditorium at the same time, so he followed us with this universal excuse. Seeing that he didn't give up, Yu and Daisy turned a corner and gave up going to the toilet, but walked into the actor preparation room next to him. Tsuneo Shiyuma hurriedly accelerated to follow me, but accidentally bumped into a classmate who had just come out of the dressing room. He hurriedly helped her up and found that this guy was actually an acquaintance. Shizuka, are you okay? At this time, he happened to bump into Shizuka, who had just changed her clothes. I sprained my foot. I'm afraid I can't participate in this performance, Shizuka said, covering her right foot. Tsuneo Shiyuma also discovered the accident just now, so he had to carry her on his back to find Mushan. Yu and Daisy heard the noise and was about to release the induction technique to see what was going on, but suddenly caught a glimpse of someone he didn't want to see. Lizanayu. Damn it, how did these two guys get together at this time? What bad luck. If Yu and Daisy used the induction technique, Lizanayu would probably see his identity. In order not to expose himself in front of this suspicious boy, Yu and Daisy had to temporarily give up the idea of using the induction technique. Although this child didn't know his strength, he could sense Daz's mental power, so it was very likely that what he practiced was related to the soul, and his strength was not low. In the case of not knowing the other party's good or evil camp, the first thing to do is to hide one's strength. And what Yu and Daisy was even more curious about was why a superpower in the Celestial Empire suddenly ran to Japan. Maybe there was some secret that could not be revealed. Before determining his good or evil stance, it was better to keep the fact that he was a magician a secret. And now his body was short of blood and ki, and the penalty time for overdrawing magic power had not yet passed. Murasame was also taken by the soul-devouring monument, and his strength was much worse than before. If he fought with any of them, even if Yu and Daisy could win, he would probably win miserably, and the noise he made would definitely be quite loud. So considering all factors, if you can't afford to offend these two guys, can't you hide from them? Let's go to the prop room in front and hide for a while. At this time, Zyashin was watching everyone backstage. Because there is still one show before it's their turn, there is still time to rehearse the lines. Doraemon has also arrived, and Mini Doraemon is the 7 dwarfs. Seeing that Tsuneo Shiyuma actually came here with Shizuka on his back, a bad premonition began to emerge in Demishin's heart. What's going on? Why is Tsuneo Shiyuma here? Tsuneo Shiyuma touched his head and said embarrassedly, I accidentally bumped into Shizuka just now, and she sprained her foot. After hearing this, Demishin knew that his premonition had come true. After hearing this, everyone was a little pessimistic. What should we do? Do we have to give up this performance at the art festival? What a pity. However, Dekishin refused. You can't give up. The performance has already been registered. If you give up now, it will have a great impact on the overall performance this afternoon, and it will also affect the evaluation of our class. Now we can only find someone who is familiar with the script and capable to perform. As they talked, everyone looked at the flaxseed next to them. The curly-haired flaxseed immediately refused. This won't work. The princess has too many lines. I can't memorize them all at once. What should we do? Who else meets the above conditions now? Just as he was thinking, Zyashin found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. 3 minutes later, Dekishan changed into a princess outfit and appeared in front of everyone. "What are you laughing at? I'm doing this to contribute to the whole group." Fat Tiger laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't close. "I know, but I want to laugh when I see you wearing this outfit." Sunia also said, "Not bad. I suddenly realized that you, Chumushin, are very suitable for this outfit. Because when a child is young, it is really hard to tell whether he is a boy or a girl after putting on clothes and a wig. And because his voice hasn't changed yet, he can really try to dress up as a girl, and it is hard for people in the audience to tell that this child is actually a boy. In fact, not to mention children, even some adults like to play like this. Chumushin looks pretty good in this outfit." I wanted to argue with him, but I heard the host's voice coming from the stage. "Now, let's invite the 4th grade second class to perform a stage play for us, Snow White." There was no choice. The performance was the most important thing now, and everyone hurried to act. Fat Tiger and other people with stronger strength began to lift the props, and others also began to act. The first to appear was Sunia. But when Fat Tiger came back from carrying the props, he saw a crack on the back of the crown on Linseed's head, so he reminded her, "Linseed, your crown seems to be rotten." Linseed took it off and looked at it and found that it was really rotten and hurriedly said, "I will go to the prop room and find a new one immediately." At this time, Yu and Dazi was in the prop room, guarding against Lee Zinyu and Tsuneo Shiyuma. Want to give out sweets? Chapter 160, Candy. On the stage, Sunia was working hard to play the role of the queen. With his superb acting skills, the audience applauded continuously. Their teacher was looking at the seats of Yu and Daisy and other students, wondering why these students took so long to go to the bathroom. Tsuneo Shiyuma accidentally hurt Shizuka, so he was now behind the stage. Lee Zinyu was wandering aimlessly in the backstage. As for Yu and Daisy, he was in the prop room, listening to the noise coming from outside. Sunia's part was finally over. At this time, Fat Tiger and others came up again to carry the props. Next was the role of Princess Yinkei. In the audience, after the teacher saw the face of the princess above clearly, he almost spit out a mouthful of water. "Why did Izuki-shan play the princess? This is different from what was agreed." Many other students also recognized this top talent and covered their mouths and laughed. Although Izuki-shan was a little embarrassed, he was still trying his best to play his role. Yu and Daisy heard the footsteps coming from outside and immediately became alert and ready to take action at any time. The footsteps stopped at the door of the prop room. Daisy raised the wooden stick in his hand, and the magic power began to flow. "If the person outside dares to open the door, I will make him look bad." Thinking of this, he clenched the wooden stick in his hand. The sound of the door knob turning rang out in this quiet place. At the moment of opening the door, Yu and Daisy pushed the door open and smashed the wooden stick down. At this moment, he saw that it was not Lee Zinyu and Tsuneo Shiyuma, but Yazi. So he quickly stopped the force, but the wooden stick still hit Yazi's head. She had no time to react at all. She only saw a stick enlarged in her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. She quickly used the induction technique to check his head. Fortunately, because Yu and Daisy stopped the force, he was not seriously injured. He just fainted. What should I do? Yu and Daisy began to bite his fingers to think about countermeasures. If he accidentally hurts a friendly soldier, I'll change his clothes to the enemy's. No, this trick won't work. Let her think she fell asleep. That's possible, but why is she sleeping here? Yu and Daisy saw her prince's clothes and immediately had a solution. Yu and Daisy first used healing magic to heal her head, and was relieved after confirming that there was nothing serious. Then he used soul interference to tamper with Yazi's memory, making her mistakenly think that she accidentally twisted her foot when she came in and was unable to play the role of the prince. Coincidentally, Yu and Daisy just came in, and she saw Daisy, and because time was running out, she asked him to play the role of the prince. Yu and Daisy took a new set of clothes and changed into them and left, and she fell asleep because she was too bored here. That's it. Daisy called out the golden cloak and let it transform him into a prince's outfit, with a real gold crown on his head, shining in the darkness. Touching this set of clothes, he suddenly thought, this should be the most expensive costume in this art festival, right? But there was no time to think about this now. Yu and Daisy took the flaxseed, who was still lying on the ground, to the prop room, found a comfortable place for her to lie down, and opened the door to go out. On the stage, the witch played by Ziofu had already appeared, holding an apple, and giving it to Zyadishan to eat. The people backstage were going crazy, because Flaxseed had not returned from getting a crown. I'll go see what happened to Flaxseed, it's her turn soon. Fat Tiger was about to leave the backstage to find her. Yu and Daisy heard their voices, came to them and said, "You don't have to go." Flaxseed saw a mouse when she entered the prop room just now and accidentally twisted her foot. So she is temporarily unable to play the role of the prince, so let me play it for her. Yu and Daisy said the memory he had implanted in Flaxseed's mind. Ah, is it such a coincidence? Ziofu and Fat Tiger were both very surprised. They didn't expect that both of the leading actors would have something to do and couldn't participate this time. The most important thing is that the reasons for the two people are exactly the same. Both accidentally twisted their feet. Although these were not their own wishes, it was rare to see such a coincidence. Just when Yu and Daisy was wondering why they sighed, the performance had already come to the prince's turn. He had no choice but to say, "Then I'll go up first. If there is anything, come down and talk." Fat Tiger and Sunia had already thought of something indescribable and began to laugh quietly backstage. Yu and Daisy led a horse on stage. Doraemon and his mini Dora were obviously stunned for a moment because it was agreed that Yazzie would play the prince. Now he didn't know what was going on in their hearts, but started to speak his own lines. Doraemon was beside him, and his heart was a little broken. Why did the leading actor change again? Can this performance be performed well? Dekisugi, who was lying in the coffin, also found something wrong, because the prince's voice was a man. Yu and Daisy walked over, ready to cooperate with the plot, and went over to give Shizuka a fake kiss. But what surprised him a little was that until now, Nobita in the audience was still able to keep his composure and hadn't exploded. But when Yu and Daisy lowered his head, he found that there was something wrong with the princess. It seemed that the person lying in the prop box was a man. Zyadishan took the opportunity to slightly open his eyes and found that the prince was actually Daisy. He was so scared that he immediately blocked the box with his mental power. It was so scary. Yu and Daisy kissed Demishan's barrier with a duong sound. Hearing that they really kissed, Doraemon next to him immediately covered his mouth. Fat Tiger and Sunia in the back were already laughing so hard that they couldn't take care of themselves. The audience below was not much better, and laughter filled the auditorium. The two were silent for a few seconds, and then made a decision at the same time. Since the matter is done, let's continue the performance. The teacher's hands were wet, and he wiped his glasses with trembling hands. He felt that he should talk to the parents of the two children, and it seemed that Demishan took the initiative. But on second thought, this might just be an accident. If he told them this wrong news, it would cause unnecessary panic. It would be better to investigate the cause and effect of the matter first. Both Chuncheng and Aoshi below were stunned. They didn't expect that the two of them would actually do such a thing in public. They had never even thought about it. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The stage play soon ended. The two returned to the backstage, and the other actors immediately surrounded them. "How is it? Does it feel exciting?" Ziofu was even more annoying. "I knew you two were not simple, but I didn't expect it to develop to this point." Atsuneo Shiyuma silently communicated with her master Tsuneo Shiyumi through the soul. "Master, you see, I guess you don't have a chance. Give up. Everyone listen to me. This time it's really just a misunderstanding. Nothing happened at all." Zyadishan defended herself in the backstage in a princess dress, but no one listened at all. And Yu and Daisy covered his forehead. It's better not to say anything if he didn't do anything. He knew that this matter would only get worse, so he might as well just wait. Anyway, they only have a 3-minute enthusiasm. As long as something explosive happens later, they will immediately forget about this matter. Dekishin's approach is not good. After the art festival was over, everyone returned to the classroom and prepared to pack up and leave. And because today was the first day of school, and it was also an art festival, there was no homework. At the door of the classroom, Tsuneo Shiyumi and Tsuneo Shiyuma stopped Yu and Daisuke. Yu and classmate, I have something to tell you. Is it convenient for you now? After hearing this, he decisively chose to refuse. I'm so sorry, I don't have much time this year. If you have something, you can wait until next year or the year after. Tsuneo Shiyumi was stunned. Why don't you play by the rules? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you let me say it? And you not only rejected me, but also refused for a whole year. Is there anyone like you? Well, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Since Yuyun is so straightforward, then I will say it directly. I want to invite you to my house this afternoon. I hope you can come. Sorry, I don't have time. Yuyu and Daisy turned around and left. Tsuneo Shiyuma grabbed Dekisu and said to him, but class leader Dekisu has agreed for you. Zyashin waved his hand at him awkwardly. Sorry, I really have agreed. Yuyu and Daisy, okay, I'll go. Seeing that Yuyu and Daisy actually agreed, Tsuneo Shiyuma persuaded him again. Master, you really should give up. You won't get any results. Tsuneo Shiyumi still said, even so, at least let me try once. Yuma saw that his master was so determined, so he stopped persuading. The four of them left the school, and Yuyu and Daisy was contacting the soul-devouring monument in his sea of consciousness. Has the sword you mentioned been recast? I may need it soon. The soul-devouring monument was still silent in the sea of consciousness, and did not respond to his call. It seemed that it was still recasting the blade. Not long after walking, a car stopped in front of them. Tsuneo Shiyuma walked up, and opened the door for his master Tsuneo Shiyumi, and Yumi stepped aside to let them get in the car first. After Yuyu and Daisy got in the car, Yumi immediately followed and sat next to him, followed by Zyashin. In response, Demishin just smiled and said nothing, and walked into the car by himself. The driver and others set off when they were all together. No one spoke along the way, but Yuyu and Daisy and Demishin communicated with each other through their minds, and they called them over. Yumi was telling Yuma how to entertain the guests later. More than 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Zyashin got off the car first, and then saw this magnificent house, and was also shocked. Seeing that Tsuneo Shiyumi, who usually dressed the same as them, was actually an invisible rich man. Yuyu and Daisy couldn't help but sigh. Yumi, I didn't expect your family to be so rich. But you are much better than Tsunya. That guy only knows how to show off all day long. Hearing that he seemed to be praising her, Tsuneo Shiyumi smiled slightly, and didn't say anything. Under their guidance, the two came to the house. The servants inside were already ready, and took them to the living room of the house. Sitting on the sofa, the servants quickly brought tea and snacks. Because he didn't know what they wanted to do, for the sake of safety, Yuyu and Daisy decided not to touch these things for the time being, but said straight to the point, I think you two are not ordinary people to live here, right? And I have always been curious about the relationship between you. You shouldn't be ordinary siblings, right? After hearing this, Tsuneo Shiyuma stood up and seemed a little wary. The atmosphere between the two sides was a little tense. Double update on National Day. If I can't do it, I will live broadcast. Chapter 161 Explanation. My computer accidentally burned up this morning, and my saved manuscripts are gone. I'm going to rescue it now. I hope the computer can survive. Chapter 162 Rumors. It looks like you already know something you shouldn't know, so is that why you've been on guard against me? Tsuneo Shiyuma stared at Yuyu and Daisy's face and spoke slowly. He is very confident now. After all, this is their lair. Don't you think it's dangerous for you to say it out loud? He shook his head. Of course I don't think so. I still think it's not a big deal to get out of here. Seeing that this guy was not panicked at all, Yuma also became interested. It looks like you are very confident in yourself. I wonder if you are pretending. Then he took a step forward and swung his fist, suddenly attacking him. Yuyu and Daisy looked at the fist in front of him, turned his face to avoid the punch. No wonder. The fist is on your face, and you can still dodge it? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think your neck can be deflected faster than someone's full strength punch? So Yuyu and Daisuke, who was completely unprepared for this, caught his fist with his face and flew off the sofa. TSK, I thought he was a tough guy, but he's so vulnerable. Looking at Deiji, who was knocked away by him, Yuma shook his hand with disdain. Dekisen was not happy. His friend was beaten like this, and with his personality, he would not swallow his anger. Mental power swept out from his brain, and the soul storm was released, which instantly blew away all the surrounding furniture. Tsuneyoshi Yuma hurriedly stood in front of Tsuneyoshi Yumi, and used his body to catch this area damage. The blue dress coat was torn open by Dekisen's mental power, revealing his strong body. Although he looks like a child, in terms of his body, he looks like an adult. Tsuneyoshi Yuma moved his head. So you are a superpower. So is this why he is so confident? Unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Then he put his right hand on his left hand. I don't like my ability, because every time I use it, I have to destroy a piece of my favorite clothes. Since you have done it for me, I don't mind. The right hand pulled out a white bone spur from the left hand. Are you ready to die? Yu and as his eyes condensed, is this the legendary, common killing grey bone? Zyadishin looked at him without answering, and clenched his hands. The stone below flew up, and under the effect of Zyadishin's mental power, it turned into two grey stone swords. Then he injected mental power into the stone sword, making it stronger and less easy to destroy. At the same time, it is also used to increase his own strength, so that the stone sword will not slip out of his hand due to the disparity in strength when fighting later. After being beaten away just now, Yu and Dazi wanted to taunt with a few classic sentences such as "Didn't you eat?" But when he saw Zyadishin actually fighting with him, he just stayed on the ground and became a salted fish. Yu and Dazi was very confident in Zyadishin, and he could also observe the extent of this guy's ability. But it was a bit boring to just watch. He glanced nearby and suddenly saw the plate on the ground. A piece of cake flew out and quietly fell into his mouth. Yu and as he lay on the ground and began to watch, the bone spur and the stone blade collided with each other. With the blessing of Zyadishin's mental power, it was Izuku who had the upper hand in terms of strength. Damn, how can this kid be so powerful? Seeing that he was suppressed in the strength competition, he immediately changed his tactics and carried the bone spur on his shoulder, and then used the angle to let Zyadishin's stone blade slide to the side. He took advantage of the situation and turned around and ran behind Zyadishin, stabbing Zyadishin's empty back with the bone spur. Just when Yu and Dazi was about to release his mental power to help Zyadishin, Zyadishin's reaction speed was beyond his expectation. A mental power formed a barrier to block this fatal attack. Zyadishin also let go of a stone blade, leaving only one for himself, a novice in swordsmanship, to use. Then he locked onto the enemy with his mental power, turned around and slashed at Tsuneyoshi Yuma behind him. Damn it. Yuma's bone spurs were stuck in the mental barrier, so she had to grab the stone blade with her hands. The stone blade easily cut Yuma's hand, but not a drop of blood flowed out. It seems that what Yuan said is right. You are not a human being at all. Zyadishin no longer had any intention of showing mercy and released a mental shock. This time, unlike the previous 360-degree attack without dead angles, the mental shock was concentrated on Tsuneyoshi Yuma in front of him. Yuma was blown away by the huge force, along with the floor, and landed right next to Yu and Azuki. He was eating snacks nearby at this time, and suddenly Zyadishin showed his power and knocked this guy over, and he and I looked at each other. Yu and Dazi looked into his eyes expressionlessly and stuffed the remaining half of the snack into his mouth in front of him. Seeing this bastard so leisurely, this guy instantly became furious. Do you also look down on me so much? Yu and Dazi said that he didn't want to fight him because he was still in the penalty period of overdrawing magic power. Although the magic power has been fully restored, the speed of using magic power will become very slow. Moreover, my missing blood and ki have not been replenished, and my body is also very weak. Fighting with him in this state, whether I win or not, is a disguised torture. After avoiding his bone spurs, Yu and Dazi ran behind Zyadishin. Quick, I believe in you. Kill him quickly. The perfect image of Dekishin for so long finally collapsed, and his eyes turned into dead fish eyes. Can't you bear to do it yourself? Yu and Dazi thought for a while and said, I don't want to use magic now, so let's just combine our mental strength and kill him together. Tsuneyoshi Yumi in the back finally spoke, stop it, don't fight anymore. Tsuneyoshi Yumi ran in front of Yuma and blocked Yuma with her body. He just wanted to keep our family secret for my own good. If you really kill him, my parents will definitely not let you go after they come back. Zyadishan stepped forward and said, but how can you guarantee that what you said is true? If your parents come back and you still decide to kill them, what should we do? Yumi shook her head. Don't worry, we don't let others know that we are unusual in order to keep our family safe in the surface world. And you and we belong to the dark world, so there is no need to keep it secret. He didn't lie. And as he used the soul law to determine her soul fluctuations, Zyadishan also let go and gave up the combat readiness posture. I'm really sorry, I hope you don't mind that we broke your things. And as he smiled and apologized to them, although he was completely insincere, this time they were indeed the first to start, and if it really came down to reason, and as he was right. If they had to pay so much money, and as he estimated that no matter how much their adoptive father loved them, they would never get away with it. So he should make this matter clear first, although he also knew that with the financial resources of Tsuneoshi's family, most likely they would not care about the small amount of money for furniture. Yumi smiled and said, it's okay, we don't care about this small amount of money. To express our apology, I will take you to visit our house and introduce our puppeteer by the way. Puppet master? Daisy and Zyadishan repeated. Tsuneyoshi Yuma is your puppet, right? Yumi admitted this. Yes. Because my last puppet lost control for some reason and ran away, and later only her remains were found. Plus, I was almost robbed by junior high school students in the classroom last time, so the family asked me to choose a suitable puppet to protect me closely. I chose Tsuneyoshi Yuma. So Yuma transferred here after that afternoon? I see. By the way, what about your previous puppet? Haven't you ever thought about revenge for her? Are you talking about the slit-mouthed woman? Since I was scolded by the teacher last time, she suddenly lost control. When I found her, her body was pierced with holes. She must have offended someone, right? Ian and Eiji and Ikushan both wiped a cold sweat. Slit-mouthed woman. Such a familiar term. Fortunately, Tsuneyoshi Yumi didn't know that they did it, otherwise it would always be a bit embarrassing to see her again. Then there was a reason why the slit-mouthed woman kept staring at Kurisuka, because Kurisuka influenced the teacher through dark energy, so she was scolded. After that, he lost control in order to seek revenge on Jali Saka and was killed by Yu and Daisuke. Finally, I figured out the cause and effect and visited the house with them again. Later, he also said that each refined puppet has special abilities, such as Yuma's bone blade, the mist of the slit-mouthed woman, and so on. And the puppet can grow with the master, so now Tsuneyoshi Yuma still has a lot of room for growth. After chatting for a while, they saw that it was getting late, so they said goodbye to them. Yumi, we have something to do at home, so we will go back first. Tsuneyoshi Yumi said that she understood, and then arranged for someone to take them to the school gate. Seeing that the driver left, the two of them set out on the way home, chatting as they walked. I never thought that Tsuneyoshi Yumi is actually a puppeteer. I usually think she is no different from us. Yu and Daisy nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. I usually see you as weak and gentle, and last time you were made to kneel on the ground by Letana. I didn't expect you to still have the fighting power. It's not that I can't fight, but I don't like to use force to communicate with others. If possible, I still prefer peace. Then he said helplessly, and can you please not mention that thing? Just as they walked to the street, a few girls gathered around. Hey, Dekis and San, I heard that you like Yu and San. What? The two of them were so scared that their attitude changed. Who told you that? They thought about it and said at the same time, we forgot it too. Anyway, it spread everywhere. Seeing a group of girls running behind them, the two of them immediately ran away. What's going on? Why are there so many rotten girls in this world? I don't know how long I ran, and finally came to a remote place, leaning against the wall and panting. Damn it. Who is spreading rumors about me? Zyadishan clenched his fists, wanting to find the person who spread the rumors. Just as Yu and Daisy was about to say what he would do if he found the culprit, a voice came from behind him. Izuki-shan likes Yu and Daisuke. Izuki-shan likes Yu and Daisuke. The two were startled by the voice and turned to look at the grass behind them. A white flower was blooming in the haystack, and rumors about the two of them kept coming out of it. And as he walked over and pulled it up by the roots, with a scan of his mental power, he determined that it was a future prop and the source of their rumors. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind them and said his name in unison, Nobita Nobi. The computer was saved, but my keyboard was broken. Typing is so uncomfortable. I will never drink soy milk in front of the computer in the future, I promise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. Doraemon arrives. Time goes back to just after school. Nobita and Shizuka go home together, talking about what happened during today's performance. As they chatted, they talked about the accidental kiss between Yu and Eiji and Dekisugi today. Nobita instantly became interested. You don't know how clearly I saw it from the side. The two of them. Nobita said a lot of words next to Shizuka, all describing the shocked expressions of the two of them when the accident happened this afternoon. Shizuka just smiled. Don't talk nonsense. There are always some accidents on the stage. Nobita touched his head, but I clearly saw that it was Dekisugi who took the initiative. I think the relationship between the two of them is not simple at all. Everyone knows that it was just an accident. You won't be recognized by everyone if you talk nonsense like this. At this point, Shizuka suddenly said with a little envy, if possible, I also want to stand on the stage, dress up as a princess, and then have such a romantic accident with Dekisugi. After hearing this, Nobita felt very uncomfortable, and an inexplicable sour taste began to spread in his heart. Damn it, what's so good about those two bastards, Izuki and Eiji? Since you said so, I will make everyone think that they like each other. That way, Shizuka will be determined to like me. Nobita turned his love into hate and transferred all his jealousy to Eiji and Cousin. He ran back to his room, ready to ask Doraemon for props to spread rumors about them. Seeing Doraemon was reading a comic, Nobita was about to ask Doraemon to give him props to spread rumors to others. But then he thought, if he asked him for props to play a prank, Doraemon might not give it to him directly. He had to find another way. Doraemon, if someone spread rumors about me, and I want to let him know how it feels to be spread rumors about me, do you have any good props to give me? What? Doraemon put down the comic in his hand and looked at Nobita. Who spread rumors about you? Nobita rolled his eyes and pushed the pot onto Sunia. It was Sunia who said I got 0 marks for 10 consecutive times. At this time, Sunia was reading comics and eating snacks at home. Suddenly, he felt like there was something on his head. He touched it, but there was nothing, but he felt very uncomfortable. He had to continue reading comics in confusion. Doraemon was unhappy at the time. Since Yuyun gave Nobita extra lessons, the number of 0 marks has been very few. That guy actually bullied on Nobita like this. It's simply unforgivable. Doraemon immediately searched for props in his pocket. Nobita saw that his plan was successful and secretly revealed an evil smile. At times like this, we need to use this tool. Rumor flower. Come on, Nobita, let's go to the yard. The two walked to the yard, and Doraemon planted the rumor flower in the soil. A few seconds later, a yellow bud grew out. Its top was cylindrical, and there were many small dots around it, which looked a bit like a microphone. Is this the thing? How do I use it? Nobita pointed at the rumor flower, not understanding how to use it. Doraemon raised his hand and pointed at the bud and said, you just need to say what you want to say to this microphone. Then the rumor flower will bloom and send the rumor you want to spread to every corner of this town. Nobita nodded. Sunia still has to ask his mother to buy him diapers. Sunia was still reading the comics and suddenly felt his nose itchy and sneezed. I've been feeling weird since just now. What happened? Sunia touched his head and continued reading the comics. Okay, now you just watch. Doraemon pointed to the flower bud below. A few seconds later, a yellow flower bloomed, then turned white, and gradually became fluffy like a dandelion. A gust of wind blew, and the dandelion seeds were scattered. Now these dandelion seeds will fall on every corner of this town with the wind, germinate and bloom within a few seconds, and then spread the rumors you want to tell. Seeing that the effect of this thing was in line with his inner expectations, Nobita said to Doraemon, "Hey, Doraemon, give me a few more seeds. I want to see how this prop works." The blue fat man didn't expect Nobita to do anything with it, so he gave him 2 seeds of the rumor flower. Nobita picked up the seeds and ran. "Doraemon, I have something to go out now. I'll give you this afternoon snack." "Snacks? Great." After hearing that the snacks belonged to him, Doraemon immediately ignored Nobita's strange behavior today and went back to the room to eat the teriyaki. While eating, he muttered to himself, "I always feel a little strange. Why is Nobita so kind today?" Then he turned around and continued to read the comics. Forget it, who cares? Anyway, today's snacks belong to me. What a beautiful day, la la la. Nobita ran to a piece of land where no one was and put the seeds. After a few seconds, a brand new rumor flower grew. He smiled evilly at the bud of the rumor flower and said, "Izuki likes you and Deiji." The bud soon opened and once again released dandelion seeds into the sky. The original news about Sunia soon disappeared under Nobita's new rumor, and the new rumor replaced it and became the new topic of the people in the town. Nobita walked around the street for a few laps and saw that the streets and alleys were basically discussing the issue of Izuki and Yu and Deiji. He couldn't help but sighed. The effect is so good, let's see how they refute it. Yu and as he took out the golden cloak that was still recovering and let it expand to cover himself and Zayashin completely, hiding his figure. Then the two of them came all the way to Nobita's house and started the detection together and found that Nobita was not at home. Only Doraemon and his mother were at home. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, the two of them jumped directly onto the roof of the first floor and entered his room through the window of Nobita's room. Seeing that the two of them had come here through the window again, Doraemon had a very bad premonition in his heart. At this time, the drawer opened and a yellow head popped out. "Brother, this is me. Oops, there are guests. I'm so sorry. This is Doremi coming to visit Doraemon." After seeing Deku-chan, she bowed and apologized first, as if she scared them. Then she crawled out of the drawer. "Brother, why is Nobita not at home?" Doraemon waved his hands. "He just took my props and went out. By the way, why did you guys come here suddenly?" Yu and as he said, "Let Doraemon talk first. Because I have some things to deal with. It may take me a long time." Doraemon nodded and took out a big bag of teriyaki from his pocket. "Onii-chan, I didn't have time to give you a New Year's gift before. This time I came here specifically to give you teriyaki. Also, I like the pineapple bread you sent me. Thank you, Onii-chan." After saying that, Doraemon kissed him on the face. Doraemon blushed, and the whole person began to float up. He felt that he was the happiest. Seeing this, Yu and as he asked Doraemon, "Have you finished talking about your things?" Doraemon nodded, "Yes. If you have any troubles, please tell me." Yu and as he took out the rumor flower that he had just pulled out, "This thing is your prop, right?" Doraemon took a look, confirmed it and said, "Yes, this is my prop rumor flower. What's wrong?" Yu and as he immediately grabbed Doraemon's collar with one hand and lifted it up. "You actually lent this thing to Nobita and then let him spread rumors about me and Zayashin in the town. Do you want to be retrained? Help, it hurts." Doraemon was pinched by this hand and couldn't breathe. And Doremi hurried over to hold Yu and as he, "Calm down first. Although my brother dotes on Nobita, he is not such an unreasonable person, so I think there must be something wrong here." Zayashin also said, "Yes, although Doraemon is also wrong, we should also find out the matter clearly first." Yu and as he thought about it, he did remind Nobita many times in the play not to use props indiscriminately, but Nobita often killed himself. Whether this matter is related to Doraemon or not, it still needs to be investigated. So he put Doraemon down and said, "Well, since someone pleads for you, let's investigate it carefully." "Hoo-hoo, so what kind of rumor did Nobita spread?" Doraemon sat on the ground and panted, wondering what Nobita did with this prop. "He said that I like you and classmate, and now the whole town knows it. If he does this, it will be very troublesome for us." Dekisugi spread his hands, saying that he would never let Nobita off on this matter. After hearing this, Doraemon's eyes changed instantly, and she looked at them with a decadent look, making them both uncomfortable. "What are you looking at?" Believe it or not, I will use this prop to spread the rumor that you like Doraemon and then send the two of you to orthopedics in Germany. Gian and AG glared back, not to be outdone. Alright, let's investigate what's going on first. Doraemon saw that the atmosphere here was a little subtle and hurried out to mediate. Doraemon also started to get down to business and first asked her brother, why on earth did you lend something like the rumor flower to Nobita? Doraemon touched his head. Didn't Nobita say that Sunia spread rumors about him and he wanted to retaliate? After I took out the rumor flower, he asked for a few more seeds and went out. By the way, he also gave me today's snacks, and I was wondering how he could be so generous. Doraemon took out a door that looked custom made. Then let's go and ask if Sunia is spreading rumors outside. And as he looked at the door with a printed handle and couldn't help but sigh. It's true that raising a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth, the props are not at the same level. Chapter 164 Their World Without You. At this moment, Doremi suddenly looked at Yu and Eiji and said, I've wanted to ask you since just now, who is this classmate? You are not in the information that Shizuka gave me. Yu and Eiji felt very strange after hearing this. How could he not be there? But on second thought, it was normal. It was normal for people like him to die during the training. Zyadishan also said, how is it possible? Yuan-kun is Nobita's tutor now. Did Shizuka give him the wrong information? Doremi thought for a while and denied his point of view. It shouldn't be possible, because I haven't seen any descendants of the surname Yuan so far, so Shizuka's information should be correct. Demishan wanted to say something else, but Yu and Eiji stopped him. Forget it, let's find out about Nobita first. Doremi nodded, opened her own portal, and connected directly to Sunia's room, where Sunia was still reading comics. Seeing them coming, he put down the comics in his hands. Doraemon and Dekisugi and Gian, why are you all here suddenly? Zyadishan stepped forward. It's like this. Nobita said that you spread rumors that he got 0 points 10 times in a row. We came to ask you if this is true. And as he stood behind and added with a gloomy face, don't try to lie. If you lie, I can see it at a glance. So, for your own safety, it's best to tell the truth I want to hear. Sunia immediately felt a little bad, thinking how did Nobita offend this person again? Forget it, he didn't do it anyway. Just tell the truth. It's really not me this time. I didn't spread rumors. Dashi and Zyadishan carefully sensed his soul, and after confirming, they turned their heads and said, this time he didn't lie. It's really not him. Doraemon's face turned red with anger. Nobita, that guy, actually deceived my feelings. Sorry to bother you. Doremi bowed to Sunia and prepared to go back. At this time, Doraemon began to retaliate. By the way, Nobita said that you still need your mother to sell diapers for you, and this news has spread throughout the town. When the time comes. Before he finished speaking, Sunia's face changed drastically. Damn it. How did Nobita know about this? He also told everyone in the town about this? How despicable. Huh. Everyone present was stunned after hearing this. You actually still need to use diapers? Huh. Sunia realized that he had spoken out of turn and quickly pushed us back. Really, leave quickly. You are no longer welcome in our home. After Sunia pushed them back, he sat down on the floor dejectedly. What should I do? Everyone knows about my ugly deeds. How should I live? But on second thought, I can't just give up like that. And Nobita must also take revenge. Nobita dared to spread such things everywhere. It's unforgivable. I must make him pay the price. He dared to say bad things about me everywhere. I will fight back in the same way. I want to let everyone know how bad Nobita is. Sunia stood up again. His dead body was rejuvenated, and the fire of revenge ignited in his eyes. Then he strode out of the door to take revenge on Nobita. After closing Doraemon's anywhere door, except for Tiki, they all laughed from ear to ear behind the door. Sunia actually still needs to use diapers? This is really a shocking secret. When they were almost done laughing, Doraemon took out the time TV and said, then let's investigate now whether it was Nobita himself who did it. The time jumped to after Nobita went out. Soon after, Nobita was seen with a sly smile, planting the seeds of the rumor flower in the soil. When the yellow buds of the rumor flower opened, Nobita put his face in front of the buds and said loudly to them, Izuki likes you and Eiji. After saying that, Doraemon and Doraemon felt a murderous aura coming from their side. They turned around and saw that the two's faces had turned black and bursts of black flames were coming out of them with a dangerous aura. So, do you two still want to help him now? Gian and AG looked at the two childlike robots next to him with a dangerous smile on his face. Doraemon and his sister shook their heads. No, please do whatever you want. Gian and Daisy nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Now you should be able to find Nobita's location. Doraemon began to dig into his pocket. No problem. Just use this. Take out the purse. At this time, Nobita was chatting with Shizuka. You see, I said that Mushin actually likes you and Daisy. Now the whole town knows it, and you still don't admit it? Shizuka put down the teacup in her hand and sighed. Oh, I didn't expect that Mushin really likes you and Daisy. Why are my male gods together? This is really... Hey Nobita, why is there a hand on your head? Before Nobita could hear clearly what Shizuka said in the second half of the sentence, a hand picked him up and disappeared into a black round hole in the sky. Shizuka watched the whole process of Nobita's disappearance just now, covering her head with her hands. She was a little dizzy now. What's wrong with me? Is it because I drank too much tea that I'm hallucinating? Looking at the teacup in her hand, Shizuka decided to pour out the remaining tea in the teacups. Gian and AG grabbed Nobita with one hand, and before he could react to what happened, he returned to his original room. What's going on? Doraemon, Dorami, and Gian and Dekisugi. Hello, hahaha. The weather is so nice today. Although Nobita didn't know why we were in his house, he could guess, now that the two of them already knew about his rumor-mongering. Gian and AG looked into his eyes. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment when you spread rumors about us everywhere? Nobita quickly denied. How could that be? I think you must have misunderstood something. Gian. How could I be such a person? You usually teach me so seriously. How could I repay kindness with enmity? He knew very well that he must not admit it, even if he did it. Looking at their faces, it would definitely not be easy after admitting it. Gian and as he calmly turned the time-lapse TV to the time when Nobita used the rumor flower, let him watch the whole process, and then asked him, now, do you have anything else to say? Like your last words or something? Nobita quickly looked at Doraemon. Doraemon, save me. The blue fat man turned his face to one side. You deceived my feelings. Now you have to bear the consequences. Nobita looked at Doraemon again. Miss Doraemon, can you save me? Doraemon turned her head to the other side. No, I just promised them to let them deal with you. As long as no one dies, we will not intervene. Zyadishan saw that the time was almost up, so he pulled Doraemon and Doraemon out of the room and closed the door from the outside. He never liked violence, and he still didn't plan to take action this time, but he didn't plan to let him go. Seeing that everyone had gone out, and as he first gave Nobita a 180-degree continuous wrestling set as an appetizer, and then gave him a classic pose of forcing someone to do something. Then he lifted him over his head and threw him to the ground. Of course, in order to prevent any accidents, and as he kept protecting his vital parts with his mental power, so that he could continue to discuss philosophy with him. For 10 minutes, Nobita's screams did not stop. But the people outside were not worried at all, because Nobita's screams were full of energy, and it didn't sound like the sound of a seriously injured person. When and Daisy had almost vented his anger, he walked out of the door. Nobita inside was in a very miserable state, and even his glasses were broken. Doraemon still walked over with some worry, and after a careful examination, he said to Doraemon, don't worry, although it looks miserable, none of the vital parts are injured. Just rest for a while. Doraemon and Ikushan's originally hanging hearts also let go, as long as it was nothing serious. Nobita, if you dare to say these things again next time, I will never forgive you. And, Doraemon, give me the seeds of the rumor flower, I want to suppress the original rumors. And as he stretched out his hand and asked the blue fat man for seeds. After planting the rumor flower in the courtyard, and as he said in front of the flower bud, Nobita is a stingy guy. He never takes a bath, wipes his nose everywhere, and has scored 0 points in 20 consecutive exams. Seeing the seeds of the rumor flower flying everywhere, and as he and Dekisugi finally felt relieved. This guy should be punished like this. Now that they were no longer angry, they were ready to say goodbye. At this moment, a mental force flew out and tampered with Doraemon's memory data. And as he discovered this mental force and hurriedly asked the Soul Eater, "What did you do just now?" "I asked her to remember that you exist, so that she won't investigate you when she goes back. There will be many problems at that time." Daisy touched his head. "It's just a small matter." "What's the problem?" The Soul Eater didn't want to say more to him. "You don't need to know for the time being. I will tell you when it's time to tell you. By the way, the new blade has been cast. I will give it to you when you go back." Seeing that he didn't mean to explain, and Daisy didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he wouldn't tell me if I asked him, so I was too lazy to waste my breath. On the way home, Demoshin asked him, "Tell me, why is there no trace of you in the future? I was very surprised when I went to the museum before. Now they say there is no such person as you. Why is that?" And as he thought for a while and said, "Then it's probably because I'm dead." Zyadishin turned his head in surprise. He didn't expect him to say such a thing so easily. What's so strange? As a magician in the dark world, facing death is a common thing. If you die accidentally, it's also very normal. You know, in ancient times, the mortality rate of magicians like us was as high as 70%. And as he really didn't have any psychological burden for this. Anyway, he had died once, so dying again was really nothing. Moreover, in just over half a year, since he came to this seemingly peaceful world, he has been close to death twice. After listening to and Daz's words, Zyadishin didn't speak all the way, and a shadow was cast in his heart. Chapter 165. Don't want this finger. The two returned home. Chumushin walked to the bedroom without saying a word, and started reading a book. Seeing how hard he worked, and Dazi did not disturb him. He turned and walked to the study next door, closed the door, and went to chat with Soul Devourer. First, and Dazi asked in a kind tone, "Old man, are you still alive?" Soul Devourer's voice came, "Nonsense, I won't die even if you die. Old man, you often lose your temper like this. It's not good for your liver. Do you still want your new knife? If you don't, I'll eat it. TSK, you win. Take out my knife and let me see it. I want to see what you have transformed it into in the past 2 days. A pitch black long sword appeared in front of him. The sword is about 1 meter long in total, and its blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, with faint golden patterns on it. The connecting part between the blade and the hilt is a black diamond-shaped metal ball. And Dazi used his mental power to sense it, and it was engraved with very complex magic patterns. The diamond-shaped metal at the connection between the hilt and the blade contains a black magic stone, which emits almost infinite magic power. The soul-devouring monument said with some pride, "Because the shape of the knife is not convenient for inlaying magic stones, I changed it into a sword. How about it? My craftsmanship is not bad." And as he looked at the sword, and could feel its sharpness with just his eyes, the darkness inside seemed to devour everything. He did not hesitate to praise him a few words. "It's amazing. With my current craftsmanship, I definitely can't make such a powerful magic weapon. But why did you change this knife into a sword? If you use a knife, you only need to change the shape of the top. Don't insult me like that. I'm square, so I prefer symmetrical shapes when I do things." Listening to his exasperated voice, and Dazi just smiled and said nothing. He didn't expect this guy to have this shortcoming. He injected his magic power into the new sword. When and Dazi refined it, a dark magic power surged into his body. With his magic properties, it was impossible for him to accept this kind of magic whose properties were completely determined, so he rejected it. Seeing that it could not integrate into the master's magic power, it had to wander in his body, allowing and Dazi to gradually absorb it to strengthen its own attributes. After a while, this powerful magic power was completely absorbed by his body, improving his physical quality. Not only did it make up for the previous deficiency of ki and blood, and the sequely left by the overdraft of magic power, his physical fitness also became 5 times that of an ordinary person. This obsessive compulsive disorder is really good, and the engraved magic patterns are all top notch. And Dazi held the hilt of the sword, and began to check the extra information in his mind. This sword, which was only 3 fingers wide, had many functions, including deepening wounds, adding strength and speed, Black sword energy, energy extraction, void power, dark power, and free extension and shortening. Wait, free extension and shortening? Isn't this the golden hoop? I want to try it. Chumashin sat in his seat and couldn't even read the book. When he thought of me saying that Yu and Dazi might die in the future, his heart couldn't calm down. It seems that I still have to go to Yu and Jun to have a good talk. Thinking of this, Zyadishin stood up and walked towards the study next to him. As soon as he approached, he heard me say, "Make it longer." I didn't expect it to be so long. "Let's shorten it." "Make it longer, then shorten it." Zyadishin stopped his steps. "What is Yuyun doing?" "No, let me listen again." He lowered his body amplitude and breathing and listened quietly outside. There was a strange sound from inside, such as lengthening and shortening, and I want to try it now. And then there was no sound. What strange thing is Yuyun doing in there? Zyadishin touched his head and walked away with a puzzled look. At this time, Yuyun Dazi had teleported to an altitude of 10,000 meters in the sky, ready to test the power of this sword. Just now, he only tested the ability to freely stretch and retract in the room, and then try the ability bonus. He injected his magic power into the blade again, and the magic pattern lit up slightly. He instantly felt that his strength and speed increased by about twice. This is also a magical skill that can be used in conjunction with spells to achieve a better amplification effect. Next, let's look at the power of the void. Another part of the magic pattern lit up, and Yuyun Dazi waved his hand casually, and the middle of the sword split. The lower half was still in his hand, while the upper half extended from another position in the space. This is not bad either. It is very useful for chasing or escaping. Let's look at the power of darkness. Then he raised the sword above his head, and the clouds around him suddenly darkened, and the light here seemed to be absorbed by the sword. The power in the space gradually gathered on the sword, and Yuyun Dazi released the power condensed on the sword. A black dragon flew out from the place where the tip of the sword passed, rushing straight into the sky. This power is comparable to the most powerful magic I can use now. Yuyun Dazi felt that he had lost half of his magic power, and he was very surprised. Using half of the magic power, you can play such a large output. This can be said to be a blood profit. Okay. Swinging the sword casually, even without injecting magic power, will form a faint black airflow. This is the black sword energy. As for why magic power is not used, it should be that this sword draws the power of the surrounding void. After the test, Yuyun Dazi asked the Soul Devourer, "I'm very satisfied with this sword. But does it have a scabbard?" "We don't have one for now." "By the way, what do you want a scabbard for?" "To show off. It looks very handsome when I put the sword away." "I don't want to waste time talking to you. I have almost used up the power I got from swallowing Letana. Now I'm going to fall asleep again. If you have nothing to do, I will go to bed first." After that, there was no news from him. It seems that he is really tired, so let him have a good rest. Yuyun Dazi had just got this new weapon, so he naturally would not forget the great contributor, and remembered this feeling in his heart. After returning to the study, he went to the bedroom to check on Zyadishin. At this time, Zyadishin had stopped reading and was studying mental power. "What are you doing?" He was surprised to see me coming out from inside and answered Yuyun Dazi's question first. "You mean this? This is the use of mental power that I discovered before. I can refine my mental power infinitely until it can be manipulated to the size of an atom. This is also the method I used to condense the stone sword when I dealt with Yuzen this afternoon. And doing this can actually train my mental power more quickly, killing two birds with one stone. By the way, what were you doing in the room just now?" "You mean this? Let me show you." Yuyun Dazi took out his dark blade. "This is a sword I got after recasting the magic wand. I just tried its ability to stretch and retract in it." "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just heard you say some strange things in it, so I'm a little confused." "Can you show it to me?" Dazi handed him the dark blade. "Here you go. Be careful not to scratch yourself. I'll also try the use of mental power you mentioned." Then he began to gradually refine his mental power, but found that after a certain degree, no matter how much he divided it, he couldn't make it smaller. There was no way. Yuyun Dazi had to give up this idea. It seemed that he didn't have this talent. Zyashin was stroking the sword, but just by touching the blade, his hand was cut. Hiss, this sword is really sharp. Chumashin didn't care about this small cut at first, but he didn't expect that the cut showed no signs of healing, and the wound and bleeding was still expanding rapidly. So Chumashin hurriedly used his ability to try to gather the cells near the wound, but found that there was a mysterious force preventing the nearby atoms from getting closer. In just a few seconds of stunned, a wound that had just been scratched had expanded to a large wound 2 centimeters long and half a centimeter deep. Yanjin, please show me what's going on. Yan, as he turned his head and saw the wound on his hand. What's wrong with you? How did you accidentally cut such a big cut? Seeing that Yan as he hadn't taken any action yet, Zyashin was almost going crazy. Your sword will prevent people's wounds from healing, and they will continue to crack. Look for yourself. And then he remembered that this sword has the so-called effect of deepening damage, which should be like this, right? So he quickly pulled up Chumashin's hand, and the wound became longer again. He immediately cast a second level healing spell, but it was rejected by an invisible force. Then as he quickly chanted a spell, and a third level rejuvenation spell fell on Zyashin's hand. The green light was not bounced off this time, and it attached to the wound. But this could not completely heal it, but only made the wound show signs of healing. There is no other way. I can only cut off your finger first, and then try to make you grow a new hand. Seeing this, as he had to start the final plan, took out the previous dagger, and prepared to start. Wait a minute, is there really no other way? Chumashin looked into as his eyes, hoping that this was just a joke. But he shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have any other way now. Chumashin saw that as he was telling the truth, so he had to close his eyes and bite his other arm to accept this result. Anyway, he could try to manipulate atoms and create a new finger, which was not a big loss. When as he was about to make a ruthless move, or thought stopped him. Don't bother, you just need to put the source of darkness you got from Letina on his wound. Without time to think about it, Dazi quickly put the source of darkness on Zyashin's hand. A wisp of strange dark power was absorbed by the gem, and the bleeding speed of the wound slowed down a lot instantly. Demishin felt that the pain in his hand had eased a lot, so he opened his eyes to see what was going on. Seeing that Dazi finally found a way to deal with the wound, he finally put down his hanging heart. I thought I really had to lose a finger first. And as he chanted the spell again, and a rejuvenation spell fell on Zyashin's hand. This time the wound healed without hindrance. By the way, who are you? He remembered the voice before, and asked in his sea of consciousness. I'm the embrace of the goddess of dawn, and I'm slowly recovering my spirit now. And as he suddenly felt ecstatic. So, when you are fully recovered, you will be a level 5 magic device? Yes, so I will go to sleep and recover my strength now. There was no sound after that. Looking at the hand that he almost lost, Zyoshan collapsed on the ground. I didn't expect that a small mistake would lead to such a big disaster. I must not make these mistakes again in the future. After taking a rest to calm down, the two stood up and began to clean up the blood on the ground and on their bodies. This evening passed peacefully. Chapter 166 Strange Soul Fragments. The next morning, the two came to school as usual. Today was another day of confusion, because today was Thursday, and it was the turn of Yu and Daisy and the others to be on duty. The day was still boring, except for Nobita not coming, and the rumors that Nobita was a dirty person that were spreading in the class. There was also Sunia, who seemed to be in a bad mood all day. The teacher was teaching in the class, and Yu and Daisy was distracted in the class. However, since he was invited to have a good chat with Tsuneo Shiyumi yesterday, Tsuneo Shiyuma has never peeped in class again. Judging from their master-servant relationship, Tsuneo Shiyumi should have really given up on him, so Yu and Daisy was relieved. After class in the afternoon, Zyashin and Daisy finished their duty together, and then pulled him out. Let's go, Yanjin, accompany me to buy some new books. Yan and Daisy yawned. Why are you buying books again? Didn't you just buy 2 books on New Year's Day? Zyashin turned around and smiled and said, I have finished reading those 2 books, so I have to add new books. He counted at the back and found that it had been more than 10 days since the last time he bought books. At their speed, They must have finished reading them. So Dazzy had to accompany him to the bookstore to buy 2 brand new natural magazines and other popular science books. Seeing that he was smiling all the time when he went home, Yuan and Dazzy didn't say anything. Just as they passed by Gangshan store, a roar came out, "Fat Tiger. How dare you secretly take your mother's money? I think you really deserve to be punished." This sentence made their ears numb. It seems that Fat Tiger's broken voice is hereditary. Xiaoshan turned his head to look inside the store. At this time, the sound of palms colliding with bodies could be heard. What's going on? Does Fat Tiger usually secretly take his mother's money? This situation really needs to be dealt with. Yu and Dazzy shook his head. This is impossible. Fat Tiger is most afraid of his mother. So if nothing happens, he will never take his mother's money. Xiaoshan thought about it and agreed with Yu and Dazzy's point of view. It was right to say that Fat Tiger really didn't dare to steal money casually. And with Fat Tiger's personality, would he spend money to buy something if he needed it? The two of them discussed it and decided to wait here for Fat Tiger's mother to calm down and then go in to ask what happened. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the crying and beating sounds inside gradually stopped. It seemed that this education was coming to an end. And as he approached the store and shouted, "Auntie, we are here to buy something." Fat Tiger's mother ran out quickly, and when she saw that it was the famous couple of good students, she said quickly, "What do you want to buy? Auntie can give you a discount." Xiaoshan picked up 2 cans of soda and said, "That's it. We've been walking for a while and we're a little thirsty." When the auntie saw that it was just soda, she said generously, "What's the big deal? Here you go." "Thank you, auntie." They both thanked her quickly, and then Xiaoshan handed Dazzy a bottle of soda. However, neither of them was in a hurry to open the envelope, but asked about Fat Tiger's situation. "Auntie, I heard you seemed to beat Fat Tiger just now. Why is that?" Fat Tiger's mother was a little helpless. "Alas, I don't know why. Xiao Wu actually stole my money today. This child usually bullies other children, and now he has learned to steal things. I'm not at all assured about him now. It's just right that you two are here. Why don't you help me persuade him and tell him not to do this again?" The two of them agreed in unison. "No problem." Auntie took the two of them into Fat Tiger's room. At this time, Fat Tiger was lying on the ground with his buttocks covered. It can be seen that he was beaten really badly just now. "Then Xiao Wu will be left to you. I'm going to go out to do something first." Auntie did not forget to close the door before leaving. Yu and Dazzy walked to Fat Tiger's side. "Hey, why do you suddenly dare to steal Auntie's money? Don't you usually rob others for what you want?" Fat Tiger lay on the ground without saying a word. Xiaoshan came up to stop him. "Others have already suffered such a disaster. Why don't you stop being sarcastic?" The two men sat beside him. "Okay, let's get down to business. We all think that you wouldn't steal money for no reason. Tell us why. Maybe we can help." Hearing this, Fat Tiger was willing to speak. Today, a sloppy uncle appeared in the vacant lot. He occupied the vacant lot and then collected protection fees from us. 50 yuan per person per day. No one else has money, so I can only do this. Dazzy and Xiaoshan have different focuses. Yuan and Dazzy's focuses, why don't you resist and tell your parents about this? Xiaoshan's focuses, do you want to rob others of their money just because they have money? How can we resist? We can't beat them. Fat Tiger sat up and continued, and that sloppy uncle said that if we dare to tell the teacher or parents, we will definitely not be able to bear it. So, the two stood up. "Okay, we know the whole story. Wait until we deal with that uncle and bring him to your mother, and then you can explain to him." Fat Tiger also stood up. "Okay, I'll lead the way." They opened the door and walked into the corridor. Fat Tiger's mother was still waiting for news from Xiaoshan and Dazzy. Seeing that they came out so quickly, she hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did Xiao tell you the reason?" They nodded. "He has said it. Now we will go out to verify it, and we should be back in a while." Auntie didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, Xiao, don't lie, otherwise, you know the consequences." Fat Tiger was scared to death by his mother, and hurriedly led them out of his own store. The group came to the open space. Fat Tiger pointed to one of the cement pipes and said, "That weird uncle is over there." Xiaoshan stopped and said to Yu and Dazzy, "You should go for this matter." you know. Gian and as he said nothing and went into the cement pipe with Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger knocked open the wooden board of the cement pipe and the weird uncle inside immediately rushed out. What's the matter, kid? Are you tired of living? Wait, these are two strangers. Oh, I see. You brought them here to pay protection fees, right? Haha, you are really thoughtful. But, give me the money. He almost fainted when he saw him like this. His beard had not been taken care of for several months, and it was almost like a scarf on his chin. He had not changed his clothes for several months, and he had not taken a bath for several months. Now the strong stench filled the air, and he, a man with a keen sense of smell, almost wanted to die on the spot. No, I can't help it. Ugh. And as he ran to the side and held onto a tree, retching. You little brat, are you looking down on me? The guy was very upset when he saw that he actually vomited. Then his body began to swell up. It seems that I should let you see my true power. And as he keenly felt the fluctuation of magic power nearby and endured the stench to look at this thing that was even more beggarly than a beggar. The fluctuation of magic power came from him. Although it was still very weak, it was indeed a fluctuation of magic. What's going on? This kind of thing is also worthy of using magic power. And as he immediately became serious. A person who knows magic is not so easy to deal with. But he didn't believe that he would capsize in this ditch. The strange uncle had completed the magic and his body became much stronger than before. Fat Tiger was immediately frightened and trembled. And classmate, if it doesn't work, don't be so stubborn. Give him the money and apologize. And as he kicked him away, go play somewhere else. Although it was a bit rough, it was also for his own good. If this guy knew any range magic, Fat Tiger might be in danger. Seeing that the little brat was still careless, he punched and as he in the face. He was speechless. You guys, why do you like to hit me in the face? Is it possible that I'm so handsome that you can't live without hitting me in the face? Although he thought about it, for the sake of safety, he instantly cast the second level strange power spell on himself and then caught his fist with his hand. Why is this guy so weak? This was his only thought after catching the uncle's fist. I thought you were a tough guy, but it turns out you are a chicken. First he mocked, and then he prepared to take him away. Seeing that things were not going well, the strange uncle immediately used his trump card, taking off his shoes, and then lifting his feet. Ugh. And as he accidentally smelled the smell that was enough to destroy the world, turned around and started vomiting. He took the opportunity to kick and as he on the back and kicked him directly against the wall. Kun. Chumushin wanted to come over to support him, but was stopped by and as he. You don't have to come over. This guy asked me to deal with him, but he dared to put his feet in front of me. Chumushin saw that and as he seemed to be in good spirits and did not seem to be injured, so he stopped. And as he stood up again and first used soul interference on himself. He walked in front of and as he wearing socks whose colors could no longer be distinguished and said, how is it? Are you convinced, little brat? And as he just looked at him without any reaction, just looking at him. The strange uncle quickly raised his feet in front of him, but and as he still did not make the movement of vomiting as before. What's the matter? Why are you not afraid? Seeing that his killer move failed, he said he was a little panicked. At this time, and as he was of course not afraid, because he had used soul interference to make himself lose his sense of smell. Seeing that he had no tricks, and as he kicked a stone on the ground and hit the leg that was standing on the ground. With and as his current strength, even if he just hit him with a stone, he could break his kneecap. As expected, after the guy was hit in the leg, his feet suddenly twisted, and he fell down. The guy had lost the ability to move, and rolled on the ground, holding his feet. And as he walked over, and said beside him, it's okay that he's ugly, but he also has such a dirty beard, which is really annoying. Seeing that he had no reaction, and as he immediately opened the soul vision, to see how this guy who was obviously just a useless guy in the original work could use magic. What is this thing? And as he saw a fragment in his black soul that occupied most of his body, so he pulled it out with his soul power, and then used his soul power to detect the contents inside. The uncle seemed to have everything sucked out, his eyes rolled up, and he lost consciousness. There is a fragment of magic extraction chapter 1 in here, and there is also magic similar to the first level supernatural power. What's going on? He remembered that the soul-devouring monument said that the series of spells of supernatural power were absolutely not passed on, so it seems that he will have to talk to it later. But let's get rid of this guy first. I really wanted to clean him up, but he's so dirty. I don't want to touch him at all. First, I used my mental power to forcibly destroy his magic power, completely cutting off the possibility of his cultivation. Then they borrowed a rope from Mr. Shensheng and tied him in front of Fat Tiger's mother, Auntie. This guy forced Fat Tiger to collect protection money and taught him to steal your money. The rest is up to you. By the way, there is something wrong with his left knee. Don't hit him there. Fat Tiger's mother took a wooden stick and a bucket of water to wake him up. The rest is not described. 70 years. Happy birthday to the motherland. Chapter 167 Sketching. No matter what Fat Tiger's mother was doing to the bearded uncle, they could all see that Fat Tiger's mother loved Fat Tiger very much. It was just that she sometimes didn't know how to express her love, which made Fat Tiger feel afraid of his mother. Xiaoshan told Fat Tiger again, tell everyone later that the strange uncle has been dealt with, and don't steal the family's money again. We have something else to do, so we'll leave first. See you tomorrow. After that, the two waved to them and said goodbye. On the way home, Yu and Azzy began to ask the soul-devouring monument, come out, old man. There are major problems for you to solve here. Soon, the unhappy voice of the soul-devouring monument came. Try to call the old man again. He ignored its anger and directly stuffed the soul fragment in his soul to him. Look at this fragment. It actually contains the same magic extraction chapter as yours. And don't you think this strange power technique is very similar to yours? The soul-devouring monument heard that the secret of his demon clan might have been stolen, so he hurried to check this thing. After a long while, he said, this is not the magic of our demon race, but it is somewhat similar to our magic. What is the matter with this human soul fragment? Yu and Dazzy asked again. Are you sure you really don't have this kind of magic? Soul-devouring monument said with certainty. I have only passed this kind of magic to you, a human being, so I don't know why. But you can try to collect this kind of soul fragment now. I think since there is the first piece, the next soul fragments will also begin to gather. Yu and Dazzy nodded. Under the current situation, this is the only way. When he returned home, he felt a sense of crisis again. This time, something incredible appeared again. He didn't know what kind of dangerous things would appear in this world that were not in the original book. In the study, Yu and Dazzy gently stroked the dark blade. Because Xiaoshan seemed to have some psychological trauma, he didn't stand by him to stimulate him. The most important thing now is to master the power of this blade first, so as to deal with the next danger. When I came to school the next day, I thought that everyone had nothing special. But when a classmate named Yamagachi entered the classroom, 3 people in the class looked up at him, Yu and Azuki, Dekishin and Lizanayu. The 2 of them sensed a breath that did not belong to humans from him, a kind of resentment lingering around him. As for Lizanayu, since he could sense Yu and Azuki's mental power, he believed that this resentment should not escape his detection. At this time, Lizanayu began to think about the source of the resentment. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he have the resentment of a ghost? No, I have to ask him. Just when he was about to take action, he suddenly thought, I don't even know the name of this classmate. After thinking about it, only the class monitor Dekishin sitting in front can try to make a connection. But for this matter, it is better not to let ordinary people know. So he organized his words and patted Xiaoshan on the shoulder. Class monitor, do you know the name of the classmate over there? I want to make friends with him. Xiaoshan already knew that this person was not simple, but he continued to follow his words. No problem, that classmate is called Yamagachi. If you want to make friends with him, you can try to start with toys. Hi. Thank you, class monitor. Lizanayu thanked him and walked towards Yamagachi. After chatting for a while, seeing that they were having a good time, Xiaoshan began to communicate with Dazzy in his mental power with ease. Yuan, do you think he approached Yamagachi because of the resentment in him? Yuan and Dazzy calculated the possibility based on his performance and said, from the performance just now, I think it is very likely. However, Zyadishin was still a little worried. Then Lizuna, you should not harm Yamagachi, right? Dazi nodded. It shouldn't be. This guy doesn't look like an ordinary person. He may want to resolve the resentment. But it's better to observe. The two of them reached a consensus and ended the discussion after the teacher's class. Although Yu and Dazi is the type who doesn't attend classes all year round, Zyadishin is still very serious about attending classes, so don't disturb him. Today is Friday, and there is only a half-day class. After the morning class, the teacher began to assign homework for this week. This week's homework is these questions and the math book and the Chinese book. Also, there is a sketching homework this weekend. Everyone should draw some scenery or characters after returning home. Hand in the homework next Monday, and the teacher will review it carefully. Okay, is there anything unclear? The students said in unison. We are all clear. Gian and as he took advantage of the chaos after school and used the crystal ball in his sea of consciousness to put an observation mark on Yamagachi. After returning home, he also wanted to take some time to see what this guy and Lizuna were going to do. At home, Zyadishin prepared to do the sketching homework first. Gian, are you willing to be my sketching subject? Gian and as he looked at him, then are you willing to be my sketching subject? Zyadishin smiled. If you are willing to draw me, of course I'm always available. He was a little surprised after hearing this. I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. Well, I don't like being treated as a model. Dekishan's inner thoughts. Why don't you play by the rules? Finally came to his senses. Zyadishin would not force him on such matters, and said, then I will ask Shizuka for help. Gian and as he nodded. Okay, I will also think about what to draw. So the two of them separated first. Gian and as he first finished the paper homework in the room, and also took out his sketchbook. But after thinking about it, he just didn't know what to draw. Sure enough, it's still only Zyadishin. Be careful not to be discovered by him. As he spoke, the golden cloak was instantly draped over his body and entered stealth mode. Then Yu and Dazi flew to the sky. In order to prevent Zyadishin from discovering his spiritual power, he could only use his own eyes to search for them in the sky. Let me see. There is no one at Shizuka's house, which means they are out. Then there are two places suitable for sketching. One is the back mountain, and the other is the park. I'd better go to the park. That is closer first. After determining his target, Yu and Dazi flew to the park at a speed close to the speed of sound. There he indeed found their figures. In addition to Nobita, Fat Tiger, and Sunia, 3 people with only 5 combat power. He quietly approached them in the sky and saw that all the boys were sketching with Shizuka as a model. Yu and Dazi quietly sat in the sky and began to draw the people below invisibly. Since everyone was here, he would work harder and draw everyone present once. However, he described from Shizuka's perspective. That is, Zyadishin and the others were facing Yu and Dazi, and Shizuka was sitting on a chair with her back to him. In order to prevent them from moving, after finishing the painting, Yu and Dazi had to speed up his speed and finish the work before they finished, and specially used his 2 hands. First, determine the proportion of the 5 of them in the picture, and then outline their contours. Then add clothing, facial features and hair. Then deal with the surrounding scenes, and finally add some light and shadow effects, and a brand new painting is completed. The people in front have also finished painting Shizuka, and Yu and Dazi also admired their masterpieces. Fat Tiger took out his painting first. Although the painting is not bad, Shizuka's body shape is a bit fat. If you have to say, Shizuka in this painting is a bit closer to his sister. Sunia showed his work as if showing off. My painting method has been praised by some painters, saying that I have the talent to be an excellent painter. Yu and Dazi also took a look and the painting was indeed good. Next was Dekisugi. I don't know how my painting is. Maybe it's not very good. Then he showed his sketchbook. Yu and Dazi's eyes instantly turned into dead fish eyes. You still call this a bad painting? It's comparable to some art students who have practiced for 2 or half a year. Okay. Then he compared his own painting. No matter in details or scene layout, he was inferior to Dekisugi. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only bow his head in front of the big guy. When Nobita saw that these people's paintings were so good, he looked at Shizuka, who looked like an alien in his brush, and hurriedly left quietly, not giving them the opportunity to see his own paintings. Gian and Azzy had already seen Nobita's painting in the back and almost laughed out loud. But he still held back. Seeing that Nobita was so embarrassed, he decided not to embarrass him. Then Shizuka also wanted to complete her sketching project, so she said, "Can I ask Dekisugi to be my model?" Zayashi didn't hesitate at all, of course. Fat Tiger Sudia next to him was very annoyed when he saw that he was ignored. So he sat next to him, ready to watch how Shizuka portrayed Zayashi. Gian and Azzy also found a place to sit down, wanting to see the finished product made by Shizuka. Just when Shizuka's painting was almost finished, Nobita came over with a new sketchbook. "Everyone, look, this is my painting of Shizuka." However, Shizuka didn't even raise her head. "Please wait a moment, I'm drawing Dekisugi-san now." I'd be uncomfortable if he kept standing there, so can you let me finish first? It's really abominable. "You're with Dekisugi again, whose wife are you?" Seeing that his goddess was with his rival, Nobita was very upset and decided to find out what happened to Dekisugi later. A few minutes later, Shizuka took her sketchbook and said to Nobita, "Thank you so much, Dekisugi-san. Come and see how my painting turned out." Nobita then moved and walked over to see Shizuka's finished painting. Wow, Shizuka's painting is really good. Sunia always compliments others before everyone else. Others also reacted and praised Shizuka's painting. Nobita also took out his own painting at this time. "This is a Shizuka I drew. What do you think of my painting?" When everyone saw Nobita's painting clearly, the whole scene fell into silence for a while. It was not because his painting was too ugly, but because Nobita's painting was so good, just like the real person. Even Shizuka couldn't help but take the sketchbook. "I didn't expect that you can draw so well, Nobita. I have to look at you with new eyes." Nobita immediately forgot the fact that he was a poor student and his tail was about to rise to the sky. Hahaha, no way. "By the way, Izuki-san, look at me and you, who draws better?" Sun said from the bottom of her heart without any doubt. "Of course it's yours, Nobita, you are really talented in this aspect." Gian and Azzy covered his face with his hands, with a helpless look on his face. This naive child actually believed it. At this time, Shizuka said, "It seems that there are some paintings below. Let me take a look." Then she stretched out her hand to turn the page. Nobita immediately remembered what he had drawn below and hurried to stop it, but it was too late. After Shizuka turned the page, a sketch of Shizuka doing her favorite thing appeared in front of them. Chapter 168. Someone is stealing the business. At this time in the room, Doraemon was holding the sketching set anytime, anywhere and started looking for something. When he saw that one of his sketchbooks was missing, he knew that Nobita had probably taken it out to play. "Really? He took my things without my permission again." He took out another sketchbook from his pocket. "Let me see what Nobita is doing now." After setting the location and time, a sketch soon appeared on the sketchbook. On the screen, Shizuka was holding a sketchbook and chasing Nobita madly, and Zayashi and others were watching the show in the back. Doraemon looked at the screen with disgust. "Although I don't know what Nobita drew, it doesn't look like a good thing." In the park, Shizuka was almost done beating Nobita, so she threw the sketchbook on Nobita's head. "I hate Nobita the most." Then she left angrily. Others also left. This can only be said that Nobita did something wrong. Who can he blame? Only Zayashi saw that he was so pitiful and really couldn't bear to leave him here, so she decided to help him. So he went over to put away the sketchbook, then carried Nobita on his back and sent him back to his home. Yu and Azzy returned home early, picked up the crystal ball, and prepared to observe Yamaguchi. Because he didn't dare to mark Lizanayu directly, he could only look at him. At this time, Yamaguchi was sketching with Lizanayu on the mountain. He looked so familiar that they looked like old friends. Seeing this, Yu and Azzy began to be wary of this man. This guy is quite powerful. He conquered Yamaguchi in just half a day. No, I have to be careful, otherwise I will be conquered by him. Zayashi came back soon after. Seeing Azzy looking at the crystal ball, he said, "What are you looking at?" Yu and Azzy didn't even raise his head. "I'm monitoring Lizanayu and the others. They are sketching now." Zayashi immediately sat next to him. "Then I'll come and take a look. Maybe I'll find something." The two were sketching, and suddenly Lizanayu said casually, "Mr. Yamaguchi, have you played any psychic games recently? Or maybe you encountered a ghost?" With just this one sentence, the hearts of 3 of the 4 people present were lifted. Yamagachi was silent for a while and said, "It's no use telling you about this." The 3 people in the dark world immediately understood. This person really encountered a ghost. Lizanayu immediately said, "It's okay, let me tell you. Our family is actually a very powerful ghost exorcist family. This time we came to Japan to track down an evil ghost. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." Then he took out a piece of talisman paper and waved it casually. The yellow talisman paper burned, emitting a soft light blue flame, which made people feel at ease just by looking at it. "Really?" Yamagachi immediately rekindled his hope. "Actually, I picked up a videotape yesterday afternoon. After that, I watched it secretly at home. Then I received a call saying that I only had 7 days to live. After 7 days, she will come to kill me. Classmate Lizanayu, can you help me?" Seeing this, he immediately patted his chest and agreed. "No problem." With the intensity of her resentment, "I only need to take action." And as he learned the information he needed and closed the crystal ball, too careless. Zyadishin didn't know why Dazi scolded him, so he asked, "Ian, what do you think of classmate Yamagachi? Although it is indeed not the right behavior to play videotapes of unknown origin." Ian Dazi sighed, "I thought you knew who I was talking about. It seems that your practice is not yet at home." Zyadishin touched his head with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know what Ian Dazi was talking about, and didn't know why he was being talked about by her. This video is of Sadako. Her curse will only gradually increase in the next few days. After 7 days, the strength of the curse will reach a peak, and then he will die there with classmate Yamagachi. I think Lizanayu's dark energy is not strong. I can only see that he has a curse, but I can't see that the power of the curse is increasing. Yuan Dazi may be due to the law of the soul. Although his soul power is not as good as Zyadishin, he will not be wrong in this regard. Although he said it casually, Zyadishin began to worry about the pair of classmates after hearing it. "Then what should we do now? Are we just going to watch them die?" "Don't worry, this curse will last for 7 days. Sadako will not show up during these 7 days, and classmate Yamagachi will be absolutely safe. Because Sadako is a person who pays great attention to rituals, she will never let her prey die before the time is up." At this point, Yuan Dazi calculated the time in his heart, and then said, "In other words, from 12 o'clock next Wednesday and Thursday night, we must pay attention to the movements of classmate Yamagachi." Zyadishin nodded and wrote down the time here. Then he took out this week's homework. "By the way, Yuan-kun, have you done your sketching homework?" Yuan Dazi had no choice but to take out his sketchbook. "Look for yourself." He took the sketchbook and opened it to find that Dazi's sketch was actually a group portrait of them. "Yuan-kun, when did you go over to draw it? Do I need to ask?" "Of course it was when you were drawing Shizuka." Zyadishin put down his book. "You should have told us first. How can I be in the album like this?" Dazi took it and looked at it. "No problem. I think everyone's look is pretty good." And the teacher asked us to sketch, just to draw everyone's most real appearance. Seeing that he had no intention of repenting, Zyadishin could only say helplessly, "Okay, as long as you are happy. The painting is pretty good." After making dinner, Zyadishin continued to study mental power as usual. And he took the dark blade and used teleportation again to a position 10,000 meters in the sky to prepare for swordsmanship. The magic power required to come here has been reduced a lot, and the waiting time has also been reduced from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. Is it because the magic pattern has become more complete after absorbing the sun magic stone? Is it possible to change from teleportation to teleportation after the magic pattern is complete? Forget it. It will take a long time for the cloak to be complete, so it is better to practice swordsmanship first. Looking at the moon in the sky, Yuan Dazi took out his black blade and made a starting posture under the moon. At this time, Zyadishin saw the crystal ball he placed on the table, picked it up, and began to look at it carefully. Then he tried to communicate with it with his soul, and the crystal ball showed the image of Yuan Dazi practicing swordsmanship. It turns out that I can use this to see Yuan classmate. Anyway, he also drew me, so why not take this opportunity to draw him? Zyadishin immediately picked up his sketchbook and began to draw the starting posture of Yuan Dazi practicing swordsmanship under the moonlight. Dazi had no idea that someone was secretly watching him, and he was still practicing the swordsmanship according to the inheritance. Every time he practiced, he would have new insights. As for Demission, he would draw a few strokes every time he practiced the starting posture. In this way, he practiced in the sky for more than an hour. It's almost time, I should go back too. He put away the dark blade, wrapped his body in the golden cloak, and teleported back to Xiaoshen's home. Seeing Yu and Dazi coming back, Xiaoshen handed him his painting. How is it? In fact, you are still quite handsome when you are serious. He looked at his posture under the moon, and then looked at Xiaoshen, and finally said helplessly, Xiaoshen, I found that you have become bad recently. Compared with Dekishan in the original work, he is now more lively than before, and he is no longer perfect. But Yu and Dazi thinks that he is better now than in the original work. Maybe. Xiaoshen took the sketchbook from my hand and put it away, but I think this is not bad. Dazi yawned. Okay, it's not too early tonight, let's go to bed quickly. I still have to give Nobita that guy makeup lesson early tomorrow morning. When he thought about giving Nobita that guy makeup lesson again, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys began to ache. Yu and Dazi got up early the next morning. Let me see, let's go eat steamed buns this morning. I haven't eaten this food for a long time. After practicing a few sets of boxing on the roof, Dazi took some money and went out to buy breakfast. When he walked to the street, there were not many people today because it was the weekend. But the breakfast shop would still open to make money. The boss was sitting at his seat at this time. When he saw Dazi coming, he hurriedly greeted him. Little friend, you are here again. What do you want to order this time? Yu and Dazi looked at his breakfast and said, then let's do it the same as before. 4 red bean paste buns and 2 packs of milk. The boss skillfully packed his breakfast. Hey, the breakfast you want this time is a total of 300 yuan. Be careful on the road. Yu and Dazi took it and handed over the coin. I wish your business will prosper. When he got home, Chumashin had already gotten up. Seeing that he actually bought breakfast, he said, why are you wasting money again? There is rice at home. Because I suddenly wanted to eat today. Putting the breakfast on the table, Dazi also went to wash up and eat breakfast. Back at the table, Yu and Dazi suddenly asked, do you have any plans for today? Xiaoshen thought for a moment and said, I'm going to Shizuka's house to play with her today, and I won't be back until noon. Okay, I'm going to tutor Nobita today too. Remember to buy some vegetables when you come back. There are not many vegetables at home. After breakfast, Yu and Dazi carried his school bag and prepared to go to Nobita's house. What he didn't expect was that he actually met an opponent today. So, who are you? Yu and Dazi looked at the guy wearing a hood and asked, this is a question I want to ask you. Who are you? Why are you in Nobita's house? The man standing in front of him with a grey rag bag looked very suspicious. Yu and Dazi decided to take the lead. I'm the tutor hired by his mother. Who are you? I'm a campus hero who is active on campus and loves to help others. Now I will take over this person. You should go back quickly. Dazi said that he was too lazy to argue with him and immediately shouted to the bottom, Auntie, there is a suspicious guy here. Dakshin's mother came up immediately, saw the man with the hood, and immediately picked him up and threw him out. When did you come to our room? Get out of here. After that, she closed the door. Yu and Dazi, who witnessed everything from the back, sneered, how dare you rob me of money? Then he turned around and went up to tutor Dakshin. The man with the hood looked at the closed door and silently made up his mind. Damn it. I will never give up easily. Chapter 169 Strange People. Back in the room, Yu and Dazi said to Dakshin, okay, the things that are in the way have gone. Let's continue to do our homework. Dakshin took out his homework reluctantly and started to write with a sigh. Not long after, he encountered a math problem and asked Yu and Dazi for the solution process. At this time, an annoying voice came from outside the window again. No, you can't explain it to him. Such a simple problem should be done by himself. They looked outside and saw a guy wearing a hood peeking, which anyone would find suspicious. Yu and Dazi kicked him down without saying a word. What's going on? This guy is chasing you. Did you offend someone, Dakshin? Dakshin shook his head. How is it possible? I'm very lucky that others don't come to me. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Yu and as he closed the window and sat next to Dakshin to continue tutoring him on math problems. But the guy was very annoying and continued to quietly open the window to harass them. There was no other way, so Yu and I had to ask Doraemon, do you have any props to block him so that we can study peacefully for a while? I can also finish tutoring homework earlier and go home. Doraemon was absolutely not stingy in this regard and immediately took out a glass bowl from his pocket. No problem, just use this super barrier, he will never get in. He placed the glass bowl next to the window and an invisible barrier unfolded, locking the window tightly. Now the sound from outside could not get in and the two were able to continue studying. More than an hour later, Yu and I had finished tutoring Nobita's homework and he was finally relieved. Just as he was packing up and preparing to go back, the door was opened. Since you are done, then let me take over for you. Nobita needs more practice. After hearing this, Nobita immediately threw himself into Doraemon's arms and began to cry, Doraemon, save me. Doraemon touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, because coming here to help Nobita study is also one of his tasks. If it can improve his grades, he can't refuse it rationally. But seeing Nobita's pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear to let Nobita suffer anymore. Just when Doraemon was struggling in the back, Yu and as he stood in front of him and questioned him angrily, who do you think you are? How dare you snatch students from me? Seeing that Yu and as he was still against him, the man who called himself the campus hero walked up to him and looked down at Yu and as he with his height advantage. I came here specifically for Nobita's grades. Even if you are Nobita's tutor, you shouldn't stop me from helping Nobita improve his grades. Humph, considering Nobita's grades, he just needs to finish his weekend homework now. Too much practice is harmful to his studies and will make him hate learning. As long as I'm here for a quarter of an hour, I will not let you interfere with Nobita. Nobita saw that Dazzy was helping him like this and immediately wanted to crawl over and hug his legs. Yu and Dazzy kicked him away with a look of disgust. Don't wipe your snot on my legs, it's annoying. Seeing Yu and Dazzy's firm attitude, the campus hero said, well, as long as you are not here, it's fine, right? Yu and Dazzy sneered, I don't believe you can still kick me out. The campus hero took out a frog-like thing from his pocket. Go home music box. Experience the power of the future. Then he turned the spiral knob next to it to the middle position, and a beautiful music floated out from the frog music box. When Yu and Dazzy heard this music, he suddenly felt an urge to go home. So he immediately picked up his school bag and said to Nobita and the others behind him, I'm so sorry, I don't know why I suddenly want to go home. Goodbye. Then he turned and walked out of Nobita's room without any nostalgia. When Yu and Dazzy walked out, he was teleported to the Celestial Empire. Looking at the surrounding scenes of the 1980s, he said to himself, oh, strange. Why did I go back to China? At this time, Nobita saw that this man who called himself the campus hero actually used a future prop to send him back directly and was very surprised. Why does this guy have Doraemon's props? Doraemon shook his head, indicating that he didn't know about this. He pulled out a whip from his pocket, waved it in the air, and said, okay, now that the troublesome person has left, let's continue to do the exercises. After that, he threw out 5 exercise books. These exercises must be completed this morning. If you don't finish them, you are not allowed to eat. Nobita saw so many exercises, and his whole body softened immediately, and even Doraemon felt very sympathetic to him. But the campus hero didn't think so. Don't just sit on the ground, or I won't let you go. As he said that, he whipped Nobita's butt. The severe pain made Nobita jump up. Yes, I know. I'll write it right away. And as he was stunned for a while, and finally got rid of the influence of the music box of going home. Damn guy, who is he? I remember, that guy is the future Nobita. He finally remembered this plot. Because of his poor grades, the future Nobita attributed the reason to his past self's lack of effort. So in order to make up for this regret, he took the time machine back to this time and began to tutor Nobita. TSK, it's Nobita's family affair after all. But I tutored him. Why would he say that he didn't study hard? At this time, Yu and as he remembered that Doremi didn't recognize him last time and said that the information given to him by Shixiu didn't include the whole person. Really, what's going on? The guy of the soul-devouring monument didn't explain it to me clearly. Now he had to put these things aside and teleported back to Nobita first. But, even if you are the future Nobita, so what? I will never let go of anyone who dares to steal my money. As he spoke, Yu and as he pulled out his weapon from his palm, ready to teach him a lesson. The future Nobita was watching Nobita doing his homework, and he would whip him if he did not write well or made a mistake. Doraemon was helpless about this, but his pocket was just robbed by that guy, and now he couldn't help Nobita. However, Doraemon was very confused. Who is this guy? Why does he know so much about my affairs? And why does he also have the props of the future? It's so annoying. At this time, the door was kicked open again, and Yu and as he walked in with a black sharp blade. You dare to steal my job? Are you ready to die? Future Nobita sensed the murderous intent of this guy and quickly dug out his pocket to find the famous sword, Dian Guanwan. I'm helping him for Nobita's own good. Yu and Azhi immediately approached with the dark blade. You said that. Have you considered Nobita's feelings and my empty wallet? As they spoke, their swords collided with each other, and the two began to wrestle fiercely. Seeing that this guy kept talking about money, he wanted to hit him with words. You are just for your own selfish desires. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? But he was unmoved. After a few slashes, Yu and Azhi used the dark blade, which was much sharper and harder than Dian Guanwan, to cut Dian Guanwan in half. Then he pointed the tip of the sword at his throat. Then you, a selfish, lazy, useless, and escapist person, what qualifications do you have to criticize me, Nobita? After that, he used the dark blade to pick off his hood, revealing a face exactly like Nobita's. This is exactly Nobita when he was in junior high school. The doubts in Doraemon's heart were finally solved. No wonder he knows me so well and can use my props. It turns out that it is you, Nobita. Nobita also looked incredible. Why would the future me come here? Yu and Daisy glanced at the present Nobita and said, can't you think of this? It's probably because his future studies will not be ideal, so he wants to come here to let you study hard, and then his grades will be better. Then he put away the sword and said to the future Nobita, instead of blaming the present Nobita, you might as well go back and study hard. So now, get out of here immediately. The future Nobita hurriedly ran away, and before leaving, Yu and Daisy added, if you dare to come back again, I promise I won't let you go so easily. Finally solved. It took me some effort to guess his identity. Then Yu and Daisy said to Nobita and the others, okay, I have to go back too. Now Izuki-chan should be back from Shizuka's house, and I have to go back to prepare dinner. You two take care of yourselves. Then he turned around and left Nobita's room. The future Nobita walked to a deserted place, and his body gradually changed into another person's appearance. It's really strange. The one called Nobita is indeed the carrier of the world's will, but what on earth is that Yu and Azhi? I have to report to the temple. You don't need to know what it is, and you don't need to report it. You just need to know that you are going to die soon. This voice appeared in his ear, which scared him a lot. Who is talking? Come out. No one responded to him, but an invisible force invaded his sea of consciousness and directly wiped out his soul. Doraemon picked up his four-dimensional pocket and put it back on his stomach. Then he looked at the Nobita with the green grassland on his head and sighed with sympathy. Nobita thought of everything that happened this morning, and he was asking for trouble. Then his goddess was killed by that bastard Dekisugi. So he picked up his comics and wanted to tear them up to vent his anger. But then he thought about it again. These comics are all money, and he couldn't bear to part with them. He could only find a pillow and throw it on the ground repeatedly. Seeing Nobita so depressed, Doraemon walked over to enlighten him. Nobita, you can't get rid of your anger like this. At this time, you should at least do this. Doraemon picked up Nobita's chair and threw it out of the window. Nobita looked at the big hole in the window. Before he could get angry, he heard a roar from below, which blasted through the chair on my head. Nobita, is that you? Doraemon quickly turned the hourglass back, and the chair immediately flew back from the ground, and the broken window returned to its original state. A few seconds later, Yu and Azhi appeared in front of Nobita's door again with a dark blade. He looked at the two people in the room and pointed his sword at them. Who threw the chair just now? Stand up, I can leave him a whole body. Doraemon and the others quickly pretended to be crazy and stupid. You and classmate, you must have remembered it wrong. The chair in our room is clearly here. After saying that, he pointed to the chair next to him. Seeing that there were indeed no missing chairs and the windows were intact, Yu and Dazzy touched his head again and found that there seemed to be no signs of being hit. What happened? Did I remember it wrong? He touched his head and walked away while talking to himself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, The Power of the Empress. Seeing that Yu and Dazzy did not continue to pursue the previous matter, both of them relaxed. You see, this is the function of the venting hourglass. You can do whatever you want for a period of time, and then let it return to its original state. Doraemon handed the venting hourglass to Nobita. He took it and said, "This hourglass, is it okay to just put it down like this?" Nobita said as he put the hourglass on the tatami. "Yes, you can vent it like this." After getting Doraemon's affirmation, Nobita shouted and threw the stool in his room out. With a loud bang, the stool broke the glass and fell to the ground again. Yu and Dazzy's voice came from below again. "Is it that bastard who threw it at the chair again this time? Nobita or Doraemon?" Nobita quickly put the venting hourglass back to its original place. With a tremor that made the earth tremble, Yu and Dazzy came to Nobita's room again. He broke the door open and walked into the room with blood on his head. Looking around, the chair and window were still intact. Although Yu and Dazzy suspected that they did it, he had no evidence and could only ask, "Damn it, did you see who threw the thing?" A piece of glass hit my head. The two of them sat on the ground and shook their heads indifferently. There was no other way. Yu and Dazzy could only leave angrily. "It's better not to let me know who did it." After walking out of the door, Yu and Dazzy kept staring at the sky with his mental power. Seeing that nothing flew down this time, he left with peace of mind. Just as he turned to Izumishin's house, he suddenly clapped his hands. "By the way, I forgot to tell Zyashin that there is no dog food at home. It's really troublesome. It seems that I can only buy it myself." Then he turned and walked towards the convenience store. "Dabe has been hungry for a while, and I have to buy some food for it quickly." Nobita and the others were relieved to see that this guy finally left. "Really, Nobita, you must check if there is anyone below when you use it." Doraemon pointed at Nobita and began to blame him. Nobita refused to give in and said, "How dare you say that to me? You threw it at him first." The two quarreled for a while, then decided to temporarily stop fighting and try out the effect of this hourglass for venting anger. "But I'm not angry now. I'm not angry at all." After being disturbed by Yu and just now, Nobita touched his head and blamed Yu and Dazzy for his lack of anger. Doraemon looked helpless. "Since you are not angry now, can't you find something to do and make yourself very angry?" Nobita immediately clapped his hands and praised. "Haha, this is a good idea. I'll let my mother scold me now." The two went downstairs. At this time, the mother had no idea that her son was going to trick her and was still ironing clothes peacefully. Nobita walked over and sat next to his mother, smiling and saying something that deserved a beating. "Mom, I got 0 points in the last exam." But Nobita's mother was unmoved, humming a little song, and had no intention of getting angry at all. "Did you get 0 points? It's okay. After this failure, you must work harder." Seeing that his mother didn't get angry, Nobita was unwilling to give up. "Mom, I ate all the cantaloupe in the kitchen." Nobita's mother was still contented. "Well, it's okay as long as I didn't get sick." "Mom, why aren't you angry?" He really had no choice but to admit defeat. Only then did his mother turn her head with a smile on her face. "That's because Dad's company bonus came down today. A full 550,000 yuan. You see, this much money is enough for our family to eat for a long time." She pulled out an envelope with a large stack of 10,000 yuan bills in it. Then she handed the money to Nobita, asking him to be happy too. Nobita took the money and suddenly came up with a plan. He turned the hourglass upside down and then tore the 550,000 yuan into pieces one by one in front of his mother and threw the pieces into the air. Well, now our family doesn't even have a bonus of $1. Mom was furious when she saw that Nobita dared to tear up the family's financial resources. A bolt of lightning struck the living room of the family, and the queen opened her domineering aura. How can you be so careless about money, kid? As the queen's aura rose, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became oppressive, and even the light was swallowed by the darkness. Seeing that the situation was not good, Doraemon hurried over to turn over the hourglass for venting anger, and then stopped her mother from beating Nobita. Mom, why are you beating Nobita? Doraemon pretended to be innocent. Mom pointed to the debris on the ground and said, look at this child, he doesn't care about money at all, and he actually took dad's year-end bonus. At this time, Mom suddenly found that the debris on the ground had disappeared, and instead, there was a pile of money on the ground. Mom quickly picked up the money and then counted it in her palm. 550,000 yuan, not a penny less. Only then did she put down her worries, and then she said to Nobita with an apologetic look, I'm so sorry, I must have seen it wrong just now. Here, take this 500 yuan as compensation. Mom handed Nobita a 500 yuan coin. The two took the coin and said happily, thank you, Mom. Then they put on their shoes and ran out together. Be careful on the road. Mom waved goodbye from behind and then put away all the bonuses. Nobita saw that his mother did not suspect anything and smiled and said to Doraemon, haha, this time we can be considered to have made a profit. Doraemon also said happily, yes, I saved you. Remember to buy me some dorayaki later. The two of them walked all the way to the side of the open space, and the two were still discussing how to spend the money. At this time, Zyashin, who was wearing a light green dress, came towards them. Nobita was a little unhappy when he saw Izuki-chan and was about to turn around and leave, but Doraemon suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute, Nobita, don't leave in a hurry. Think about it, if the person you hate, Izuki, suddenly asks you for something, will you be very happy? Nobita imagined the scene of Izuki kneeling on the ground and asking him to lend him the venting hourglass, and he was very happy. So he took the initiative to walk towards Izuki. Hey, I want to ask you, have you ever been particularly upset? Zyashin was asked by Nobita and began to ponder his past. At this time, he remembered that he broke both hands of his classmate Gian, and when his parents suddenly left. At those times, he was really upset, right? Finally, Izuki nodded and said, sometimes, I am. But why do you suddenly ask this? Doraemon continued, then what do you do when you are upset? Doraemon planned to wait for Zyashin to say that he had no good solution and then sell him his venting hourglass. You're talking about this. In the past, I devoted myself to sports and then I would naturally forget my worries. As for now, Zyashin pondered for a while and said, now I have Yuan to accompany me. If I have any worries, I can just share them with him. So the situation you mentioned usually doesn't happen. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Zyashin said innocently to hit Nobita and the others, making them feel even more unhappy. No, nothing. Nobita and Doraemon didn't know what to say. Just when Zyashin was about to say goodbye to them, and as his voice came from behind, Zyashin, wait for me. The three of them turned their heads and looked at and as at this time, he was holding a bag of dog food and running on this street. Then came his next sentence, make way, I can't stop the car. Zyashin reacted quickly and immediately dodged. Nobita and Doraemon behind him were not so lucky. They were accidentally hit by and Dazhi. He stuffed the whole bag of dog food he just bought into Doraemon's mouth. Oh, I'm so sorry, I really didn't break just now. And Dazhi said as he pulled the dog food out of Doraemon's mouth. Nobita obviously didn't believe it. Do you look like you are reflecting on yourself? After putting the dog food back into the bag, Zyashin interrupted, is Dabe's food gone? Why didn't you tell me? I forgot about it this morning and just remembered it, so I bought 2 bags. Zyashin smiled, that's fine, I've bought my vegetables, let's go home together. Nobita, how about you guys? The two of them looked at each other and said, we suddenly don't want to hang out outside anymore, so why don't we just go home together, since we are on the way anyway. The four of them were walking on the way home when they suddenly saw Fat Tiger Sunia with a big bag on his head. Nobita quickly went up to ask Fat Tiger and Sunia, "What happened to you?" They both said with tears in one eye. Just now at the construction site, an uncle showed off his robot. Not only did he break my robot, he also beat us up, saying that our hands were dirty and he didn't allow us to touch it. Nobita immediately knew that his hourglass for venting anger had been used, so he said, "Then take me to the construction site and I will vent your unwillingness for you." Fat Tiger and Sunia looked at each other and said in unison, "Just you? Forget it, we still want to believe in Dekisugi and Gian." Gian and Eiji were very interested in this. "Why don't we go with them? If they fail, we will take over." When they saw that the other two also agreed, they cheered. Great. Nobita and Doraemon next to them looked indignant. What? It was obviously us who were supposed to go over to help. Doraemon comforted Nobita. "It's okay, we will give them a surprise later." They brought everyone to a construction site. The place was surrounded by wooden walls on all sides, and they found a hole and walked in. This is it. Everyone looked at this place, which was covered with yellow soil, and was surrounded by stones and steel bars. The most conspicuous place was the large robot, that was almost 2 meters tall. Chapter 171 Gluttony Mode. When the man saw the kids coming back, he said, go away, kids, go play somewhere else. If you leave fingerprints on my zebra, how are you going to compensate me?" Yu and Daisy sneered. "How dare you show off something like this? You are so shameless." The man got angry when he heard it. "What nonsense are you talking about, kid? I spent more than 10 million to assemble this ultimate zebra. If you talk nonsense again, I will make you pay." Yu and Daisy was about to take out the dark blade and stab him a few times, but Zyashin next to him stopped him immediately when he saw that the situation was not right. "Don't be impulsive, Yu and Jun. We can't afford to pay more than 10 million. It doesn't matter, I can erase his memory of having zebra." Yu and Daisy wanted to take action, but Zyashin next to him held his hand tightly to prevent him from succeeding. "You really can't do this time. Please don't mess around." Nobita reset the hourglass of venting anger in his hand, put it on the ground, and prepared to go up and teach him a lesson. Yu and Daisy saw this thing from behind, and some familiar memories came to his mind. "This hourglass can't be. Nobita, I won't forgive you." Nobita, who had no idea that Yu and Daisy had recognized the prop, walked to the side and picked up a stone. "This thing should be treated like this." As he said that, he threw the stone at the Iron King Kong with all his strength. The big stone hit the left chest of the Iron King Kong, and the huge body collapsed with a dent on the chest. The man saw that his treasure was hit, and he quickly hugged it and started crying. "My Iron King Kong, how are you going to compensate me?" Fat Tiger and the others were scared. "This thing is not cheap. More than 10 million. Doraemon seemed to be completely unaware of it, and even found a cement pipe weighing several hundred kilograms from the side. "Nobita, you are too light like that. It should be like this." After that, the blue fat man threw the cement pipe weighing several hundred kilograms at the Iron King Kong, who was already lying on the ground. The man seemed to be completely unaware, holding on to his baby tightly, and vowed to live and die with this Iron Man. Zyashin didn't even bother to hold Yu and Daisuke, and rushed over to push the man away. The cement pipe fell on the Iron Man, splashing huge dust and debris, blocking everyone's vision. When he regained his vision, his baby Iron Man was only a pile of severely deformed scrap metal. He ran over and knelt in front of his robot. "My Iron Man, you left me after only a few days. What should I do with the rest of my life?" And as he ignored the man kneeling on the ground and ran to Zyashin to see if he was injured. Dekisugi stood up and dusted himself off. "Don't worry, that thing can't break my mental power." The uncle stood up and grabbed Nobita by the collar. "How are you going to compensate my Iron Man, kid? I'm going to beat you up and then send you to your parents and let them pay for it." Nobita was completely confused because Doraemon behind him had reset the hourglass and everything was back to normal. So he immediately said, "What are you talking about? Isn't your big robot standing there?" The uncle looked back and found that his Iron Man was really intact. And as he witnessed all this in the back and clenched his fists, "Those two chairs just now, it was you two bastards who did it." Zyadishan noticed Daz's emotional fluctuations and had a bad premonition. Yu and Kun, those two chairs you just mentioned. There were faint sparks in Yu and Daz's eyes. Just now after I gave Nobita extra lessons, Nobita and the others used that hourglass to throw two chairs out of the window and hit me on the head. When things here are over, I will make them pay. Zyadishan wiped the sweat off his face and began to think about how to stop him from running away. The uncle quickly loosened his collar and began to check his Iron Man. Yes, it's this touch, this shape. My Iron Man, it seems that you have not left me. As he said that, he climbed up. Nobita also began to reveal his secret. Look, this is the hourglass for venting anger. As long as you turn this hourglass upside down, you can do anything during this time. After that, reset the hourglass, and you can restore the things you destroyed during this time. Just when Shizuka and the others began to envy, a hand took the hourglass away. So you used this thing to play pranks. You are such a bunch of naughty kids. Confiscate it. What? How could you do this? Nobita hurriedly chased after him, trying to snatch the hourglass back. But Doraemon grabbed him and said, "It's okay. It's not a good thing anyway. Just give the hourglass to him." Then he led everyone out of the construction site. Nobita didn't understand Doraemon's behavior. Why are you suddenly willing to give this hourglass to him? Others also looked at Doraemon, wanting him to answer this question. Doraemon smirked. That's because this hourglass can only be used 4 times. Nobita, count how many times we have used it so far. Yeah, and as he also sneered, 2 of them were used on me, right? They just remembered that he was the victim when the chair was thrown the first 2 times. The others suddenly felt that there seemed to be a shell about to explode, and they all ran away. Yeah, and as he was about to chase him, but Zyadishan behind him grabbed his hand again and stopped him from hitting someone. Seeing him do this, Dazi had to give up his plan and said helplessly, "Forget it this time. Next time they dare to throw these things on my head, I will let them know what pain is." After deciding to give up, everyone went home together. At this time, Dabe smelled that there was food coming and hurriedly ran to Yu and Dazi and started wagging his tail. Yu and Dazi walked over and poured the dog food into his food bowl. The child immediately gobbled it up. "I'm so sorry, if you're hungry, eat more." He poured some more food in, which was about 30% more than its usual food intake. Seeing that it was very satisfied with the meal, Yu and Dazi nodded with satisfaction. It seems that it should be full this time. As soon as he walked into the door, he saw a cockroach crawling past his feet. Yu and Dazi's eyes changed, and red blood appeared in his eyes again. "There are cockroaches in our house." A bolt of lightning split the cockroach into ashes, and then he launched a mental search of the house. The inner thoughts of the cockroach: "I'm innocent. I just came to see if this place can be lived, but I didn't expect to be beaten by this guy without leaving any residue. Disgusting animals like cockroaches should be eliminated like rats." Dazi carefully explored every corner to confirm whether there were any rats, cockroaches, etc. Zyadishan noticed his almost out of control mental power and walked out of the kitchen. "What's wrong? Is there an enemy?" Yu and Dazi nodded. "Yes, there are cockroaches in the house. I have to kill his whole family." Then he continued to search the gaps between the wooden boards and the walls. Seeing him making such a fuss, Chumushin said he didn't want to talk to him and rolled his eyes at him. "Haha, you are still so violent." Then he turned back to the kitchen and continued to prepare lunch for today. When Yu and Dazi finally searched the house inside and out, he breathed a sigh of relief. "How it seems that our house is actually quite clean." Not only were there no cockroaches and mice in the house, but there was not much dust. After Yu and Dazi blew up a few hurricanes to clean up the remaining dust, he also went to the kitchen to prepare lunch with him. He took out 2 very fresh strips of meat from his cloak. "By the way, there is some crocodile meat here. Let's eat it for lunch today." Zyadishan thought for a while before remembering that this was the trophy he mentioned last time. "Isn't this what you scraped off from that big crocodile? Can it be eaten after so long?" That's right, in the storage space, time is still, so no matter how long it is left, it will be as fresh as if it was just taken out. While talking, Dazi began to cut the crocodile meat into strips, planning to make a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork for lunch. Because Yu and Dazi finally remembered that there was meat here, He decided to cook all the meat this afternoon to strengthen his body. But now let's prepare lunch first. Heat the oil, add the Cheyenne chia bean paste, and stir fry for a while, and fry the oil until it turns red. Then add chopped green onion and garlic, a small amount of salt, MSG, white sugar, pepper, and some soy sauce. Stir fry until all the seasonings are melted, then add a little vinegar and water. At this time, the pot has a strong aroma. However, the oil smoke here is a bit thick. Yu and Daisy opened the window and cast magic to blow away the oil smoke with a breeze. When the aroma reaches a peak, pour the processed shredded meat into the pot. At this time, Demushin has been attracted by the aroma and stands by to watch him cook. The neighbors outside have never smelled this kind of fragrance and began to wonder what this dish is. Of course, more people are complaining about which bastard blew the oil smoke into the street. Seeing that the meat was almost cooked, Daisy poured in the shredded carrots and black fungus that had just been blanched in water and continued to stir fry until the main ingredients and the side dishes were fully cooked before turning off the heat. Put the dishes into 2 plates and then serve them on the table. The eating habits here are not like in China, where one plate is served, but each person serves a separate plate. Although it feels a little cleaner, he still feels that the atmosphere of eating together is missing. After all the dishes were served, they first tasted the fried shredded pork. It was still the original recipe, and it still had a familiar taste. Yu and Daisy hadn't eaten this dish for more than half a year, and he really missed it. Well, it's delicious. Yu and Gian, what dish is this? Xiaoshan swallowed the meat in his mouth and asked the name of the dish. It's a dish from China. I used to love it. Unfortunately, no one has cooked it for me for a long time. At this point, he remembered the fish-flavored pork shreds that his mother made in his previous life. Oh, she didn't seem to know how to cook it. He made this dish himself after looking up tutorials online. Looking at the dishes on the plate, there was suddenly no atmosphere at all. So Yu and Daisy decided to turn his grief and anger into appetite, wolf down the rest of the food, and then wash the dishes for today's lunch. Afterwards, he picked up the pot again and threw in the fresh crocodile meat. This afternoon, either you die or I die. Looking at the remaining half-ton of meat, Yu and Daisy made a vow. Chapter 172. You look delicious. So, you've become like this after eating? Chumushin looked at Yu and Daisy lying on the ground with a bulging belly and was very speechless. You should have a limit, right? You ate so much meat in one afternoon. Xiaoshan said as she tried hard to lift him up. But soon she found that she didn't have the strength to lift him up. Seeing Chumushin's face flushed, Yu and Daisy had to say, no, I'll practice physical skills by myself later. As he said that, Yu and Daisy struggled to stand up. Seeing that he was like a turtle, Chumushin finally couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Go read your book. This was the last stubbornness from a fat man. Haha, I know, I'm going to read a book now. You can take care of yourself. Hahaha. Xiaoshan laughed and left the kitchen. As for Yu and Daisy, it took him 3 minutes to stand up again and walk out of the kitchen door. The trees in the yard still haven't sprouted. It seems that there is still some time before spring. After finding a corner to stand, Yu and Daisy started exercising with a belly bigger than a 10-month pregnancy in order to digest the huge amount of energy. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yu and Daisy finally finished his shower and returned to his room. Today was a day he spent. In the morning, he was almost killed by an alien object. In the afternoon, he ate from 1 to 4 and practiced physical skills from 4 to 9. Although the process was a bit difficult, the benefits were also huge, and his strength increased by about 40%. But now it's getting harder and harder to increase physical strength. I ate more food than last time, but I only increased this little bit. Seeing that Xiaoshan was still studying his mental power and thinking of how he laughed at him this afternoon, Daisy came over from behind and gave him a bear hug. It hurts, let go. Xiaoshan didn't expect Yu and Daisy to do this at all and was hugged by him without noticing. Now Yu and Daisy's strength has exceeded Tsuneo Shiyuma by nearly 1 time, and Xiaoshan's mental power is only a little stronger than before. Yu and Daisy strengthened it this afternoon and is no match for him at all. Haha, I'll let you laugh at me this afternoon. Seeing him begging for mercy, Yu and as he mercifully let him go, put him on the ground, and then jumped onto the bed. Today is really a comfortable day. Go to bed early. Zyadishan rubbed his arms and went to wash up helplessly. After coming back, adhering to the usual fine tradition, he first returned to his seat, took out his diary, and wrote today's diary before going to bed. The next afternoon, Fat Tiger shouted under their window, "Classmate Gian, classmate Chumushin, can you come down for a while?" At this time, Gian as he was reading a book. When he heard about Fat Tiger, he instinctively wanted to refuse. But Zyadishan agreed. "Okay, we'll come down right away." Then he pulled Dazzy and came to the door with him. Seeing them coming down, Fat Tiger started talking about his own things. "This is it. I tried to make a pot of soup today, and I want to invite you to taste my cooking skills. Can you come with me?" Yu and Dazzy immediately thought of Fat Tiger's soup, a soup in which you never knew what he put in it. When he thought that he might put things like toads, cicada shells, cakes, and buns in the soup, Yu and Dazzy began to feel nauseous. Zyadishan seemed to be unaware of his strength and agreed with the heart of supporting him. "No problem, the two of us will definitely come." Fat Tiger immediately waved goodbye, not giving us a chance to react. "Then it's settled. I will wait for you at 6 o'clock this afternoon. See you then." Seeing that Zyadishan agreed for him, Dazzy had to roar at him. "Why did you agree to such a thing so casually again?" Zyadishan smiled and waved his hands. "What does it matter? Anyway, we are just going to eat, not to listen to his singing." Seeing that he had no idea of the seriousness of the matter, Yu and Dazzy put a hand on his shoulder and said gloomily, "Well, you must finish everything this afternoon." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, they appeared in the Gouda store on time. They were accompanied by Nobita, Sunya, Shizuka and the other three, and Doraemon was not on Fat Tiger's invitation list, so he escaped. "Ian, why are you here too? I thought you wouldn't be threatened by Fat Tiger." Ian and as he glanced at Zyofu expressionlessly, "This matter should be blamed on Demishin. He agreed on my behalf without authorization." The three of them looked at each other and looked at the two people with sympathy. On the one hand, they sympathized with Zyadishan for not knowing the power of Fat Tiger's cooking, and on the other hand, they sympathized with Dazzy for being betrayed by his good teammate. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Fat Tiger came to the crowd with a pot of black stuff and put it on the table. A wonderful smell floated out of the pot, which was no less than the foot odor at the beginning. When Yu and Dazzy smelled this smell for the first time, he immediately used soul interference to poke his nose. The faces of the others were not much better, and they all looked like they had eaten shit. Among them, Demishin's expression was the most helpless. "I'm so happy to see you all here. Please feel free to eat. Don't be polite." Fat Tiger said as he served everyone a dish of soup and placed it in front of them. Zyofu decided to find out whether these things were edible first, so he asked Fat Tiger, "Fat Tiger, your soup looks pretty good. What did you put in it?" Fat Tiger thought and said, "There are lizards, wild grass, rice wine, toads, eels." Everyone present couldn't help but vomit in their hearts. "Can these things be eaten together?" Zyadishan regretted agreeing to this tasting trip, but he felt the resentment of Yu and Dazzy beside him, so he had to bite the bullet and taste it. When this strange mixture was put into the mouth, an indescribable taste entangled the taste buds, constantly bursting, entangled, and bursting. Suddenly, Chumushin rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. Yu and Dazzy hurriedly supported him from behind, but he didn't plan to avenge him. This time he was just asking for it, so he didn't bother to care. When Fat Tiger saw Dekisugi suddenly fall down, he asked hurriedly, "What happened to Dekisugi? Is he sick?" Nobita and the others said silently in their hearts, "You are the only one who doesn't know how he is. But it's good this way. Now Yuan will probably beat Fat Tiger up and end this dinner." Yuan and Dazzy didn't care about their pleading eyes at all, but said, "Dekisugi fainted because he was so happy to eat such delicious food. Don't worry, I'll wake him up soon. You continue to eat, and don't be polite to Fat Tiger." Then he started to perform CPR on Dekisugi. Fat Tiger was so excited when he heard what Yu and Dazzy said, and he cast his eager eyes on other guests. Nobita reluctantly sprinkled some magic MSG on his plate, and then took a spoon to eat. millimeters. It's delicious. Nobita handed his empty plate to Fat Tiger with a happy face. I want more. Everyone else looked like they had seen a ghost. Everyone has seen the power of the bowl just now. It only takes one shot to poison a person. How dare Nobita ask Fat Tiger to add another bowl? Is his brain broken? Fat Tiger's eyes overflowed with tears, and he hugged Nobita. Yes, this is my close friend. Just tell me how much you want to eat. I promise you can eat as much as you want. Then Fat Tiger served Nobita another bowl. Nobita was about to add magic MSG to it, but Fat Tiger found out and snatched the magic MSG away. So you eat my food because of this? Bring it here, so I can take a good look. Nobita knew that he didn't dare to touch Fat Tiger's food without the magic MSG. Izuki-chan, who was still lying next to him, was an example. In order to prevent himself from lying down, Nobita had to bite the bullet and fight with Fat Tiger. It took a while for Yu and Dazi to finally let Zyashin sit up again. Pointing to a dish of soup in front of him, "This is your dinner today. You promised me this afternoon that you must finish it all." Looking at the dinner next to her and Yu and Dazhi's kind smile, Zyashin picked up the spoon with trembling hands again, ready to continue eating Fat Tiger's food. Just when Zyashin had given up treatment, the fight between Fat Tiger and Nobita finally ended. The lid of the magic MSG fell off, and the remaining MSG was all sprinkled on Fat Tiger's body, and a fragrance spread. Smelling this smell, Yu and Dazhi immediately gave up the intention of supervising Zyashin's meal, and turned to look at Fat Tiger. The reactions of others were similar. Looking at Fat Tiger, their eyes were already glowing green. Nobita grabbed Fat Tiger's clothes. "You look delicious." Everyone present, including Dekisugi, walked towards Fat Tiger, holding the knife and fork that Fat Tiger had just given them. "We think so too. Let's have a bite." Just one bite will do. How could the young Fat Tiger have seen such a scene? He quickly broke free from Nobita's grip and rushed out of his house. He intuitively felt that everyone's changes were related to the magic flavor in his body, and he had to wash it off. If he couldn't wash it off, he would really be eaten by these guys. "I remember there is a faucet in our yard. Hurry up, we are almost there." After turning the corner, Yu and Daz's face appeared in Fat Tiger's eyes. Dazi stretched out his evil hand to him. "It seems that I'm lucky. I'm the first to eat. You must not let Yu and Dazi catch me. Otherwise, I will definitely have no hope of survival." At the moment of life and death crisis, Fat Tiger burst out with a reaction speed far beyond his usual speed, and dodged Yu and Daz's hand with a sideways movement. Seeing that Fat Tiger actually dodged his hand, Yu and Dazi was stunned for a second, and then turned his head to look at Fat Tiger, who had already run away. You can't escape." After saying that, he continued to walk towards Fat Tiger. "Hurry up, it's here." After turning the second corner, a faucet appeared in front of Fat Tiger. When he was about to take a shower, a hand grabbed Fat Tiger's hand. "I caught you." Fat Tiger turned around and saw that it was Chumushin. "Damn it, I won't lose to you." He immediately gave up the idea of taking a shower first, picked up Chumushin, and threw him into the sky. He took advantage of these few seconds to turn on the faucet and prepare to wash. And from behind came the voice of Yu and Dazi. "I found you again, my beloved food." There was no time to look back, and he quickly poured water on himself to wash off the magic MSG on his body. Yu and Dazi came back to his senses and caught Chumushin, who had just fallen. Everyone who came from behind also returned to normal. "What happened just now? I always feel that Fat Tiger seems to be delicious." Seeing that this was a good opportunity, everyone took the opportunity to evacuate while talking. Fat Tiger's food, whoever likes it can eat it. Chapter 173, Invisible Armor. At night, Zyashin got sick after eating just one spoonful of Fat Tiger's soup. Seeing that he looked very bad, Dazi couldn't help asking him, "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Zyashin was still very reluctant to go to the hospital, holding his stomach and shaking his head. There was no way. He had to respect Chumushin's opinion. After all, Dazi and he were just friends, and it was impossible for him to be forced to go to the hospital like a parent. However, although Yu and Dazi couldn't send him to the hospital, he could still treat him with an old prescription that had been passed down in the Celestial Empire for 1,000 years. He handed him a glass of water. Here, drink more hot water when you have a stomachache. The next morning, Yu and as he touched his head, yes, you have a cold. Then he took out a thermometer from the medicine box and stuffed it into his mouth. He lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking. He calculated the time and took the thermometer out of his mouth and looked at the temperature. 38.7 degrees, not bad, a little lighter than last time. How is it? Can I still go to school? He shook his head and lay in bed without saying a word. Okay, I'll ask the teacher for a day off, and I can also take a day off. Yu and as he was also happy about this. Anyway, he didn't need to go to school, and his illness was not too serious. Why not take a reason to leave? He walked downstairs and went to the kitchen first. Let me see, I'll have porridge this morning. He added tap water to the pot to boil water, and then he stood in front of the phone and dialed the teacher's number. A few seconds later, a familiar voice came from the other side. Hello, this is Kato Osamu. Who are you? I'm Yu and Eiji. Izuki-san caught a cold today, and I have to take care of him at home. So I want to ask for a day off for us. Kato Osamu was silent for a while before saying, is Izuki-sanmu's cold serious? Yu and Eiji thought about it, and based on Zayashin's condition, gave an answer. He probably won't be able to get out of bed for a while. The teacher didn't ask any more questions and approved their vacation. Okay, let him take care of himself. A cold is not so easy to feel. After thanking Zayashin, Yu and Eiji hung up the phone and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for today. After breakfast, he didn't forget to take out the crystal ball to see Yamaguchi's physical condition. At this time, Yamaguchi was in class, and the curse on his body deepened a lot. It seems that his mental state is not very good, and he must have had a nightmare last night. Just when Yu and Eiji began to estimate the strength of this Sadako, Zayashin saw the scene in the crystal ball. So he sat up and said to Yu and Daisuke, Yu Anjin, give me the crystal ball. I want to listen to the teacher's lecture. Is this the difference between a top student and a poor student? Yu and Daisuke said he was completely convinced. No wonder this guy always gets full marks in every exam. It would be unfair if such a person doesn't get full marks. He had to hand him the crystal ball and the textbook together. Yu and Daisuke didn't want to study, so he took out the dark blade and continued to practice sword on the top of the cloud. It was not until he spent most of his magic power that he used a teleportation to return to the room. It was time for lunch. Seeing that his mental state had improved a lot, Yu and Daisuke also felt relieved to use the remaining magic power to make 2 ramen fruits. After lunch, Yu and Daisuke took back the crystal ball and let him have a good rest. How can learning be more important than health? In the afternoon, he looked at the empty refrigerator at home, silently picked up his vegetable basket, and went out to buy vegetables. When he walked outside, he looked at the dazzling array of goods in the market and began to worry. What should I eat tonight? Beef, carrots, cabbage and radish. Let's buy these first. After telling the store owner what he needed, the store owner quickly packed it for him. Carrying a basket of vegetables, Yu and Daisuke prepared to go home to cook dinner. When he passed by an open space, there was a mirror as tall as a person on the open space. Nobita was sitting in front of the mirror, staring at it in a daze. Strange, what is this guy doing? Curiosity drove him to take a look. As soon as he approached, he saw a handsome guy in the mirror, wearing the same clothes as Nobita. Seeing this scene, Yu and Daisuke already had an idea in his mind. Could this mirror be the lying mirror? Sure enough, when he continued to approach, the voice of the mirror came. Please come closer, let me appreciate your beauty. Although he knew it was just a compliment, he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Then the figure of Yu and Daisuke appeared on the mirror. The scene on it was like a beauty filter, so that he himself could not believe that the person standing in the mirror was himself. Humph, do you think this kind of evil magic can confuse my mind? Then you are too naive. The voice of the mirror was still calm. You misunderstood. I'm not trying to confuse your mind, but because this is your original appearance. Really? Yu and Daisuke put down the basket in his hand. Then why doesn't anyone appreciate me usually? That's because other people are ordinary people and don't understand your beauty at all. As long as you follow me, your most beautiful side will immediately stand out. Yu and Dazi became interested. Then what should I do? Just use one hand to push your nostrils up, then open your eyes wide and open your mouth as high as possible. Before he finished speaking, Yu and Dazi smashed it with a punch. What a piece of shit. Really? I still had a glimmer of hope that I could get something useful from you, but it turns out you're just teaching me to make faces. Nobita saw that his spiritual pillar was broken by Yu and Dazi, and he quickly grabbed his clothes. You broke the mirror. You accompany me. You accompany. Yu and Dazi stared back at the rest of Nobita's words with an expressionless face. It's nothing, as long as you are happy. Seeing that Nobita had come to his senses and turned over a new leaf, Yu and Dazi was satisfied and went back with the basket, leaving Nobita alone on the ground, looking sad at the broken mirror. Not long after, Doraemon came over and saw that he was so sad, so he asked him, Nobita, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying here alone? Nobita turned around and hugged Doraemon and cried, that guy Yu and Dazi, he actually broke your mirror. After hearing this, Doraemon was not angry, but said happily, so it was that thing. Let it break. It will only cause trouble to people if it stays here anyway. But Nobita disagreed. No, I just want to take revenge on him. Little Dora said expressionlessly. Okay, go ahead. I promise not to stop you. Nobita was stunned for 3 full seconds, and then continued to cry. You know I can't beat him. Why don't you take out the props quickly? Seeing that he was so unreasonable, Doraemon had to start rummaging through his pockets, but in the end he didn't take out anything. Since you want to take revenge on him so much, just use this super armor. Super armor? Nobita looked at Doraemon, who had nothing in his hands, in confusion. But your hands are obviously empty? Doraemon explained slowly, this item is a very powerful armor. As long as you put it on, not even a knife can cut into it, and no matter how you are hit, you won't feel any pain. At this point, Doraemon paused and continued, but this item can only be seen by smart people, and it will only work for those who can see it. Nobita, you can't be blind, can you? As he spoke, Doraemon looked at Nobita with disdain, as if he couldn't see, he and Doraemon would be people from 2 different worlds. Nobita quickly said, of course I can see it. This armor is very thick, it won't affect the movement, right? Doraemon then withdrew his gaze and said, of course not, although it looks bulky, it is actually very flexible, and it is very light, and it feels like you are not wearing anything when you wear it. Come on, Nobita, you try it. After speaking, Doraemon handed his empty hand to Nobita. Nobita took it and put it on in a pretentious manner, then asked Doraemon, is this alright? Doraemon smiled and nodded. Yes, that's it. Well, now you have the power to avenge Yu and Daiji. Go and take revenge on him. After getting his affirmation, Nobita walked out of the open space with confidence and walked towards the direction of Dekisugi's house. Doraemon waited for a while and saw that Nobita didn't come back, and then he realized that something was wrong. Nobita, you haven't heard of the story of the Emperor's new clothes, have you? Come back quickly. If you really go, you will definitely be beaten badly. But when Doraemon walked to a corner, he still didn't see Nobita, so he had to take out the bamboo dragonfly and look around. At this time, Yu and Daiji had returned home and was preparing to cook dinner. Zyadishin was almost well and came down to cook with him. Just when Yu and Dazi was about to cut the meat, Dakshin's voice came from outside. Yu and Dazi, come out and fight me to the death. He was a little puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? Did the blue fat man forget to give him medicine today? Hearing Dakshin shouting outside was also very annoying, so he put down the knife in his hand and walked out the door and saw Dakshin standing at the door and challenging him. You finally came out, now I'll show you my strength. As he said that, he attacked Yu and Dazi. He dodged hurriedly, and while dodging, he said, Dakshin, you better leave by yourself, I don't want to fight with you. This is indeed his original intention, because Yu and Dazi's current strength is already very great, and he may be sent to the hospital by accident. This is like a baby facing an adult. If the adult accidentally pushes the baby may be injured. Although the adult's original intention is not to hurt him, the baby's own physique determines that he cannot withstand this. Nobita thought he was scared by the super armor and suddenly became more presumptuous. You dare to break my mirror, I will never forgive you this time. Seeing him so persistent, Yu and as his eyes suddenly changed. Although he didn't want to hurt others, it didn't mean that he minded pushing Yu. When he rushed over again, Yu and as he kicked him in the stomach and kicked him against the wall. Seeing that his eyes turned into mosquito coils and he couldn't fight, he clapped his hands. What an ungrateful guy. As for what happened next, he believed that Doraemon would come to take Nobita back soon, so he didn't care. Chapter 174 Stay at home. The next morning, Yu and Daisy woke up and found that the temperature was much lower than the previous 2 days. What's going on? Why is it so cold today? He opened the window and found that it was drizzling outside. Really, why is it raining today? Xiaoshan just got better from a cold. It will be troublesome if she catches a cold again. Seeing that it was raining today, he had to give up his plan to practice physical skills today and went downstairs to watch the morning animation. Not long after, Xiaoshan also got up. Yu and Daisy walked up and handed him the hug of the goddess of dawn. You can wear this today. He took Daz's cloak, looked at it for a few times, and said helplessly, do you want me to wear this to school? The teacher will definitely not agree. Yu and Daisy snapped his fingers casually, and the cloak emitted a faint light. A few seconds later, the golden cloak turned into a set of clothes that fit Xiaoshan's body shape. With this set of clothes, you should not catch a cold. After saying that, he went out to prepare breakfast. Xiaoshan looked at the clothes, and when he thought that he was wearing a cloak, he was still a little uncomfortable, but he put it on anyway. Well, it's really warm. After putting it on, he immediately felt a temperature difference between the inside and outside of the clothes. The clothes that changed with the embrace of the goddess of dawn were like a set of clothes with built-in air conditioning. No matter what the external temperature is, the temperature inside the clothes is constant. As for the energy required to maintain this process, it can be supplemented by natural forces from the surrounding space, so it is not a burden for the user. Put the cooked porridge on the table and wait for him to come down to eat together. Xiaoshan saw that Yu and Daisy had prepared breakfast again and hurriedly sat down. Thank you. Then I'll start. Daisy also said a pre-meal etiquette I'm starting, and then started eating. While eating, he calculated the time when the curse swallowed Yamagaki and the information just obtained and estimated Sadako's current strength. Xiaoshan was thinking about whether he had brought everything for today. At the door, Xiaoshan saw that there was only one umbrella at home and slapped his head. Sorry, I forgot that my parents took the umbrella away last time they left. Yu and as he waved his hand, it doesn't matter, 2 people can share an umbrella. In fact, for Yu and Daisuke, it doesn't matter whether he holds an umbrella or not. If a little rain can make a magician catch a cold, then people like them would have no face to stay in this world, so they should just quit the group. Not long after walking out of the door, Yu and Daisuke felt that there seemed to be an unusual breath flashing around him, so he looked in that direction, but there was nothing. He retracted his gaze. Just now, was it my illusion? Arriving at school, the rain gradually got heavier. Fortunately, I came early today, otherwise even with an umbrella, it would be easy to get wet in the rain. Xiaoshan put away the umbrella, and a breath of unpleasantness came from Yu and Daz's sea of consciousness, and then Xiaoshan felt that his body was out of control, and he stood in the rain. Seeing that something was not right, he looked at me. Yuanjin, what's going on? Why did my clothes move by themselves? Daisy conveyed the message from the golden cloak to him. The clothes on you said that you think it can't even be waterproof, which shows that you look down on it. If you don't apologize to it for despising it, it will keep you standing there. Xiaoshan stood in the rain and saw that, although the raindrops around him kept dripping on him, he didn't feel the slightest chill at all. A closer look showed that there seemed to be a thin film on the surface of his skin, blocking the erosion of the outside rain. Seeing that the cloak was in a bad mood, Xiaoshan smiled and touched his head. I'm so sorry, I don't understand you, so please forgive me. The cloak calmed down and released the control of his body to let Xiaoshan go back. And as he waved his hand to blow away all the water droplets on the umbrella and then stuffed the umbrella into his school bag so that the school bag would not get wet. Seeing that Xiaoshan had returned to the teaching building, the two of them went to the classroom together. Not long after, the teacher came to the classroom with the bell ringing and started to call the roll as usual, but found that Nobita was not here again. Oh, this kid. Forget it, let's ignore him and start the class. Everyone take out the Chinese books. A few minutes later, Nobita appeared at the door of the classroom panting. Sorry, teacher, I'm late again. The teacher looked at him, and after a moment of silence, he said, because it rained today, I won't pursue it. Go back to your seat quickly. Nobita was overjoyed, and hurriedly thanked him, and returned to his seat. The teacher shook his head. In fact, being late in the rain should be punished by standing, but Nobita has not been late for a while recently, so it can be regarded as a reward for him. Yu and as he looked at Yamagachi from time to time. Now the curse energy on his body is stronger, and a shadow has gradually appeared behind him. But Lee Zinau from the Celestial Empire still did not change his expression, and still comforted him, and told him not to worry. As long as he waited until 12 o'clock on Thursday night, when the ghost came out, he could go and destroy it. Although Yamagachi also felt that he was unreliable, he had no other choice now. After school in the afternoon, Shizuka suddenly found cousin Izuki. I have finished reading the book you lent me last time. If it is convenient for you, can you go to my place and take the book back? Cousin immediately agreed. No problem, let's go now. Ian, do you want to go with us? Ian as he thought about it and decided that, since it was raining today, he didn't need to help Nobita with his homework, so he nodded and agreed. Nobita witnessed all this from behind and felt the malice of the world at that time. How can this be? My future wife. This scene made Nobita so angry that he picked up his school bag and left alone, forgetting to take his homework. On the way to Shizuka's house, Dazi and cousin still held an umbrella, and Shizuka kept looking for opportunities to chat with cousin. Ian and Dazi looked at her and felt a little unhappy. Why are you only looking for him? Do you look down on me? Soon after, Shizuka said, Izuki-san, why don't you come over and share an umbrella with me? That way it will be convenient for us to chat. A few tic-tac-toes popped up above Yu and Daz's head. Do you really think I don't exist? Be careful or I'll chop you to death. But this time, Zyadishan rejected her invitation. No, it will be embarrassing for Yu-san. This made me feel much better. As expected, brothers are the most important. Look at Naruto and Sasuke, Gon and Killua, what kind of brothers they are. By the way, Togashi the old thief can't be counted. He actually went out to spend money when he had money. I curse him to lose money playing Mahjong all his life. After complaining about Togashi Yoshihiro's lifestyle and his work Hunter x Hunter, which has a longer life than the author, they almost arrived at Shizuka's house. Please come in. I'm so sorry to ask you to come to my place to get something on this rainy day. Zyadishan waved her hands repeatedly to show that she didn't care. It's okay, one of us will have to trouble ourselves anyway, and it's okay for us boys to work harder. Ian and as he took off his shoes expressionlessly, walked to the living room and sat down to take out his homework. You two can chat slowly, I'll wait for you here. Zyadishan smiled and said to Shizuka, he rarely interacts with everyone, so his personality is a bit cold, please don't mind. Then the two of them went to Shizuka's bedroom next door and talked about books together. At this time, Nobita was lying on the table like a salted fish. Doraemon saw that he was doing nothing, so he asked him, why are you lying here? Now that you can't go out to play, can't you just do your homework? Nobita said weakly, my homework was left in the classroom, so I won't do my homework today. Doraemon immediately threw away the book in his hand and roared, it's just that I didn't bring my homework. Can't you go to school to get it? But look at this weather, it's raining so hard, I don't want to go out to get my homework. Nobita turned over and continued to lie on the table. Then he suddenly jumped up. By the way, Doraemon, don't you have a random door? Doraemon said expressionlessly, the handle of the random door is loose, I took it to repair it. After hearing this, Nobita immediately lay on the table again and felt at ease as a salted fish. Seeing his look, Laozi said helplessly, I really can't do anything about you. Why are you like this? Then he started to take out his pocket. As long as I ask you to bring back your homework book, you can do your homework. Nobita looked at Doraemon. Why? In this weather, you still have to help me get my homework? Doraemon shook his head. Why is it so troublesome? I have this, the room switch. Nobita and Doraemon walked to the door of Nobita's room together and placed the props on the wall at the door. Then Doraemon's chubby hand stretched out a finger. Now just use these buttons to adjust the direction. Find the location of the classroom and you can exchange with the room. Okay, it's okay. The indicator light on the room switch suddenly lit up and turned green. What is this light for? Nobita pointed to the green light and asked Doraemon. This indicator light is used to check if there is anyone in the room. Now the indicator light is green, which means there is no one in the room. If the indicator light turns red, it means there is someone in the room, or is approaching this room. Now we are safe. Let's exchange the room with the classroom. After saying that, the blue fat man pressed the exchange button. The space around Nobita began to change, and soon it became like a classroom. The classroom was very quiet at this time, and all the chairs were lifted onto the table. He easily found his own table, and took back his homework book. Then Nobita, let's go back to do our homework now. After saying that, the blue fat man pressed the switch button again, and the surrounding layout became a familiar room for Nobita. Nobita immediately sat down at his seat, picked up a pen, and started to do his homework. When Doraemon saw Nobita like this, he ignored the room switch installed on the wall, and sat next to him happily watching Nobita. Of course, if it is double happiness, work, and blessing, work, like Yuan. Forget it. Chapter 175, Signing a Contract with a Ghost. Yuan and Azzy had almost finished his homework, and Zayashin and the others came out. Yuan-kun, let's go back. Yuan and Azzy nodded, and put the homework in his bag. Shizuka also came out. Then I won't see you off. Zayashin didn't seem to care. It's okay. Our two houses are not too far away. You don't have to mind. Seeing that the two of them seemed a little unhappy, Yuan, as he remembered the quarrel before, which should be a disagreement when doing homework just now. Holding the umbrella, the two walked out of Shizuka's house. Then we will leave first. See you tomorrow. Shizuka just looked at them at the door without saying a word. On the way, Yuan, as he saw Zao-shan was a little depressed, so he asked him, what's the matter with you two? You've become like enemies so quickly. Alas, we just had a quarrel over a math problem today, so that's why it happened. He immediately became interested. Which problem is it that made you quarrel like this? Zao-shan thought for a while and said, it's the problem of ants climbing a well today. I said it would take 3 days, and she said it would take 5 days. Yuan, as he thought about it, and found that he hadn't done that yet, so he could only shake his head. I'm so sorry, I just have 2 more thinking problems left. Let's discuss them together after I go back. Zao-shan didn't seem to want to wait too long, so she grabbed his hand. Then let's go back quickly. Then she pulled him and ran wildly in the rain. Really, my clothes will get dirty like this. Yuan, as he had to use magic to form a barrier to block the dirty water splashing on the ground around him. He didn't have a golden cloak to protect his body. Although his clothes could be washed, if they got dirty, it would be very uncomfortable. When we got home, there were no stains on either of us. But Yuan, as his cloak was very unhappy, because it loved cleanliness very much, and this time Zayashin ran so fast on purpose, causing a lot of dirt around. And they had already returned from school, and they had completed the task assigned by Yuan Dazhi, so they got off Zayashin without permission. Dazhi saw a flash of light on Zayashin, and then his clothes were in his hands. He suddenly felt cold, and when he looked down at Mushin, he found that his clothes were gone. He quickly ran to the second floor to find his clothes, and put them on. Yuan, as he was scolding the cloak downstairs, you are causing me a lot of trouble. Don't get off someone else's clothes at this time, okay? After saying that, Yuan, as he felt the emotions coming from it, seeing that it was so determined, he had to give up. He shook the clothes to turn it back into a cloak. Zayashin also changed clothes and came down. He asked him, what happened to it this time? Yuan, as he looked at the cloak and answered truthfully, it likes to be clean. You just made it wade in the muddy water, and it was very uncomfortable, so it came down by itself. Really? Forget it. Yuan-kun, you should quickly look at the thinking questions. He grabbed Yuan as his hand, and dragged him into the room. He took out his homework book with a helpless look on his face, and started to do his homework. He saw the last thinking question. There is a well 10 meters deep, An ant starts from the bottom of the well and can climb 6 meters a day. But after climbing 6 meters, it will slide down 4 meters due to lack of physical strength. How long does it take to climb to the well mouth? 3 days. After looking at it for a few seconds, he gave the answer. On the first day, the highest point was 6 meters and finally stopped at 2 meters. On the second day, the highest point was 8 meters and the last 4 meters. On the third day, the highest point just reached the well mouth. As he spoke, and as he wrote his answer on the homework book, Zyadishin ran out of the room very proudly, ready to call Shizuka. And as he also went to the kitchen to see what dishes were left so as to decide what to eat in the evening. At this time, Nobita had given up doing his homework and lay on the table like a salted fish. He realized that he could not do anything. Doraemon did not care about him and read comics alone in the back. At this moment, Nobita suddenly turned his head and found that the room switch was still there, so he said to Doraemon, "Dora-chan, can I use that thing again?" Doraemon looked at Nobita with a squint. "What kind of prank do you want to play with my props?" Nobita shook his head. "I won't play pranks. I just want to exchange with Dekisugi's house." Doraemon didn't know why Nobita made this request. Maybe he wanted to get some of the aura of the academic master? In the end, Doraemon agreed to Nobita's request. "Okay, you can only use it once, before you finish your homework." Nobita smiled and nodded. Doraemon adjusted the position of the room switch to their room, and Nobita picked up his homework in the back. Seeing that the indicator light of the house was green, Doraemon asked Nobita, "I'm ready here, have you got your homework?" Nobita nodded and showed the homework in his hand to Doraemon. "Okay, now let's exchange rooms. Start." Doraemon pressed the exchange button, and the surrounding space began to change, and finally became the room of Dekisugi and his friends. Doraemon immediately said, "Look at their rooms, they are always so tidy. You always know how to throw things around, and never clean up. How can you be embarrassed?" Nobita saw Doraemon start to nag, and hurriedly sat in the place where and Daisy had just sat. Looking at the 2 homeworks on the table, Nobita's heart was full of joy. "Let me see, I'll start copying from Dekisugi's." In the end, Nobita decided to trust his academic classmate who had been a top student for many years, picked up Dekisugi's homework, and started writing furiously. When Doraemon saw that Nobita came to copy homework, he was furious. But he didn't want to change the room back, so he had to be angry there. Daisy and Zyadishin were busy with their own things, but suddenly found a strange energy fluctuation upstairs, so they put down what and Daisy was doing. Zyadishin also chose to hang up the phone in advance, and they decided to go together to find out. Just when Nobita was halfway through copying his homework, Doraemon suddenly found that the indicator light suddenly turned red and began to flash continuously, which was a sign that someone was approaching. The blue fat man immediately said, "Nobita, hurry up, Izuku and and Daisy will come in soon." Nobita saw that the 2 boss level characters were approaching, and his movement began to speed up. In front of Doraemon, the indicator light began to flash faster. "Hurry up, Nobita. There will be no time soon." At this time, the speed of the machine's flashing light reached a certain level, almost no different from being on all the time, which meant that they were already standing at the door. The 2 stood at the door and felt that the space here seemed a little different. And as he took a deep breath, first cast the 2nd level strange power spell Wind Curse, and then took out his Dark Blade and Wood Spirit Staff. Then he, as a meat shield, first grasped the door handle and pushed the door open. The scene in the house made them both speechless. How can anyone live in such a dirty place? The kicked over trash can, the scattered garbage, the toys and comic books, the food crumbs on the floor, the messy bookshelves, and the strange smell made and Daisy admire Nobita a little. "Isn't this Nobita's room?" Zyadishin asked him, pinching his nose. Daisy also nodded and admitted this. "Yes, this is Nobita's room. I will never make a mistake." This guy dared. At this time, Nobita finally finished copying the homework and quickly gave Doraemon an okay gesture. Without much hesitation, Doraemon pressed the button of the room switch. After a flash, the room once again returned to its previous messy appearance. The blue fat man couldn't help but complain. "Really, after getting used to Zyadishin's neat room, look at Nobita's. It's simply not a place for people to live." They also discovered the spatial fluctuations around them. After a flash, the room once again returned to its previous appearance. Both of them used their mental power to investigate, and only found that the homework on the table had been touched. That guy Nobita actually dared to copy homework. Yu and as he looked at Zyashin's homework book, and was very annoyed, and it was copied from Zyashin. Isn't your tutor's homework worth a look? You're dead. As he said that, Yu and as he wanted to put on a cloak, and go out to find Nobita. Zyashin was also very angry. In his worldview, homework must be done by oneself to be useful. Things like copying homework are absolutely intolerable. Just as they were about to go out, the phone upstairs suddenly rang. They had to temporarily terminate their plan and go upstairs to see who was using Zyashin's private number. Gian and as he stepped forward and answered the phone. Hello, this is Yu and Daisuke. What can I do for you? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Hello, this is Kodama Yoshio. I have already asked the killer for some information. They immediately put Nobita's matter behind their minds. Have you found out the mastermind behind the scenes? Tell me who that person is. The voice on the other end was a little hesitant. I'm sorry, the mastermind behind the scenes has not been found out yet. Daisuke was a little disappointed after hearing it, but he still believed that he called. There must be some important news. After waiting for a while, he really stated the purpose of the call. But we have found out some things. Yesterday when we were tracking a suspicious leader, he suddenly burst out with unusual strength and broke free from our encirclement. Oh. Tell me in detail, so I can confirm what kind of ability it is. The other party paused for a moment, as if he was still in shock. His body suddenly became stronger, and horns grew on his head. His appearance is completely different from that of a human. And he possesses strength and speed far beyond ordinary people. Our people are no match for him at all. Gian and as he began to look through the soul-eating monument for similar situations in the inheritance, and finally gave the answer. This is because he willingly signed a contract with the ghost, and can temporarily use the power of the ghost. But the price of doing so is that the soul is swallowed by the ghost, and loses the chance to reincarnate as a human forever. Your direction should be correct. You can continue to investigate. Kodama Yoshio continued. This is the crux of the problem. The guy escaped last night. I estimate that he should have gone to Tokyo, and it is very likely that his target is you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.